sure are. It is about 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. Until then, we'll hold the fort down and get things going for you and kick things off. That's what the hour says, right? We are without Greg and Helmsy again today, but no fear, Adler is here. He's got TV covered. He's in the TV room now, multitasking, getting ready for the day. Your phone calls are always welcome as you help produce this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll update you on Greg and Helms and how they're doing. They're in COVID protocol, as a lot of you know. They tested positive last week, so we're playing it out, and hopefully things will continue on the path that they're on, and they'll be back here very, very shortly. So we'll update you on that as we get going for the day. The Wheel of Meat could spin. It's right over there behind me to my left. It is just ready to go at any time. We could turn it on and spin it. You never know. Now, Greg is not here, so Adler would really have to be a multitasker and play drums and do other things. So there's a chance it might not be today, but you never know how the guys are feeling. Hey, Rick and Bubba, you never know. Don't forget, go to the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. All the events are there. The listing is there if you want to see Rick speak or other staff members hop around. You can do that at rickandbubba.com. Just click on events right there, and the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events are there for you. All right, well, you heard me mention him, and in the TV room, just fired up and ready to go for another day, is Eddie Van Adler. What's up, my man?
Hey,
how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, another day.
Back at it.
I think you heard me yesterday. I walked in the TV room, and I had Greg on speaker, which is always funny. And I have to tell Greg, you're on speaker. Because, he'll hurt feelings, or he'll say things that you're like,
yeah, anytime you walk into a room with Greg on speakerphone, you're kind of narrating. Like,
yeah.
All right, Greg, now I'm walking into another room with different people.
Right.
These are the people.
And they can hear you.
Right. Don't say anything about them.
Yeah.
Please.
Marco Polo is an app where you can send video messages back and forth to each other. Learned my mistake. I played a Marco Polo. I was in a store just on an aisle and stupidly hit play. And that plays out on speaker. And he had some things to say, and I had to quickly hit pause, walk away. Because some things he was saying, I learned that mistake. But I was talking to him yesterday, and he seems great. The side effects of testing positive and having COVID last week, he said there was 2 days where it was pretty rough. The headache, the sore throat, the fatigue, stuff like that were pretty rough, but nothing he couldn't handle. So I guess overall, his symptoms have been mild, but yes, frustrating, But he said yesterday was the first day where he kind of felt normal again. So hopefully, if things go well, he's scheduled to be back with us tomorrow.
Good. I need to check in with him too. I'm glad to hear he's got some mild symptoms. And if I'm on speakerphone in front of my family, I'll be sure to warn him.
Yeah,
too.
I'm just telling you. Now,
can we just make that like a rule, just in general? Hey, bros. Hey, guys. Hey, gang. Hey, fam. All of my friends, please listen.
Mm-hmm.
If you're on speakerphone with your fam, like pick up, answer the phone and I'll be like, hey, what's up? You can be back like, hey, nothing, just hanging out with my family on speakerphone. Just get that in there. Just slide it in there, please.
Right.
For the good of everybody.
Yeah.
You included.
So a lot of cars now, you don't have a choice unless you turn it off. If you are doing the Bluetooth and you're driving down the road, if someone calls and you answer, you're on in the car. And there was a couple of times when I was having to be up in Huntsville, miss the show with my dad and his going through his procedures and stuff, where I would have to talk to Greg. And I quickly said what you said. Yeah, we're in the car. You can say hey to my dad.
Because he can hear you.
Yeah, because he can hear you, Greg. But anyway, and speaking of my dad, he says hey yesterday.
Awesome.
He's a big fan of Adler's.
I liked one of his tweets the other day. I forget what it was. It was about either about America or loving God, one of the two.
Yeah.
I gave it a like the other day.
Right.
He puts out good stuff.
He does. He's a good follow. Now on the Helmsy front,
yes,
he seems fine. Which either he just had very, 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 very mild symptoms, or it was a false positive. I don't know, but he's having a great time with the family in the mountains, and they're headed back today, I believe. But he seems fine, and if all goes well, I think he'll be back Thursday. So,
okay, great.
So things are moving forward with them. That's just a real quick staff update as we move forward. So they are not with us today. I did ask Greg if he wanted to be. I knew Helmsy was out because of his internet situation and all that. I knew that wasn't possible for him to Zoom in. I did ask Greg, and I said, Greg, do you want to Zoom in? For those of you that are out there, that option is always available. And I think I gave you his quote yesterday. But
You did, and luckily I wasn't on speakerphone.
Right. He said, well, I could look for all that Zoom stuff. But hell, I'd rather sleep, So he said, it's somewhere around here from a year ago, and that's real. He doesn't know really where it is. So he will be with us hopefully again tomorrow. Well, if you watched any of the NFL, I didn't. I was tired. I didn't sleep the night before. Not at all. We got about 4 hours. I just kind of had a little bit of, not necessarily big eye, but you ever had those nights where you sleeping, but you're not really sleeping? It's like you feel like you're awake all night.
Yes.
It's not that I couldn't go to sleep. That's big eye, where you're just sitting there staring.
Yes.
I felt like I was going to sleep, but I kept waking up all the time.
Are you a light sleeper when it comes to sounds? I'm a very light sleeper.
Yes,
I'm incredibly light. I think it's because we're just men,
Yes, yeah.
And we know that if anything goes down at the old Casa, De Adler, or De Speedo, that we're going to be the ones to handle it.
Yeah, a woman moving.
So we sleep with one eye open.
Yes, I'm a very light sleeper. Over the years, I've gotten a little bit heavier on the sleeping. I'm not as light, but I'll wake up in a second. But really, it wasn't that, because every time I woke up, Terry was just out. So it wasn't her. I just couldn't sleep. So last night I was like, okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm not going to get locked in on the NFL game. But the Rams destroyed the Cardinals last night, 34-11. So Matthew Stafford gets his first playoff win for the Rams. So now the divisional weekend is set up. That's the next round, if you're interested in that, Saturday and Sunday. You've got a couple of pretty big games here. You got 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday in the divisional round. You got the Bengals at the Titans. The Titans had a bye. That's going to be your 3:30 Central Time kickoff Saturday on CBS. Then San Francisco, who upset the Dallas Cowboys, they'll be at Green Bay, who had a bye, and that'll be your 7:15 p.m. Central Time game on Saturday night on Fox. And then Sunday, Los Angeles will be at Tampa Bay. That's a 2 o'clock Central Time kick on NBC. And then Buffalo at Kansas City. Buffalo at Kansas City, 5:30 p.m. Central Time on Sunday. That's on CBS. That's a big one. Of course, they're all big now, but that's some teams you just weren't expecting to be there. But Arizona had a great year, but Matthew Stafford and the Rams were showing out a little bit last night. They destroyed the Cardinals.
Yeah, I know so little about NFL that once playoffs come around, I'm getting excited. I want to watch it, but I really don't know very much about the teams and all that. I just want a good game.
Right.
I just want to watch a good game. Last night when it was 21-0, I was like, all right, well, I guess that's not happening tonight.
Yeah, I guess that's done.
So I guess I'll go to sleep then.
Yeah. And as we go to break, one quick update. Yesterday we had Coach Bruce Pearl on the show for the Auburn Tigers. They were trying to see if they couldn't be number 1 for the first time in school history in the AP poll. It came out yesterday. They're number 2. You can't have nothing.
Yeah, I saw some people that know.
Yeah,
that were very mad.
Yeah.
About how this whole thing works. Evidently, Auburn got more number 1 votes, but we're still number 2.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's all so confusing. We'll ask Coach Bubba to tell us all about that when he gets here today. But they're number 2. That's a quick update though.
Plus, Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever, she was convicted. We got to talk about that.
Oh yes, that's right.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour live. Thank you so much for tuning in. Greg and Helmsy off. They will be back. They'll stagger and be back this week if all goes well. Hopefully Greg back tomorrow. We have Eddie Van Adler. He is here, and I'm Speedy. We're kind of a little fraction of the Good Time Gang here. Bubba is here, and Helmsy, should say Adler, excuse me, I'm so used to saying one of their names. He came in. We were going to break. We were just giving an update on Coach Bruce Pearl being with us yesterday in Auburn basketball, and we talked about how Auburn got, I think, more number one votes, but came in at number two. We were just giving all of y'all an update because that was a big deal. We put it out on social media yesterday and all that. He came in and tried to explain it that, I guess, in the voting, somebody voted him in at number 9. Which is bizarre, to say the least.
So that pulled him down in the rankings, even though they got more number one votes.
Yeah,
that pulled him down.
Yeah.
Probably, honestly, I think it's a bammer of some kind.
Are you making that up?
I think it was Eli Gold that did it.
You're so wrong.
But somebody said it was someone that had ties. Somebody said it was somebody
Adler, now you're starting it.
That had ties to Alabama, and
you
that's
think if Dickie Nadmeyer could vote, that was what happened?
I think Dickie Meyer had that. I think Dickie Meyer, that Nadmeyer has an AP vote, and we need to take away his AP rights.
I tell you what, we'll have to check in with all them. I know Dip and Dan's not happy though. But so there's your update. We'll get more from Bubba. All right, so I've got a little piece of audio. You know, I play this with the guys. Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think this is?
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to explain. Hey, you're going to kind of know what it is. I've got some questions for you though after you hear this, if you don't mind playing. Okay.
All right.
This is in the news today, and an interview after it happened. Take a listen.
5 men hopped out. 2 of them pointing guns at my mom. 1 pointed a gun at my grandma. They demanded for my mom to give my dog Tito to them. My grandma had like a walking stick with her, and she was trying to hit them with it. They took my mom's purse. They took her car. Like, we don't care about the purse. We don't care about the car. Those are all replaceable things. A dog, a family member, that is not replaceable. That is our pet. That is our person. That is our comfort. He's a part of our family.
That is our person.
Right. Now, I've got a couple
it's literally a dog.
Right, yeah. I've got some questions for you on this.
Okay.
All right. Do you think, A, it is a German Shepherd, B, a Chihuahua, C, a Bulldog, or D, a Poodle?
It sounds like it's a mix between a Bulldog and a Shih Tzu, if you know what I'm saying. But
Adler.
Well, I heard the guy say that the dog's name was Tito.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go with Chihuahua. That sounds like a Chihuahua.
Gosh almighty, buddy. I'm so sorry. It's a French Bulldog.
French Bulldog. Okay.
It's a French Bulldog.
Okay.
There's so much there.
There's
all right.
a lot
Okay.
there.
There's so much there. First of all, no one wants anybody robbed at gunpoint.
No.
Okay. I mean, so let's just put that over here. So I don't want your emails on that. But he's putting dog, up there with human.
Yeah, he's our person.
He's our person.
That was literally said.
Yes. They were walking a dog, as he said, when someone pulled up in a black Kia, parked in front of them. Multiple suspects got out with guns, drawn, and took their French Bulldog. All right. Well, that's not enough. They came back later that night and stole their car, which is a Mercedes-Benz from their driveway.
Why didn't they take the Mercedes-Benz from the beginning?
I don't really know. So the grandson and son of the victim, named Joshua, was the one that talking about his beloved pet and the crime against his relatives and all this kind of stuff. I've got a couple of questions I want to pose to you here. First of all, would you want someone to steal your car or your dog?
Ooh, well, that's tough.
I mean, we love both, and we love our little dogs, right? Car or dog?
Oh, if I'm driving the car that I have right now, they can take the car. So
Are you trying not to get in trouble from Aaron? Is this it?
No. Literally, the dog would be harder to replace than my car at this point. My car's about to go, buddy. By the way.
You're saying
I'm in a very bad spot with my car, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
So
yes. It's been making a noise for like 6 months now.
Could you give me the noise?
And it's like a like there's coins inside of it or something, man. It's not.
Is
good.
it coming from the engine or underneath?
Like in the engine area?
Like something's grinding, something's eating
good.
it.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. So because that's what's the case with my car, I would have to say I would keep Kevin and Franklin.
So
my
you're
dogs.
going dog over car, even though your car, you think something's wrong with it.
Yeah. I think because
All right, I'm
my car
writing
is
that
because my
down.
car is in such a bad place. This is more of a reflection on the poor quality of my car versus how I feel about the dogs. If that makes sense.
All right, well, let's put it in Joshua here. You be Joshua. You have a Mercedes Benz.
Okay, I'm going Mercedes-Benz all day long. Sorry, Tito. they stole you first.
Right.
So maybe they just really wanted a French Bulldog.
This is going to bother you, and I know if Rick is driving in, it's really bothering him. The dog has its own Instagram account,
Sure.
kind of like Coco does with the Helms. Let's not forget that.
Oh, don't.
It says we take him everywhere. We treat him like a kid. He has his own little personality, he said. And then you heard him say they took the purse and took my mom's car. Those are replaceable things. A dog, a family member, that is not replaceable. That is our pet. That is our comfort. Like he's part of our family.
That is our person. What does that even mean?
I
That
don't
is
know.
our person.
I don't know.
It's a dog. It's
a
literally
dog.
not a person. Do they know what the
Yeah.
word person means?
Right. I don't know. But look, love my pets. Love my pets. Love my dogs. I do. I mean, hey, nice little
Well,
animals.
love is love, buddy. So-
But I love them like a human to animal love. I don't.
Yeah, okay,
they're
good.
not one of my sons or something like that.
Yes.
We have a pecking order at the Wilburn house. Doesn't mean I don't care for them. I do. Matter of fact, at times I tell Terry they're not human. They don't need a jacket to go outside.
no, they're wearing one all the time. in
Right.
fact.
Right. But no way am I saying what this kid said.
No.
No way.
Everything needs to be in its proper place. And honestly, when I see people do this with their dogs, their cats, their horses, or whatever it may be, it's just kind of sad. It really is. It's like they don't have things in the right place.
Right. And what's the noise again on your car? We got to talk about that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There was a first race, and I don't even know what series that was, but there was a race going on.
There was three of them, wasn't there? Wasn't there three?
I don't know.
Races total?
I don't know. Barber Motorsports Park, Bubba and I, the Grand Marshals, big day there for the second annual Alabama Grand Prix, sponsored by.
That's presented by Legacy Credit Union.
All right, let's start the footage. Adler was there documenting,
better.
and there's the facility. And you see us kind of coming, and I had to pick up Helmsy and Adler in the big van. The big van was drawing people's attention, Bubba. I mean,
bet.
people now associate that big van with the show.
I mean, that window looks like you're looking out of a spaceship.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So
It really does.
this is us arriving at the event.
Lots of folks.
Yeah,
Wow.
and making our
beautiful
way
facility.
to where we're supposed to go, and people are just spread out on those rolling green hills. It really is a phenomenal facility, and I believe this is going to be an event you're going to hear about a lot. And there's Brody with his cast. Tell you that story. Grand Marshal Day. Love and his family already here. We got the Roadster with us. Big Love's got a lacrosse game today.
I would be playing in a lacrosse game, but
The old lacrosse game for the Roadster, not an issue now, so he's with us. All right, do not enter. We walk right in. Hunter Bunsen.
good.
How's that arm?
Good.
It's doing better.
Since I couldn't find any shoes, it's still in the New Balance.
How funny is that? You in that daggum suit and the suspenders.
I love it. And then
The
here's
only tie I see in the paddock.
this
area.
is the paddock place we were, the paddock club, hanging out there. All of us, hey, the roast beef was great, but all of us are discussing, honoring, again, the man who invented air conditioning. And there's Helms. He's got a Rick and Bubba visor on. There's Bubba and I sitting there talking and eating and getting ready for the day's event. There's a crash that happened in the opening race.
You know, one thing I've noticed about these Indy cars, boy, when they wreck, you can't really save them.
Well, they're
I mean,
they're
they
made to
fly
fall
apart.
apart. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
fly apart cars. So there was a first race, and I don't even know what series that was, but there was a race going on.
There was three of them, wasn't there? Wasn't there three?
I don't know.
Races total?
I don't know.
Because there was one that was going when
there's
we
the
got
wreck.
there.
Yeah, there's the wreck. Of course, the kids, that
I
got
bet you they love that.
got their attention right out of the
Sure,
gate.
sure.
Well, it gets everybody's attention.
So right, and sure, and so that you can see how the crowd set up in the trees there. If you got
That
the
is too
Ustream.
cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool place to watch a race. And again, this is the only stop they make in the entire southeastern United States, and they're very pleased. There's where Bubba and I will be later.
Now, did y'all go
Waving
over
the flag.
how to wave the flag at all?
Nah, not really. I mean, they talked about it a little
That's son of a
bit.
gun right there.
Yeah, I mean, he's a
He
good
was in
flag
the
guy.
band.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, you know how Rick Humphrey called that the tree save area?
Now, I noticed you two ladies became a lot less interested
Here's
in
Betty
the
and
race when
Caitlin.
you found out that it was Patrick Dempsey's brother, not Patrick Dempsey.
It's not McDreamy, you know. It's just not McGood.
It's on now. They're taking us down. We're ready to go. Here's the mayor.
Oh yeah.
Here's the mayor of Birmingham.
That's a great thing.
It is. Look at all that tax money floating around.
I'm telling you, roll it in, ka-ching, ka-ching.
Bubba's in a suit the whole time.
He outdressed the mayor of Birmingham, by the way.
Never happened.
I think he outdressed
I've
everyone there, Rick.
never outdressed William Bell, ever.
All right, here's slow motion. Bubba owns the mayor, and we're trying to look. Bubba walks away. He's proud of it. Yeah. We don't know what he said. All right, now we're.
You can't believe you
Here's
take that
Reuben. We're singing with Reuben.
No, we need to start very low. Very low. Yeah, 'cause we don't want it to get.
We're trying to talk Reuben and letting us sing. Reuben stuttered.
Now we're there. We're ready. Let's go. I'm going to sweat as much as I possibly can.
You know, Reuben's a sweater, too.
Oh, yeah.
You'll know what happened.
This is me and the governor discussing.
Governor Robert Benton.
Now, I'm a little disappointed I was not put in charge of game and fish, but other than that, everybody, what are you doing? I want to know how hot is Bubba right now. It is smoking hot. Bubba's in that suit, and I just told Reuben, stuttered to his face, that he's eating ribs, and I know he's eating ribs. He can do this vegetarian thing all he wants to. Look at him. Hey, I smell him on him. I smell him. Here's Eli Gold.
Yeah.
How about
And you guys are right in the middle of pit road. I mean,
yeah.
right before you go up.
Yeah, and there's somebody who's got a kid who's having a great day. All right. This is, where are we now?
this is where they're trying to give away a Honda?
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
And this guy cranks it. He wins it. And,
Unbelievable.
So we're now down into the area where the here's Eli Go introduce.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from now. I am Speedy, I should say. I know my name. In the TV room is Eddie Van Adler. He is here. He's got TV handled and hanging out with me this hour. Greg and Helmsy still off. The COVID protocols are continuing. They are doing extremely well. And after talking to Greg yesterday, he seems pretty confident he'll be back tomorrow if all continues on the path that it's on. Helmsy probably staggered a day later than that. But we'll continue to get updates from him. But he's doing great too. But this whole CDC thing and guidelines and what do you do? It's so hard. I think the guys nailed it yesterday. Just a common sense approach. Hey, when you stop having symptoms and you feel better, that's probably when you should move on back into the real world. But right now it's 5 days, and then you hear 7, and then, it could linger depending on who you are. So it's been a minute since he's been gone, so I think we're going to land somewhere around 7 or 8 with him once he's back. But anyway, doing well. Just giving you an update on that. The last segment we talked about the French Bulldog being stolen and the kid saying that cars are replaceable but not humans and not dogs and stuff like that. French Bulldogs, they say going for about $3,200 if you buy one.
Oh wow! So yeah.
What's the most? I know you you don't spend a lot of money on animals, do you?
No. Kevin was $50.
$50. Okay.
Yeah, but that was just for his shots. He was free. Kevin was free. It was the shots that cost money for me to get him out the door. So.
All right, so I apologize on this. I'm going to sound really, really dumb, and a lot of you are probably thinking, Speedy, what's new with that? Cryptocurrency. I don't understand it. You've tried, and it's like me kind of look, how a dog kind of looks at you, turns his head when it's trying to figure something out. That's me listening to you try to explain it. But they say the prices continue to fall because of buying demand is absent. And I mentioned that to you off air, and you talked about the last time we talked about this on the air, you were if you would have done something, you'd be in handle.
Yeah. Let me first off say that I am not a financial advisor.
Yeah.
And this is not financial advice. Do your own research.
Uh-huh.
DYOR. Do your own research.
Okay.
And I was on a pretty big kick talking about Bitcoin because y'all were bringing it up and things were going crazy. It was hitting around $50,000 or whatever.
Right.
So if you had bought some Bitcoin when I was heavily talking about Bitcoin on the show, you would be down around 8% right now. You would have lost 8% of your money right now. So, so sorry about that to anybody. Now, everything that I said, I did say, this is very risky. It's highly volatile. Some people think it is the future of money, and some people think it's the largest pyramid scheme in the history of mankind, right? And I said it probably lies somewhere in between there.
Yeah.
And I also said consider diversifying into it a little bit. I'm not telling you to take out a second mortgage and put everything you got into Bitcoin or into puppy coin or into poop coin, whatever the coin may be. So I still believe in cryptocurrency. Blockchain technology will continue to revolutionize the internet and how people work and act. And so I'm still into crypto and I still invest in crypto, but it's just a small part of the big pie.
Yeah.
Like I said, do your own research and be careful with what you invest.
But if they would have taken your advice,
then yes, if you had listened to me then, Bitcoin went from about 50 and it's at 42 right now.
Oh, that's great.
So that's down. That means you would have lost money.
But there's like
anybody.
professional athletes getting bonuses and stuff like that in Bitcoin.
Yeah. There's
like I think Odell Beckham Jr. or something. He was in the news recently because that's how he wanted his money.
Yeah. It's very interesting to see some professional athletes, and that's good for Bitcoin. When people jump on board, what people have been talking about is the institutions jumping on board, and that will radically change it and make the price go high when you get like the actual banking institutions and even like government institutions. El Salvador is a country that is 100% behind Bitcoin, and you can use it as like legal tender in the country and things like that. So as that happens and goes forward, I do believe in the future of blockchain technology and Bitcoin, but like I said, do your own research, and if you had listened to me, you'd be down. You'd lost some money. I wonder how many people have been looking at their phones just being like, Adler, what do you do? I could have gotten a grill or something. So sorry about that, everybody. My bad.
Also, you brought up the Maxwell case earlier.
Yes.
And
I just heard on the way in this morning. I was listening, and so she was found guilty. She faces up to 65 years in prison after she was found guilty last month in a New York federal court on 5 federal charges, including trafficking of a minor. The roles were in relation to her Epstein sexual abuse, whatever,
from 94 to 2004.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because of that guilty verdict, she is no longer going to fight to keep the names of 8 John Does secret. And she's going to leave it to the court to decide whether the names should be unsealed. And this is part of her, like, plea and, like, easing up. Like, okay, you got me. I'm not trying to fight anymore. Please don't give me 65 years in prison. A lot of people say that if she had just done this from the beginning, she'd be in a different place as well. But who do you think these John Does are?
Well, there's a lot of John Doe's nervous right now. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah,
really nervous. But now let me ask you a question.
Greg,
and
especially.
I'll get to that. Well, he was number one on my list.
I was just kidding, Greg. Sorry, man.
Yeah. So the court can decide to keep them sealed, right? So don't you think that's probably where it'll go, or do you think they'll unseal them?
Man, I don't know. I don't know how this works. I hope they unseal them. I would love to. I mean,
heck yeah.
Bill Gates definitely on the list.
Yeah. So you're going Bill Gates?
I definitely think Bill Gates. Like, oh, I'm a nerd. Oh, look at all these pretty ladies on this airplane.
Is Bill Clinton?
Yeah, Bill Clinton's definitely on the list. And then who else?
I mean, do you think Trump's on the list, or do you think he was just probably not? No, yeah, no.
I hope not. Those pictures aren't good, man. The pictures of Trump and Epstein at the party, and they're like,
Yeah, that's nasty.
That hurts.
Good. Yeah.
That hurts. That hurts. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
No. But I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that if Trump had that kind of like history, and he's just such a crazy open book.
Yeah,
Trump is
true.
that how he feels about women, but it's generally adult. He's never been like that towards real young. And this is like a young thing,
Yeah,
which adds to
sad.
just the evilness of it. Man, it's so sad. It's so terrible. It's horrible.
But no, so you think? I mean, did you really think Bill Gates, or did you just throw that out there?
Well,
I mean, do you
he-
feel like these are going to be like big, powerful names?
I don't know if it'll ever come out, honestly. But I mean, Bill Gates flew on the plane a few times. Quite a few times.
But if the John Does are extremely wealthy, do they pay somebody to keep them sealed? Let's real talk here. I mean, I don't know that can take place, but I mean, I'm not going to say it can't.
Yeah, I don't know if the people,
John Doe, let's say it is a big name like you just said, that has more money they can even think to use. Do they try to influence somebody?
Oh, they're
to keep it sealed?
Yeah, they are. They definitely are and have been. And I mean, I know this is kind of a joke to say, but the largest sex trafficking case in the history of the country, and the dude kills himself in prison.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
that is just so I don't know if the people will ever get the answers that they want. I don't know if they will. Prince Andrew's in there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of powerful people, and so I don't know if the general citizen is going to get the answers that they want in this case.
Mm. Well, she denied knowing Epstein had a scheme to recruit underage girls for sex, according to her 2016 deposition. Of course, we all know that's a lie.
Right.
And as you said, I mean, these girls are underage. It's an evil thing they had going on, and I just wonder if they're household names that are on this John Doe list, or if it's could it be some of the most powerful people in the world that's on this list?
Yeah, we'll wait. We'll have to wait and see, man.
I know
out.
It's got to be a movie. I mean, I don't know who's writing it or who's thinking about it, but this has got to be a movie here.
Yeah, man.
I mean, good night alive.
And the whole thing started to get busted open just because a girl in high school gets like in trouble for fighting or something like that, and then they go in her wallet and see that she has like $300 cash in her wallet. Like that's how this whole thing started to get busted wide open. And you're just like, wait a second, where did this girl get $300 from? You know,
Yeah.
which is so crazy to me. It's just
it's crazy. It is crazy how these things happen. Because didn't the Bill Cosby thing happen because a comedian just got on stage?
Yeah,
and started talking about it.
Hannibal Buress.
Yeah.
He's like, so y'all are all okay with that, right? And everybody's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And that bit just kept going, and it was because of that stand-up comedy bit where that brought that whole ship down.
Yeah. And that was with a P. So we'll see if she's ended her fight to keep 8 John Doe's secret. Now the court has to decide whether the names should be unsealed or not. So a lot of nervous dudes out there right now.
Yeah, I heard Greg's like, please don't unseal it.
Adler.
That's terrible. Why did I? Sorry.
Rick and Bubba.
Absolutely beautiful day.
It's a big stage they rolled on.
Highlight of his career, introducing y'all.
Behind the scenes, Eli Gold knows he should like us, but deep down, we really get on his nerves because he's such a professional. Bubba and I are not. There's Gene Hallman, who also will sweat, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, Gene.
I swear he looks younger every time I see him.
At one point, his hair color was dripping down his neck.
Right now, it's a pleasure to welcome to the stage the governor of the state of Alabama.
But now notice,
Robert Bentley.
now Eli's happy now introducing these dignitaries.
Right.
But he has to try to be enthusiastic about us, and deep down he's thinking,
Here's Rick and Bubba.
every year he hopes surely somebody will fire them.
The city of Birmingham, I want to thank you
Here's
for
William
being
Bell,
here.
the mayor,
Thank you for
who Bubba outdressed.
participating. And above all, thank the Lord for such a beautiful sky. Thank you all.
All right, here
Mr.
comes the
Mayor,
moment of
thank
truth.
you.
Spend your money
Now
before
we'd
you go
like to
home.
welcome to the stage a
Eli.
couple of guys who I know you have heard so many times.
Look.
Rick Burgess and Bill Bubba Bussey, the hosts of the nationally syndicated Rick and Bubba Show. They are our grand marshals and honorary starters. Great to see you guys.
Well, Eli, it's an honor to be here. We feel like it's been our job to introduce indie fans all over the world to Southern hospitality. We spent a lot of our time talking to Elio Castroneves and teaching them how to ask, how's your mom and them?
You know, Rick, Indy racing is kind of new to a lot of us in the South, but I think it's off to a great start.
Look at his suit.
But there's still some confusion out there. I was walking in, and a lady behind me said to her husband, she said, I hope we have a great race today. I hope all the drivers are safe, and I hope that Dale Jr. runs good. So, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Boy, I tell you what, Eli, it doesn't get much better than those two gentlemen right there, and they will be giving the command.
That is funny.
Listen, when he tells Eli, it doesn't get much better than those two gentlemen. you know Eli's son. Yeah, yes, it can. But it's almost like Eli Goat is such a pro that we haunt him.
Right.
You know, just when he thinks, all right, I've got this thing going the way it should go, very professional. Oh, here come these two rubes.
Right. Well, you know, we've had him in here and spent a lot of time with him privately and asked him that question. Do we get on your He claims we don't, but I really think we do.
Look, it's not that he wishes we didn't.
Right.
It's just that he's so professional.
His inner being.
There's nothing it's like asking a radio consultant, do you think what Rick and Bubba's doing should work? You know what I mean? And he knows he has to say yes because it does, but he doesn't really believe it. You know? So back to the audio and video. If you missed the last one, we're up now to the point where Bubba and I are now on the stage. Now, my tucked-in shirt is coming apart at this point.
Right.
All right, now Bubba's in the suit.
You're out in the sun.
It's already out in the back.
Bubba's in the suit. He's got suspenders, so his is really wired to hold together.
Yeah.
Mine isn't. I'm at the point now. I'm hot. I'm ready to untuck that shirt. It's wrinkled. So if you'll see now, it's barely hanging on. I'm just about to pull it out and untuck it. For ladies and gentlemen, start your engine. But here we are, driver intros. Bubba and I on the stage with all the dignitaries. Now I'm cutting up with Rick Humphrey the whole time.
Right. And now
I'm next to the fire hawk.
They got stair steps on each side of the stage. They walk up.
All right, here's Danica Patrick. She'll walk by and give us very little.
Oh, so they come up from the top. Okay.
Yeah.
Just imagine how hot that guy's in the mascot outfit.
I decided to go nuts with Danica Patrick.
Yeah.
Adler seems to really use her in the footage a lot for some reason.
Hey, Adler following her again.
He'll start 19 today, his 10th season in the Arizona
Right.
IndyCar Series.
Now
Adler back to the stage.
Adler,
stage.
we're on the stage.
The latest Andretti.
Yeah, there's the latest Andretti.
I do like the presentation where they have the stage and all that. I think that's cool.
I noticed you and Rick Humphrey are really hanging out.
Rick Humphrey clung to me.
Elio.
Let me tell you this. Rick Humphrey clung to me like a small child.
Yeah. I want to see what Elio gives y'all.
Yeah, he gives
Oh,
us
he gets a ton.
Yeah, he gives us a ton.
Have they got fireworks
He was
going
really
on, too?
nice
And
guy,
his whole team gets to walk down.
Yeah, watch
There's
this.
Elio.
Watch, we cut up with him big time here. I asked him how his mom and them's doing.
Yeah. Elio.
He pulled us in.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Well, he thought you were the guy on the track.
Now here's where
That
Dario.
suit
But you were Mr. Barber's boy.
Yeah, Dario Franchitti will come by, and I knew there was no repercussions, so I asked him where Ashley Judd was.
No, you didn't.
Well, I mean, what was he going to do to him?
Rick.
I mean, it's not like he was on the show.
I don't know if she was there, but her dad was there.
Yeah, and so
I got hung up watching the Judge reality show last night. But anyway.
yeah, you missed all this. Thanks, Greg.
How hot are you right now, Bubba?
I'm fine.
Look,
I'm really fine.
my shirt's coming apart. The mascot, by the way, the big line. I said that's the actual size helmet Bubba would have to wear.
Look, I even buttoned my coat to make it hotter.
Okay.
You sure did.
All right, here we are with the mayor again. I'm asking for a key to the city.
A lot of standing around now.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
It's the Rick and Bubba Show, about 8.5 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by CarShield.com. You know, Adler was just talking about some weird noise his car's making. Winter can certainly put a freeze on your finances with expensive car repairs. None of us want to deal with like a broken heater or get stuck somewhere this time of year because your car broke down. That's why we want to make sure that you know about CarShield. Taking care of a covered repair with their administrators is easy, and they'll handle the paperwork and expensive payments too, so you don't have to. Seriously, CarShield could help you save thousands. And what we like is that you get to choose the mechanic to do the work. They get the rest taken care of. Plans even provide for coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car coverage, trip reimbursement, all at no additional charge. So whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, CarShield has monthly coverage options to fit your budget. So check them out today at carshield.com. That's carshield.com. Get your coverage today and see why CarShield's cars go further. Just call 1-800-665-2157. And when you do, mention promo code BUBBA to save 10%, or you can go online to the website I've given you, carshield.com. Use code BUBBA to save 10%. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, especially if your car's making a weird noise, Adler. Right.
I actually do know what's wrong with the car.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a ticking time bomb. That's really, really what they told me. That's what they told me.
Yeah, just get what you can out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, until it just stops.
I'm just driving it into the ground.
All right, so you've helped me a little bit on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, even though I kind of lost you halfway through it. I'm trying.
Sure.
This other thing here, 5G rollout, okay?
Yes.
You've seen the commercials on it and all this kind of stuff. We've had some major airline CEOs that have warned of catastrophic aviation crisis when the delayed 5G rollout finally begins tomorrow if you're listening live. I mean, like the FAA has warned up to 100,000 passengers could face delays or cancellations, and some planes could be grounded permanently, they say. In short, they are fearing that the false altitude readings could confuse pilots as they approach the runway in poor visibility conditions, and potentially have really catastrophic results. And if you'll remember, Verizon and AT&T, they were supposed to have this rollout on January the 4th, their big launch, but they agreed to delay it until this Wednesday. So, I mean, I think we all are in agreement that we want to make sure pilots can communicate well and aren't getting confused.
Yeah.
But this is extremely concerning.
Did they not think about this? Like, this is the first I've heard about 5G causing any kind of problems with the airplanes.
I agree.
Now, I've heard a lot of memes on the internet saying, like, 5G causes cancer and all this stuff.
Oh,
There's
you got that.
There's this whole, like, meme railing against 5G, which I think is that's not real, but evidently this is real.
Yeah. So, I mean, catastrophic, that's not, when you hear that, you perk up a little bit.
Yeah.
But to your point, why even roll something like this out if this could happen? Why not?
Well, will I be able to play, like, Angry Birds a little bit faster and better? It'll load faster, so that'll be good.
Action is urgent, they say.
I wonder if this is like the Y2K thing. They're like, oh, we're not sure, but we want to be ready.
Yeah, because there's a lot of this could happen, this might happen. We're concerned about this. The harm is catastrophic. Things like that. So I don't think that they're confident on exactly what could happen. They're worried about what could happen as far as just we're not sure.
Real quick, I got a Birmingham airport story.
Yeah.
And then speaking of Y2K, I want to ask about Y2K because I think you got some stories for me there.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Birmingham, or just speaking of airports in general, my sister-in-law was flying back home after coming to Alabama for Christmas. She was flying back to New York City. She's in the Birmingham airport, and she hears over the intercom, and I don't think it was Morgan Freeman's voice because the Morgan Freeman stuff is like pre-recorded. Did you know that, by the way? It's Morgan Freeman at the Birmingham airport?
Yes, I do.
Everybody
Either that or Frank Caliendo. I'm not sure.
It's one of the two. Right.
Yeah.
You're welcome to the Birmingham airport. That's
That's
pretty good. Right?
not bad.
Thank you. The penguin made his way across the ice. So welcome to the Birmingham. For the first time I was in, I was like, it sounds like Morgan Freeman in here. What's going on?
Around like, where are you, Morgan?
I was like, why does it sound like Morgan Freeman in here? And then I
haven't
found
texted Caliendo. Did you cut this for the Birmingham International Airport?
Yeah,
he did not. That's Morgan Freeman.
And then I found out they literally got Morgan Freeman.
Yeah,
which was amazing. Anyway, so my sister-in-law, she's at the airport flying back home, and she hears over the intercom, "Attention, person's name. You are in Birmingham, Alabama. Attention, person's name. You are in Birmingham, Alabama. You got off on the wrong plane.
No.
You got off in the wrong city.
No.
You are in Birmingham, Alabama." How funny is that?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So it was a connecting flight or something, and and they just got off.
The person got
not
off.
paying attention.
You know, they're like, man, why isn't my address showing up for the Uber? That's going to be a long ride.
I think about the person. The person now is just, what do they do?
How far did they get?
Yeah.
Where were they when they heard that? Like, were they just in the bathroom?
Do they have the AirPods on and not hear the announcement?
Where the heck is my bag? Why isn't my bag showing up? Every dang time, the airports get you. Y'all got off in the wrong city. Got off in the wrong city. You are not in the city you think you're in.
So that's different than making the wrong turn.
Yes.
Okay. And iMaps kind of telling you, all right, here we're going to detour. You're off on the wrong plane in a wrong city, and you're stuck. You're stuck.
Wow, a lot warmer in New York than I thought it would be. A lot less cowboy hats here in San Antonio. I figured I'd see more cowboy hats here. A lot of Auburn and Alabama gear here.
What's going on around here? Why'd the guy at the cashier's desk just say "Roll Tide" to me? What's up?
Why does the Phoenix airport have Morgan Freeman?
I thought this was bigger.
Boy, the Phoenix airport is smaller than I thought it would be. And not as deserty. A lot more trees.
Right.
A lot more trees.
Did that say Birmingham?
Where's my dang bag?
Right.
So,
look, I'm the worst on instructions, and I've been on flights where they go, okay, here's your destination or whatever. That's somebody not paying attention, watching a movie, listening to music. And I've been guilty of that, but that's a bad mistake.
Yeah, I've pushed it when it comes to getting on flights before, but I've never gotten off in the wrong cities.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
That Progressive commercial where they're sitting in the airport and the guy runs by them and they go, well, there's someone should have left earlier. That's me running through the airport.
Right. I'm always that person.
Yeah. As I've gotten older, of course, I plan for mistakes, and I get there a little earlier than I need to be, but I would push it back in the day.
By the way, the guy that says, the guy that reads submarine books, my dad, that's my buddy Martin Morrow.
Oh.
I know him.
Waiting on now that.
You know, it gives you.
Oh, there they go.
Look at Bubba in his suit. Look at him strutting.
The music of staying alive.
That's a little bit of West Coast strut.
You can tell by the way my feet.
How hot is he out there?
Rick's dancing.
Rick. All right, there it is. There's when I made the decision. I'm out. I'm out now. I'm untucked.
Principal of John Catholic High School. Please
Now,
remain standing.
All right, here's Ruben, and I almost freaked him out about the national anthem. I kept saying, now, if you blow
kept
this,
talking
it's
about
all
it.
over TMZ. And I said, I got 2 words for you, Wes. He's going up, Carl Lewis. And he said, get him away from me. Call. Bring it. Here comes the flyover. Trying to hold it out.
Pretty good. Boy's good.
No way he's a vegetarian. No way.
Rick, he's just a big guy.
I smelt ribs on him, and he knows I caught him.
Yeah. Here they come.
I never get tired of flyovers.
Never.
Love flowers.
Here we go. Yes, time we're about to do. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all start your engines.
Hey, have I got time to run the bathroom?
Solid, Ruben. Solid, money, smooth, creamy.
Ruben's coming off stage. The guys are
We're
now.
encouraging
He
him.
was wanting to know how he did.
He's so relieved. See, my pep talk paid off.
Rick.
Rick Burgess and Bill Bubba Busey.
Bussy.
Busey.
He just said oh my gosh, I gotta go back to that. Can I go back to that?
Bill Bubba Bussey. Got it. Bill
Oh, this
Bubba
guy's
Bussey.
super.
This guy was super professional, by the way. You talk about own it.
How do you want to do it? Or just say,
Yeah,
have
you
like
say that. That's fine.
the Rick and Bubba Show.
I am staying out of the.
Bill Bubba
Totally, I'm totally untucked now. Bubba's still held together.
Right.
We're hot. Wow, we're hot.
Not me. I love the shades.
Are you regretting the suit now, Bubba?
Nope, not a bit.
Right now, this is when the
I
handlers.
started
and
to
the
wear it
guys-
today.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than a fat man stumbling and being run over by Indy cars.
Right.
It is not the PR we're looking for
No.
here in Bama.
You talking about a speed bump?
That's what I love to hear, Alabama. Roll Tide, War Eagle race fans, we are getting set for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama and the command coming up in mere moments.
So we're looking up there. You're going to go up there with me.
All right, now they're talking about us going up to wave the green flag.
Are over on the inside of the wall.
Getting direction now. Anytime a guy takes a headset off, Rick, and talks to you, you know he's serious.
However you feel, go nuts. Figure 8. We'll go back Charles Park like nothing.
Rick. Y'all.
Yeah, you.
And y'all standing around longer than you want.
Look, I'm saying 30 seconds, stand by. I'm taking over the broadcast now.
Are you really?
9, 8,
It's a big hurry up to
7,
wait.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alabama race fans, are you ready? It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome Rick Burgess and Bill Bubba Bussey from the Rick and Bubba Show as they give the command.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all start your engine.
Well, look at him in his suit.
Yeah.
Did you hear the, by the way, they're right behind us real loud.
I mean, real life.
Real loud.
Wow.
All right,
Now
here we-
y'all going up the little stairs.
Yeah, we're going up the steps now.
Adler's in close pursuit of me, it appears.
This is a rough shot here.
If Bubba to stop quick, we'd had a heck of a scene.
Yeah, I think we would have actually been able to do 2 specials in one. And now we're getting up on, and there's not as much room up there as we'd hoped for.
Yeah.
You know, and we're going to be waving the green flag.
See how nimble I was going up
You were
this
very
step?
nimble, Bubba. Extremely nimble.
We had quite a view of it, actually.
Oh,
Look,
it is awesome.
Now we're.
Does that fire y'all up a little bit right there?
Oh, when they come by full speed, it's really cool.
Man,
We
this
like
is
to
too
never
cool.
got them up to full speed. We kept having cautions.
Yeah, we had 2 wrecks in the first 2 laps.
Yeah.
So wait till you see us go nuts. And this is him trying to line them up, telling them where they need to be.
Watch the wind of the cars. I'm waving the green flag, and it blows it right in my face.
All right,
It
we're
just
on-
covers me up with it.
We're on the stand right now to wave.
It's like a bunch of angry hornets.
Yeah, here we go.
Here they
Here
come.
they come. Hey, we go nuts!
Watch the wind hit me now. Watch this.
Look at y'all wait.
The wind.
Look at that. Wow. Good gracious. I want to hear that again. Can I hear that again?
Speedy, watch the wind situation. There's no wind, and then we're waving, and then the air off all those cars hit us.
We're looking for Elio. Well, look at us. Right there. There he is.
There he went.
Rick, that is so cool, man.
Yo, you want to go back and see the wind again?
Yes.
You know, I know there probably are safety reasons they couldn't do it, but wouldn't you love to have the grandstands over the track so that the cars came up under you?
Here we go.
Now look, no wind. Look at me. There's no wind on me, Speedy.
And I'm going
And watch.
nuts with
Now
it.
look at the wind start hitting, blowing my jacket. Look.
Wow. And just the way they come by.
Stay up there. Now we'll get him in speed.
So then we step
man.
there and we watch a couple of laps and
It's funny.
I
we,
like to hear it go
we
by.
have earplugs in because it is so loud.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
it's 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. And thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. And this hour starts with the national anthem. start a brand new hour, and we are thankful that you are here. Helmsy and Greg still away, but they're doing fine. Greg should return tomorrow. Helmsy the day after that, and we'll get the game back on the field, unless somebody else, ends up testing positive or getting sick from all the different stuff that is out there this time of year. But that is our goal, to be back at full capacity coming up on Thursday's program. But Greg is scheduled to be back with us tomorrow. Our thanks to Speedy and Adler for a kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, the podcast archives, and also, of course, on our streaming app, the TuneIn app. However you get the Rick and Bubba show, we are glad that you are here. So let's bring him in. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
To you, baby.
Hello, B-Team basketball.
There's the Jacksons. And
good stuff.
Good stuff right there.
Good stuff.
Good stuff right there. Do you prefer Michael solo or Michael with either Jacksons or Jackson 5, whatever?
I like a lot of his music.
Yeah.
So some of it is with Brother, some of it not.
Yeah.
So,
any of it you like better?
Well, the Thriller album was hard to beat.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, if you just look at the very peak of the mountain, you have to go with the, Billie Jean and Beat It and Thriller and all that.
It's just something about a band.
Yeah,
I know. Something about a group. When they were all together and had the dance stuff all like they liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but anyway, it's I like that song. I like that. No,
Smooth. I'll always like Smooth Criminal. All those, some of the Blood on the Dance Floor I always liked, but it didn't get a lot of. It didn't get the hype. Michael was going through some legal problems by the time that came out.
Sure, that'll hurt
exactly
you.
Skyrocketed.
That'll hurt you. Did you
show up to court in your pajamas? People won't buy you songs.
No. You stand in the car, cause a lot of trouble. But
sure.
Did you did you consider that "Remember the Time" is often overlooked?
Oh, I like it too.
Yeah.
Remember the time.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That's not bad. We all remember the Bizarro Lisa Marie Presley thing.
Oh, I know.
Wow.
I know. Well, let's see. There was
that was one of those things I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah, that was it. So we knew Elvis wasn't dead.
The whole catalog. It's a lot of stuff.
That's the day we buried Elvis, officially.
Him and his brothers. I was trying to think what couple of those songs that I really like before Thriller. I have to look.
Blame It on the Boogie.
Well, that was good. That was Off the Wall, wasn't it?
No, that's the Jacksons.
Was that prior?
That's them together.
Yeah, that was good.
That's the guys. Yeah.
Heartbreak Hotel.
They're blaming it on the Boogie.
Good.
I never really liked the song "Off the Wall," which bothers Sherry. She loves that song.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I didn't.
I'm gonna have to look at the list now.
Right.
I can't think of them offhand. But
yeah.
If I saw them, I'd know.
One of the biggest disagreements musically Sherry and I had is I didn't think "Rock with You" was a really good dance song, and she not only
It's
said
a
I was
groove. It's a groove.
She not only disagreed, she proved to me that I was wrong.
By
she queued it up and
danced to it.
By the time she was done, I said, "I stand corrected." I guess it is. So
Yep, that's it.
Yep, and
that's it.
I'll stand corrected on that one, sweetheart. All right, so the NFL playoffs are set. Bubba, nothing you to be concerned about. The Vikings were never in it.
Yeah, well, I can enjoy them because I don't have to worry about that. The Rams with a big win last night, 34-11. It wasn't that close. The Cardinals had a great year. They kind of fell apart at the end of the season, and they carried that right into the playoffs.
The Cardinals are one of those teams they bring no excitement to me. I'm not talking about the people they've had. Yeah. If the Cardinals are on my whole life, I've thought, Cardinals.
You remember when Jim Hart was their quarterback?
Of course.
Number 17?
Of course. Yeah.
And Jackie, their big tight end was named Jackie something.
Don't remember him, but yeah. I remember just the Cardinals. I don't know the white helmet with the bird. I
do think they need to make the bird look meaner.
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Didn't Louisville make theirs meaner?
Yeah, they got a pretty mean bird.
I think they ought to update that, make it.
Yeah.
Do a mod cardinal computer, mean one with teeth or growling or something. I don't know if cardinals growl, but in this case,
I don't think they do. I've never seen one growl. But
who do you think originally thought, hey, that's a good mascot for a football team, a redbird?
I don't.
Redbirds don't strike fear in anybody's heart unless you're a gourd farmer.
Yeah, normally, if you're gonna go bird, you go birds of prey.
Yeah,
not
birds of hey, I saw one, so it's spring.
Yeah. You give me an oriole, a redbird, or a blue jay. Blue jays can be mean, but stealing nest of other birds is about all they can bring to the table. I mean,
pooping on statues.
Right. No humans are afraid of them.
No.
What if there was a crow mascot? Would that be better?
Not really.
No.
Now
Arizona crows.
Now you're just annoying.
Yeah. Okay. Just noisy.
Now you're just an annoying.
Well, aren't they annoying?
Oh,
but man, I saw one. I saw one as big as an eagle the other day. They're getting big.
They definitely need to work on that logo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I just when I see the Cardinals, I just go.
They're a much better football team, and at the end of the year they kind of played out. I don't know really why.
Yeah,
and broke that down, but I mean they were red hot, no pun intended.
Yeah.
First of the year, I mean they were leading the league record wise, but didn't have it last night. Boy, the pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah. Matthew Stafford finally got his a playoff win.
Thank you for mentioning that. I was going to mention that. I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
Because he was sentenced to NFL hell in Detroit. Didn't even get to spend Thanksgiving with his family. No hope of making the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, if you won 3 games, it was a big year in Detroit. Yeah. And I'm sorry, Lions fan.
In Detroit?
Yeah. Detroit, Rock City.
Detroit.
What am I saying? Detroit?
Yeah.
I put a lot of emphasis on the
you
D.
really
Detroit.
So he goes from Detroit, where
have you ever played your guitar in Detroit?
Where the weather's bad.
Oh, it's terrible.
And no hope of winning, getting killed. And he gets to go to L.A. where the weather is perfect. He's in the playoffs. He wins a playoff game. I'm happy for him.
The only downside, he's in California.
Yeah. It's the tax and the mask thing is going to be bad, but at least the weather's better.
Yeah. Sure.
I'm not too sure he didn't have the same mask and tax deal in Michigan.
What about when you have to miss Thanksgiving to lose?
I know.
Oh.
And every year. It's not like we're going to miss one year. We're going to miss every year and still suck,
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Each other. Yeah, everybody's yelling at each other. What?
Right. Rick, now you pointing at them, do you think they were looking at you going...
I was letting Bubba know what number Elio was.
What if one of them thought you were trying to tell him something?
Because I forgot where I was. They're looking up, going, wait, there's a signal from the stand. What does that mean? And it's just me pointing to Gooden.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, folks. At last weekend, if you go back even further than that, Speedy at one time, we've developed quite a relationship between this program and professional bull riders. Mm-hmm. And one of the promotions they thought could bring a little more hype to an event would be have members of the program ride some of the tamer bulls. So Speedy rode a bull a while back, and we documented that here, and we watched that. And then they came to the real Greg Burgess and wanted him to ride a bull. Now, I've heard some of the basic information from this past weekend. Now, I'm already going to tell you, Speedy, where Greg's going with this. He has already said to, and we'll be the judge of that.
Well, that's true. We'll have to look at it. I may be wrong.
That his bull was ranker than yours.
Y'all, he's got to do that because he didn't stay on it more than 2 seconds.
Who stayed on it the longest? Speedy stayed on the longest, but now you got to remember, after he fell off, his went to the rail and was eating popcorn for some kid.
Nah, that's not true.
Don't forget
I heard
that.
you were feeding it Mama's milk before you went.
Mama's milk slammed me, buddy.
All right, so now Speedy did it. Greg did it. It's Helms next.
Yep.
And let me say this,
and then
Speedy.
it rotates back to Speedy.
Well, don't
right?
forget Adler.
No, you.
Oh, Adler.
Don't
no,
forget
Speedy, I didn't get to go.
can't do it. I'm in management.
I didn't get to go last year and watch Speedy. How about that Shelby County Extreme Bull Challenge? Is pretty awesome.
Hey, they
Ryan and them do a great
They
job.
do. They do.
Talking, you're right there on it, and they got some. I mean, it was some serious.
I heard
action.
it was some rough bulls.
Oh,
yeah.
wow,
Yeah.
they do it. I mean, they do it right. They put on a great show, and if it keeps coming back, you need
All right,
to
look,
go.
we're looking. If you got Ustream, Adler was there. One of the first emails that I got, text I got.
I got one that he was crying. Were you crying,
about this.
That's a lie.
About this event
Just
was
because you sniffled, it's okay. Let's hear Greg's audio, Rick.
Y'all, look, okay. I didn't have my cowboy hat. I think baby girl ran off.
All
My
right,
cowboy
here was
hat.
one of the first texts I got that they couldn't find a helmet to fit Greg's
No,
head.
it wouldn't fit my head.
Look at his ear. Oh.
Them cowboys got little heads.
They're little people.
Look. He's rubbing his head, which means he's nervous. I know where you're at,
Well,
Greg.
yeah, you got to be. No, I wasn't a bit nervous.
Greg, how can you? That's the helmet you're going with?
No, that didn't work either.
I got a text from Adler right here said they.
I may have to go helmetless.
No, Greg, I wouldn't.
Greg, you're not going helmetless.
I may have to. What if they don't? These cowboys must have small heads.
I called Adler on his cell phone and said, "Do not let Greg go
I
without a
think the
helmet."
smaller ones do better.
That's true.
I
Not
would
very big
excel at this.
You would be. You would be a good bull.
I think Adler would be a good
He
bull.
would.
Yeah,
He would.
yeah, I do too.
Let me just say, tonight I'm riding Mama's Little Milkshake. Okay, that's his name. He's in this pen right here. Doesn't met him.
Yeah, we got face
I want to
to
see
face.
him. I want to
This
see him.
matchup's about like when you ever watch 8 Seconds. It's about like when Lane Frost took on Red Rock. It's about like that.
About that epic?
Me and Mama's Little Milkshake. Somebody's going down tonight. One of us. We're on a collision course.
I want to
They
see
got
it.
like a 10-gallon bucket out back and some duct tape.
That's for my helmet.
Tape it.
I was telling
Here's
him
the
I'd wear
MC,
that.
Greg. Did you meet the MC? Hey, what's your name again, man?
My name's Woody.
Woody the
Woody
MC?
does a great job,
Woody's
by
the
the way.
announcer.
All right, all
All
right.
right. This is my man here.
That's right.
You ready to go at it again?
I'm ready to give it a shot.
Now,
I got to beat Speedy. He went 4 seconds.
4.5, by the way.
Go 4
They,
seconds.
well, he heard him. He said you didn't go for it.
Nah, that's because he's a hater. His name's Woody. His name's Woody.
Okay, then.
All you got to do is just sit up, bow your chest out. Remember when your teacher told you to sit up straight in school? That's all you got to do.
Never did,
Sit
either.
up straight.
This straight's good.
Straight up.
This is bad. This is
Hey, I didn't sit up straight very long at all, by the
Stay
way.
on top of it. Yep.
That advice is good, and it
all you
sounds
gotta do.
great.
Now, Greg, you said that.
Until they bust that gate open.
And Speedy said too. First thing a lot of them said to you was, "Hey, you need spurs." Well, where would y'all have spurs?
No, we don't have spurs. It wouldn't help me a lot, but they say it's hard to squeeze with your leg.
How nervous are you in what we're watching right now?
I'm good right here.
If not, I'm going without a helmet.
Greg, you can't go without.
I was
a helmet.
going without a helmet. I
Greg.
done. Hey, I done.
Where did they find it? Where did they find? Where did they find you a helmet?
They finally stretched one out, and you can adjust them, and they adjusted it about, and it still looks ridiculous because I still like that got on my head.
Yeah, so
and like I said, I'm the only cowboy there in the ball cap, but I think we got them cowboy hats last year, and I think baby girl run off of mine.
So your dog ate your cowboy.
No, that's a
hat.
dog.
All right, is this the helmet now, Greg? They're showing you with a helmet. Does this one fit?
I just think it's not to the very end. I don't believe.
They got
no,
that
that
from the
purple one
local-
don't fit either.
They got that from the
Oh, I
local
wish you
hockey
could have been
team.
in a purple helmet. Dadgummit.
Bubba, you know how this feels. Look at him trying to find a helmet. to
No,
fit.
look,
Oh,
I mean,
I
that's
got it.
worse than any of them.
Man, I got a gourd to beat them all.
Greg,
I
why
tell
could you have
it's
not
just,
been in a purple helmet?
Greg,
Dadgummit.
Greg, let me ask you
How
this.
big is your what hat size?
About
is it?
7 3/4.
All right, we're back. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
So the playoffs for the NFL, they're set. Bubba, what's our matchups look like?
Well, next Saturday we have Cincinnati at the Tennessee Titans. That'll be the early game, 3:30 on CBS. San Francisco will go to Green Bay in the late game. That's on Fox at 7:15 p.m. And then on Sunday we have the L.A. Rams at Tampa Bay. That's the early game, 2 o'clock. NBC, and then Buffalo traveling to Kansas City at 5:30. That will be the late game on CBS. So, some really good games. You're down to the final 8.
Well, yeah. If you get to the final 8, I hope those are good games.
Yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be the best 8 teams in the league.
Well, there's some interesting matchups in this. Buffalo at Kansas City. You got Buffalo, who is just been energized by their all-world quarterback, versus Kansas City, who has their all-world quarterback. So. You'll see some of that. The Rams going to Tampa Bay. You've got, as we were just talking about, Matthew Stafford, and his change of luck this year versus the GOAT. That'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
So San Francisco, who has proven to be a tough out, going to Green Bay. That could be an interesting game. And the Bengals at the Titans. That'll be good.
So on yesterday's show, I had a stat somewhat right. But I went back and somebody mentioned it again. So I said the GOAT had been in 35 playoff games. No, he's won 35 playoff games.
Yeah.
So that didn't include the ones that he just played in, okay? And they said the nearest to him has 16, and that's Joe Montana. That's how far out ahead of number 2 he is.
Look,
35 playoff wins. Montana in second place was 16.
It's amazing.
I have not always been on the GOAT wagon.
No.
Because I was a Montana guy.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And you got to give it to the GOAT. There's just, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
But when old Montana had that ball and about 2 minutes left, you knew and he was coming down the field, the other team was in trouble.
Sure, absolutely. So it was.
And how old is the GOAT now?
Oh, the GOAT's 40, 41.
I thought he was older than that.
I may be. Am I wrong? 41, 42, somewhere in there. 44? Good gosh. The GOAT's 44.
He is 44. Incredible.
Wow, 44.
Huh?
Man, that's not that far off. I mean, I can't even.
I know. Can't even imagine.
Right. So, gosh, I hope he's vaccinated. So anyway,
do y'all watch, Rick? I know you don't watch any of the NFL, but have you come across the Mannings and their Manning cast that they do?
I'm aware of it. I know what they do, but I've never seen it.
Right. Well, they have their Manning cast, but then they have like guests that come in and spend a segment with them. Now, it's always, I get secondhand because they never really truly know how to wrap them up. It's like, why, man? See ya. And it's just that uncomfortable.
So you're saying just because you're good at football doesn't mean you know how to wrap up an interview?
Yeah, no. I mean, but it is entertaining and it's funny if you want something different. I mean, they're watching the game. Sometimes they get off, chasing rabbits and forget the game's on. But most of the time they're like,
I love the idea.
Yeah,
and I haven't seen it.
Right.
But I see the highlights every now and
right.
then because usually we're not up at that time.
Yeah.
But,
well, The Rock was one of the guests last night.
The
Rock was one of the guests last night. But and I think Adler has video of this. In the background he had the skull of a T-Rex that he called Stan, and more people have been going nuts about that than they have him actually being on the Manning cast and what they had to do with football.
So are we talking about a pretend T-Rex skull?
Well, that's the question. Is it authentic or pretend?
I don't think you could have a real one. It's probably a replica. I think we have a video with him explaining it.
Yeah.
You got a T-Rex behind you? What is that? A dinosaur?
I got a T-Rex skull. Yes, that's Stan. As a matter of fact, so Stan is the most complete T-Rex skull ever found by a paleontologist, a young paleontologist, and his name was Stan. So this T-Rex head was named after him. Pretty cool and badass, isn't it?
That is.
All right, so he says it's the real deal.
You got a T-Rex behind you? What is that? A dinosaur?
I got a T-Rex skull.
So he just said it was straight up. Does he mean a replica of the one the guy found?
I feel like that's what he said.
Because if I find the most complete T-Rex skull, I just sell it to The Rock.
I mean, that's probably going to a museum somewhere.
Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
So do you think he has a replica of that one?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah,
He's saying,
he didn't say
say
replica,
the
though.
word
He
replica, but he said, this is the guy who found it, the most complete. But he didn't say it was the one either.
Let's
hear it again.
like it
Let's
was.
hear it again. Let's hear it again.
You got a T-Rex behind you? What is that? A
I
dinosaur?
got a T-Rex skull. Yes, that's Stan. As a matter of fact, so Stan is the most complete T-Rex skull ever found by a paleontologist, a young paleontologist, and his name was Stan. So this T-Rex head was named after him.
Oh.
Sound like he's saying it's the one.
I know, but I mean that can't be though.
Yeah.
I'm doubtful of that.
I got to know how much a T-Rex skull costs.
You talking about the most complete one ever found?
Yeah, I mean I know he's in a
bet
lot
it's a
right now.
lot.
He's just in about every movie you can think of.
He is.
He had me sign some Under Armour deal. You walk in Dick's Sporting Goods, and he's got a whole section.
Didn't he say he's going to run for president too, or he's thinking about it?
Well, I don't know.
He did throw that out one time. Yeah. I think The Rock is one of those that says, like, in the entertainment business, and it's true, my window is only a certain size. Yeah. And while I'm in my window, we're going to the bank.
Yeah, he was tutored by Patti LaBelle on all that.
Yep.
Dinosaur bones, the dinosaur bones of the T-Rex were sold at an auction for $31 million. So it could have been The Rock, or you can get a replica for around 10 grand. 10 grand.
Yeah, okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Maybe 758.
I think I got you beat a little bit, even with the haircut.
Greg, well, let me ask you this.
Hair.
Let me ask you this. Was there a moment where this promotion was almost over?
No, I was going to ride without a helmet if they'd let me.
Greg, they weren't going to let you ride without a helmet.
Well, some of the Cowboys did.
Yeah, Cowboys.
Yeah,
Not promotion.
Can I tell you that helmet?
Not good inside the stand.
Mama's milk. Look how little she is.
Can I tell you?
Is that a girl?
Look, that ain't no girl. It's a bull, right? I don't know if y'all know what a bull is. Walk around the back of it and look. You'll see.
Yeah, all right.
She is. Look at her.
Here's Greg.
Greg, that helmet doesn't look all that good anyway.
I think she was.
it isn't that great.
I think he was feeding on that other bull. Did you see
I
it?
want to get one of them motorcycle helmets and wear it.
I was looking
like
for
Evil
anything.
Knievel.
I was hoping they'd come in with a football helmet and we have it on.
You know what? So that's the one right there.
The spotted one.
The spotted one? The little one?
Dalmatian
Yeah,
Dan?
it's definitely little compared to them other. Listen, when I first got there, he said, "You want to see your bull?" I said, "Yeah." He pointed this huge one. I said, "You got to be kidding." He goes, "Yeah, I'm just messing with you."
Hey, some of them are a lot as long as a bus.
I will say this, but that just on first vision, it does look like a meaner bull than when you rode.
Yeah, well, I know he's your brother.
No,
Rick, but I mean,
when they opened the Speedy's gate, remember they had to poke kids to make it run out.
Yeah,
remember?
Why, when they're spotted, do they look meaner?
Look, Speedy beat my time. I can live with that.
Sure.
but
double
but
jump,
y'all don't understand. The
How
bull,
will Helms do next year, y'all think?
Well, we're gonna put him on one of them show enough good at it.
We're
gonna put him on
tell you
Swamp
this.
Monkey. Listen, Rick, they had a bull called Swamp Monkey, and the winner got to ride Swamp Monkey for $1,000 bounty, but old Swamp Monkey had none of that.
Really, a swamp monkey?
Swamp
Is
Monkey.
he just?
He ended that early.
Hams, would you do it?
I will do it, but I guarantee I'll get paid more than y'all did. That'll be the only reason.
What about Swamp Donkey? How'd he do?
He did good.
Yeah. All right, so Greg, what's happening right now? We're looking at.
We're still trying to find me a helmet at this point.
That's what those helmets look like.
and it's getting closer and closer.
I see. Right now, I feel like I still got a good hour, so I'm not that worried
I want
about
to
it.
take this minute to thank my sponsors.
Yeah, I had to thank my
The Sarah
sponsors.
Nissan. We need to thank them. And I tell you what, America's first federal credit union. You talk about free checking? They ain't kidding. It's really free checking. Painting company. All your painting needs. That's gregspainter.com.
So you got to run your sponsors, man. You got to run your sponsors.
Here comes another
Have
helmet.
have they let you sit on it yet?
No.
All right, here comes the helmet. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the helmet.
Is this one that fits me? I don't know. It may
All right,
be.
here's another helmet.
We got a winner.
All right, so you're going to wear that.
You look good in it.
I know it. I look sharp, don't I?
Greg, so that's what you're going with.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
there you
supposed
go.
to help you. Look at that big nog.
All right, when we come back.
I didn't know you played goalie for anybody.
Those are designed to help your face, but they don't.
No,
they don't
I
really
think
help
it's
your
gonna get
head.
stomped.
Yeah.
We tell you that flak jacket helped me.
Yeah.
When we come back, Greg gets on the bull, and we'll have to. We'll have to address. He definitely doesn't stay on as long as Speedy,
No.
but does he take on a tougher bull?
No, he looks like he's riding baby girl.
Well, those of you that were there and saw both, you chime in too.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show reviewing the past weekend. Biggest Rick and Bubba story: the real Greg Burgess rides a bull. Speedy had also done this, and we're kind of comparing the two. There's a little bit of a
discussion over the rankness of the bulls. Greg claiming his was a tougher bull.
Greg,
even though yours,
I lost. I acknowledge I lost, but now when they had to wake Speedies up and make it stand up before they opened the gate,
right.
I think mine at least was a little more lively.
Right, but now I will tell you this. I mean, even though yours was definitely smaller, not as ranked, just the fact that you were brave enough to do it, I applaud you.
Sure, I mean it's an accomplishment.
Size-wise,
I know. How about when you sit in that cage and that gate opens up and it's real? And all the talking and the funny stuff's over.
Oh yeah,
you're in survival mode.
Oh yeah, it's definitely smaller than the ones they ride. Yeah.
Yo, I can't. Yeah, look,
those guys are.
Granted, y'all rode bulls on the way to the slaughterhouse, but that's
right.
Rick, I watched one of the cowboys get stomped in the neck, and they had to stitch him up. I mean, these guys.
I did leave there with I didn't know a whole lot about rodeos.
Wow.
I had been to a couple, but just getting in kind of behind stage and kind of seeing how it all worked and how tough those. I had a newfound respect.
I watched the whole event from in the chutes, and it's unbelievable.
That's real men, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's real.
How about
men.
this? Yeah. All that's fine and good, but you got to understand. I've got a chance to watch my little brother be thrown off a bull, and I have got to see it.
All right, so here we go. Are y'all ready?
All right, here we go. So what happens here?
All right, Greg is walking. He's on the stage behind it. Now he's about to step down into the cage and sit on top of the bull.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back from the break. Now, if you want to go ahead and think, hey, I'd like to have my meal planning done for the week, don't you hate that feeling when you're sitting there and you're headed home from work or whatever, and you start contacting each other, or maybe you're the one coming home from work, and you get the, hey, on the way home, go grocery store and find something for dinner. What are we doing for dinner? I really don't. What do you think about if we got the, well, with HelloFresh.com/Bubba, all that anxiety is over and dread, because you're going to go there and you're going to pick the meals that you want for the week, and they have over 50 menu items and market options every week. And you'll pick those meals out based on what you want to do. Just want some delicious meals, they got them. Try and do a little better, and you got certain calories you want to stay in, got that. Want to make some healthier choices, they got that. Whatever the case may be, even for you vegetarians out there, they've got stuff for you. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If you use our URL, I want you to enter the code Bubba as well, and then that code is going to get you 16 meals for free, plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, but use the code Bubba. We'll also get you a link at rickandbubba.com. Well, that's a great way to get started with 16 free meals and 3 gifts. Some great ones you might want to look at. They've got a spicy Peruvian chicken and loaded rice that is fantastic. Cantina shrimp fajitas, love it. If you want something on the go and you're trying to do a little better, cucumber salad stuffed pita pockets are great. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the code Bubba, or just go to rickandbubba.com and use our link there, and you'll find everything you need as well. All right, so, Bubba, we have old business to deal with from yesterday. We interviewed Bruce Pearl on the Newsmaker Hotline here on the program yesterday, and there's an update on that.
Yeah, the Auburn basketball team, trying to get their first #1 ranking in school history, came up a little short yesterday. They're #2. Now, they lost out to Gonzaga. Rick, here is the point count from the AP voters: 1,486 for Gonzaga. Auburn had 1,482, so only four points separated them. And Rick, the difference in that, even though Auburn actually had more first-place votes than Gonzaga did, 36-25, it's a combination of how everybody ranks everybody.
Yeah.
And Jesse Newell of the Kansas City Star had Auburn ranked at number 9, and that proved to be the difference. Number 9.
And where is he from?
Kansas City. Now, he defended his vote with some of the metrics and algorithms that he likes to look at.
Sure.
But he looked over a couple of the more obvious ones like Quadrant 1 and Quadrant 2 games, which Auburn has an 8-1 record, Gonzaga 5-2. And they also have a common opponent that Gonzaga lost to and Auburn beat. So looked over those for some of the more in-depth computer algorithms that he said justified his vote. So,
and the fact that he graduated from the University of Alabama.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I have no idea.
But again, it was, it's an honor to be number one. It's an honor to be number two. And really, none of this matters till the end of the season. So, but there you go.
Well, I did get a call from Dickie yesterday.
That was the end of the story, how it came out yesterday.
That is crazy, though. They get 36 votes.
Yeah,
and then
to 25.
To 25 and still number 2.
And they have a busy week. They have Kentucky coming to town. So a win there might help sway some of the voters. We'll see. That won't be an easy win by any stretch.
No.
Georgia during the week, too. So SEC conference play is kind of tough. Georgia's having a tough year, but Kentucky is always Kentucky.
Right, and from what the coach said yesterday, Georgia's dangerous too. Even it doesn't really matter where they are in the conference; they're a dangerous team. They're all dangerous. How about that?
Yeah.
You don't come to play; it can be problematic.
You got to go out every night, play defense, make shots, make your free throws to win. Mm-hmm. If you're off, you're in trouble.
I had something happen. Speaking of basketball at church on Sunday, is I never really have anybody ask me. They don't phrase the question this way when it comes to football. And this was how the question was phrased to me. Hey, Rick, do you know anything about basketball? And I thought, well, my goodness, what kind of...
I played a little ball.
Well, you mean I don't know anything about basketball. It's almost like that wasn't a given. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I was like, well, I said, you talking about all county junior high? and so he and what it was one of those moments. And I told Bubba who it was because it's one of our mutual friends, where you can't think of a person's name and it's driving you insane.
Yes.
Okay. And
I hate that.
Yeah, and he was
or to walk into a room and can't remember what it is.
And he and his wife couldn't think of this name, and they'd made a rule. Do y'all do this? They could not Google it. They were like, by golly, we're going to remember this name because we know this name.
No, Rick, I try to find the name. I do too. I just go and try to find it.
And so, have you ever been posed a question and you're like, well, I absolutely know that answer, and then you go to retrieve it and you don't have it either.
No, it's awful.
And so that's what happened. So I know y'all gonna start shouting at the radio because it was so obvious. So anyway, after I'm done laying out my illustrious junior high career, and I said, you're talking about averaging 14 points a game and 10 rebounds. But anyway, so anyway,
and that was fouling out at halftime,
right? And I wouldn't even play the second half. But anyway, so that was my longest shot from about 8 feet. Yes, but anyway, so we're.
My shorty shot was about 30.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I tend to run around there. I run around that paint in there. How many putback-ins do you think I have? And then every now and then I'd launch out there from the coffin corner and get in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah.
And I'd shoot a rainbow too.
Well,
I'd shoot a rainbow too.
That's not you.
Back in those days,
I wouldn't follow it. I'm already going down the court.
Holding your hand where you let it go.
What are you doing out there, you idiot? Get back inside, Bruiser.
Follow your shot.
You know, back in the day, because when we played, there wasn't a 3-point line. So, that really wasn't a good shot. But, the risk reward now is pretty high for that.
I played on a junior high basketball team that would do. You talk about just the starting five all from the football team. And it was
we're talked into play.
Oh yeah, our point. One of our point guards was the fullback.
So you must have been like one year behind me on all that because I played against Quick and all those.
Yeah, I was. I graduated 1 year behind you. So anyway, because of one day, by the way, instead of me being born on October 2nd, I was born on October 3rd, and that put me in a whole different class.
Isn't that crazy?
But anyway, so they looked at me and they said, the probably most famous player for the Indiana Pacers, bald guy, shot threes, and I said, yeah. And I just sit there, and they're like, come on, man. And I'm like, yeah, that's and they did a documentary on him about everybody hating him. Yeah, that's him, yeah. So you tell us his name.
And I go to my phone. He goes, no, you can't Google it. And I'm like, so, and I said, well, yeah. I mean, that's not even an obscure person.
What is this? Some kind of Alzheimer challenge?
Yeah, it really was. Mm-hmm. It was an early onslaught challenge. And he goes, and he just stares at me. He goes, do you not have it? And I said, yeah, of course I do.
Well, he didn't have it either.
Everybody. Well, he was like, I thought you said you had it. And I said, well, I thought I did. and I walked by, and I hate to do this, and I went over to a person.
You didn't ask for help.
Who's probably, 20-something years younger. And I just looked at him and I said, bald guy, Indiana Pacers, shot threes. He said, Reggie Miller. And I just went, and he said it so fast.
Yeah. Mighty.
You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, I don't know why I didn't know that. I couldn't say it. And I look over.
You remember, he was really skinny, too.
Oh, yeah. He talked trash, too.
And I look over,
he was a talker.
And I look over across the room.
Like him.
I went across the room. I said, Reggie Miller. He goes, and I never did tell him I had to go to a younger person who really shouldn't know that as well as I know it,
right?
Based on the era that Reggie Miller played.
Mm-hmm.
You know it. So, but that first start, you know anything about basketball? No one's ever said that to me about football or bar fighting.
Yeah,
you know it. I mean,
do you think there's just so much over the years that we've have in our brain? We just start dumping things that we don't really need.
Yeah, for some reason I came to the conclusion I didn't need Reggie Miller.
Yeah,
and I don't know why I would have. I might have been a good call by my brain.
Yeah, he got put out in the storage shed, didn't he?
Yeah, let me go to the trash can and get that.
Yeah, based on I really probably should have gotten rid of Reggie Miller and picked up remembering to stop at the grocery store on the way home.
Right.
Oh, right. That one.
That's a bad move there.
Yeah. Trash bags, Rick. Simple. You're the one said we need to grab something. You walked around in there and came out and didn't get them. That's the whole reason you were in there. You got your peanut butter pretzels, but you didn't get your trash. That's why you were in there. The peanut butter pretzels were a pickup. That was I need some of those. All right, we'll be right back. 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, take us from here, bud.
All right.
Well, now this is where your heart gets pumping. You get a little nervous.
Greg, I can't believe you're doing that.
I can't eat it, buddy.
There's Woody. He's been.
There's Woody.
By the way, Woody's on hold too.
Oh boy. And Woody, I think Woody rags me about not getting you time. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember how I got out of the ring, and I was a little addled.
I want to talk about that in a minute. Greg says he doesn't even remember how he got out of the ring.
It knocked the air completely out of him.
That concussion he had.
Yep. And Greg is currently hurt right now, and we'll have to see who won that bet too.
I went with bruised ribs. I feel pretty good about my.
That's the bull there.
Look. Did you hear him? He told me to ride that. If she gets too rough, I just stand up. She'll run out from under me.
That's good, by the way. Does he ride that animal? I'm going to kill Greg soon. There's Milkshake's, Mama's Milkshake's eyes.
Hey, old Mama's Milkshake.
Greg, buddy, I'm proud of you, dude. This is awful.
Oh, I got respect for him.
Now.
Greg, you're real nervous. I know that face.
Yes! And
I'm nervous.
Look, you having a one-on-one time with him?
This is before. Now, then they do the introduction, then I climb up on there, and it's time to go. I'm the first one to go.
What do you think?
And you're thinking if I go home in a full body cast, will Lisa still gripe at me all the
time?
I
brought my nephew, Jamie Davis. Rick, you remember Jamie when he was a kid. He was going to drive me home if I was too busted up.
So a ring of fire? You're riding in fire?
Yeah, that was Speedy's ring of fire that didn't light. Remember that?
Yeah, last year. So now when the lights are down, you know it's about game time.
Oh, it's horrible.
And then you got the spotlight just starts going.
Look, and here they introduce, and they hear all these real Cowboys introduce my goofy butt.
I know. We ain't got any chaps or spurs
Nothing.
on. Just a vest and
I had a ball cap on.
So you're telling me those guys are introducing, one of them is going to get his neck cut open by a bull and he don't even know it yet?
Yeah, and
look at Greg. Look at Greg.
Greg Burgess.
Okay.
Packed house, too.
Oh, yeah, it was a great event.
Rick, why don't you have a cowboy hat on?
I know, Rick. I had one. I can't find it.
Now, this was a 2-night event, right?
Yeah, this was the second night, and I don't, but they do it. It's really good. It was awesome. Ryan and them do a great job.
How about when you're riding a live animal? You have no clutch, no steering wheel.
Oh, I mean,
look how close everybody is to the action.
All right, Greg, I know they're trying to honor America. Can you even?
No, I didn't. They're praying, and when I did get it, I paid attention to the praying part.
Well, I bet you did.
I went ahead threw a few out there.
Greg, I've seen you pray a lot of times. That's the most intense I've ever seen you in a prayer.
That'll get you.
You actually closed your eyes.
Yeah, this time you closed your eyes and weren't looking at where the food was.
And I'm not drinking coffee during it.
Right.
So, Here we go. Look at Adler.
Adler, that is a great shot right there. Greg is praying, please, Lord, don't let me get anything broken, a compound fracture, Lord. I know I'm going to be hurt somewhat.
Yeah, I just
Please,
didn't want nothing snapping.
Yeah, just don't nothing snapping. I don't want to be
No
stomped by the
twigs.
bull.
No twigs
Lord,
snapping.
please make sure the promotional person has my check.
What are you looking at, Greg?
What are you looking at?
I don't know. I was going to sing the national anthem, but I was too nervous.
Greg, real nervous.
Greg, because you're on
Greg,
first.
look at him. He is so nervous.
Wait, now,
Yeah,
when I
you
climb
are.
up on the
Look,
when I
you
climb
are.
up on
Look
the
at him
chute,
twitching.
Well, it's the uncertainty.
And
in it,
here
Greg.
we go. They're putting the helmet on him. We got Ustream. You can watch this.
Going in to be
Greg, Greg, you look like a cowboy, Greg.
boy.
Oh, I know where you're at.
Here we go.
Oh, he's climbing on in the cave.
Terrible feeling right
I
here.
can't believe you didn't go to support little brother.
No, but I couldn't watch this.
Now you got cowboys leaning over.
These guys, and they're telling me, stay on your rope, stay on your rope. That sounds good. It sounds good early. And I went with the real wrap on the hand, not the butterfly, by the way. I was trying to, it did me no good, but I was trying to hang on.
Greg, they're all hollering stuff at you right now.
I wish I'd used my right hand instead of my left.
Yes.
What is the worst case that you go off on the side of the hand tied on, and then you're hung
can't
in?
get
Yeah,
out.
yeah. It's called,
Face.
it's called
Face.
the death grip.
miss face.
You got cowboys leaning in on you.
Have you got a mouthpiece?
No, I should have.
Oh, Greg, that was stupid.
Wow.
Here he goes.
Come on, Greg. Come on, Greg.
Oh, no, he's bucking in.
They're all that advice. Oh, that went right out the window.
Can you hold with two hands?
I don't know. I maybe I'd have had a better
Look,
chance. Look, knocked the wind out of it. Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Can't breathe.
Can't breathe. Don't remember nothing. Can't remember anything. Can't breathe.
Wait a minute.
Cannot breathe.
All right, hold on. We got another view here, Rick.
Oh, my gosh. Greg,
Can't breathe.
it's almost Kyle Maynard.
It hopped twice before you fell off.
Greg, oh, good slow motion. Look, right here, you look
One,
pretty good, and then it's over. Bam.
Three. Oh, Greg, do you realize how close that back hoof came to stomping on you?
Yeah, I bet
Did you see
I
that?
couldn't keep my weight up.
Greg can't breathe.
Speedy, pull it back in slow motion. Look at that. Look at his back left hoof. How close it got to stepping on Greg.
And they're all laughing at me.
Oh, Greg, I love you.
It's funny.
Is this the slow-mo one?
Adler, listen. Some of you, you're back headed to school, back headed to work because you had the holiday off yesterday. So welcome back. But the lines are now open at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'd love for you to join us. And every single line is available. 10 big lines here at the No Name Studio, and they are available for you. So if you got a comment, you got a question, you want to bring something to the table, then just fire up and come on in. Diddy-dee-doom, doom, doom, doom. Meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs will be done away with as the buzzer will grab you there. But anything else that you want to talk about, this is your moment at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And as you are dialing up and getting in, and if you dial now, you will, let me point you to a couple of items. First of all, tomorrow, those of you that have been waiting on herd immunity to go to all the streaming sites, tomorrow that happens. If you want to go ahead and pre-save it, pre-order it, or what's the other one? Pre-something else. You can add it. That's it. Pre-add it. You can do that, and then tomorrow when it's released, you'll already have it. But if not, you can wait and do that tomorrow. So that's going to happen. Herd immunity available on all the streaming sites tomorrow. You can be set up and ready to go now. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. If you're looking for places where members of the show will be, or any of the guys from themanchurch.com, Monday the 24th, I'll be doing the chapel service at Truett McConnell University in Cleveland, Georgia. But the day before that, on the 23rd, oh my goodness, we are sending out guys. We're going to cover a whole region, Bubba, of the listening audience. So January the 23rd, here's all the different man churches. First Baptist Church, Troy, Rich Wingo, all on the same day. Landmark Church in Montgomery, Mark Garnett doing a man church. And then Bay Springs Baptist Church in Dothan, Alabama,
you'll find Andy Blanks there on the 23rd. So all that's coming up pretty quick. So you can find all that at themanchurch.com. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's get started. And we will start with Chris, speaking to Dothan, and he's listening to us on News Talk 103.9. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, so Rick, the other day you were complaining about this automatic light switch and, you know, how it comes on and off, and you wanted to be able to turn it on and turn it off. And all I could think about was your dad and all the grief that you were giving him about, Dad, it's still Channel 4.
I know.
Still Channel 4.
I know. We're turning into them. You know, we really are.
You're turning into your parents.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm a walking, talking progressive insurance commercial. Yeah, I mean,
Have a great one.
You too,
You know,
man. No
and
doubt
there's
about
so
that.
many of those that are good.
Oh yeah.
The ball game one we all love,
yeah.
where they're going. But one of the funniest parts of that is where he says, "All right, no more talking about parking." And that one guy is staring, and he's trying not to say. He goes, compact spots. Right? I mean, he just cannot help but say it. God, it's so funny.
And the one that hits so home for me, let's not talk about leaving before the game even starts.
Yeah, I know.
I do that every single time.
Yes.
I've already mapped out my departure. Let's go to Caleb in Jasper. Caleb, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Monkey grass and green acres.
Thanks for the call, bud.
Hey, you know, I was watching the show the other day. I saw y'all sucking down them ribeyes that guy cooked, but I had to get off. You know, I was working, supporting the family, putting food on the table myself.
Yeah.
I saw y'all sucking them steaks down, and I never heard what y'all thought about them. I want to see what y'all thought about them.
We liked them.
Yeah,
we liked them a lot.
Yeah, they weren't ribeyes, but they were fillets, and then there was some top sirloin in there. But those fillets were fantastic.
Matter of fact, we're gonna warm some up here.
It was like a throwback to when I was a kid, Caleb, because my dad soaked his steaks in Dale sauce every single time. So I grew up on Dale's, and to have that flavor again was fantastic. Yeah, so yeah, man. Let's go to Carolyn in Anniston, Alabama. 30 seconds, Carolyn. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Bubba, you actually know my uncle, Phil Schneider. I had to throw his name in there.
Yeah, I saw Phil yesterday, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he is my mom's younger brother. But I just wanted to call in. I love listening to y'all every morning. I've been listening to y'all since I was about 4 or 5 years old, and I've been stuck with my dad on the way to school. And I'm 30 now.
Wow.
So that makes y'all feel really old.
Thanks for that. Thank you for that.
You know,
that's a good daddy, though. That's
I
a good daddy.
appreciate when people say that, because I remember riding in the car with my dad listening to the radio, and I remember the people we used to listen to, and it's kind of burned in your memory, you know.
Well, when you think about a daddy that's got his little daughter sitting there listening to Rick and Bubba, that'd bring a tear to a glass eye.
You know, my dad
Raised
had
right.
do you remember a Maverick? Do you remember that
Oh, of
car
course.
called a Maverick?
Yeah.
Now, my dad had it with no power steering.
You can't have it.
No power windows.
No.
But, Rick, no power steering. Do you know how hard it is
I know.
to
What
turn
about
a
no
car?
air conditioning? My granddaddy wouldn't have air conditioning.
No, that ruined the car.
His
Put
quote
that
was he
on
wanted
it.
a big, heavy car. Do you remember that? It had to be heavy.
And we had an AM radio in there.
I bet that car could have run into a building, and he just backed it out and kept going.
Incredible.
Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
We're good. Hope you're okay, man.
I'm good. I'm just on my way back to work again after a 7-day quarantine. Thanks to you know what. And all I want to do is just thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for getting me through this, and in the many names of Jesus. And in the many names of Jesus, you've heard of Jehovah Rophe, the healer, and I think that one applies especially well here. Anyway.
Amen.
Thank you, man. Glad you're feeling better. That's awesome. Let's go to Wayne in Andalusia, 107.7. Wayne, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, I heard yesterday where the president supposedly said that
Well, you sound like the president.
I heard yesterday where
was that what he said?
Sorry, I thought that was the president for just a minute. What a pause.
Try it again.
I'm sorry. Oh, we lost. Randy in Clanton.
How do you hang up?
Randy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I want to thank y'all
for having this show, and may God keep blessing y'all with more days and your families.
Hey, thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, do you think we'll get the call back to say try it again?
Yes, I hope he does.
What do you think right here? Like, look, do you think that's going to be our guy?
You know, Rick, I'd need binoculars to see that screen over there, so I have no idea.
Yeah, well, you're going to get it pretty quick.
Say Danny?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, right. So here we go. Danny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas. Dingo. Hey, I had a question. If the Rick and Bubba studio got into an all-out fight, who's going to be the last man standing?
No, me, of course. I mean, that's not even. I mean,
clearly me.
My money's on Greg.
Greg? I could whip Greg and never even stop eating my sandwich. I mean, I've whipped Greg so many times. I mean, that wouldn't be. I mean, I don't even know that it would even stress my day.
I think you would get 6 different answers to that question.
Well, if they're all the men that I love them for being, that would be 6 different answers.
Right.
Everybody in here would say it'd be me, and that's the attitude we are to have. You know, let's stay delusional until the Lord comes on, different, or He comes back.
Right.
Now I tell you, Bubba heard me talking the other day. I said, I mean, I'm glad, I'm thankful for this, and I hope I never get in that situation. I don't know, man. It's been so long since I've been in a rumble. I don't know how I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I'd hate to have to rumble today.
Yeah. But what's that Toby Keith said?
I ain't as good as I used to be.
But I still got one in me. I think I could have one moment of glory.
Isn't that the video where they're carrying him out on the stretcher?
I got one left. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm gonna do it again.
Great.
I would do it again.
You know what? Let it go. Let's watch all angles again. Let's watch.
Well, now here we go.
Wait, you have to bear with us on the radio. Greg is in the chute.
There he goes. Look, right
and
now.
he's out.
Look,
One,
right.
Two. See, right there when I started sliding. I didn't have my legs gripped on him.
All right, Greg. Now, right now, you don't remember any of this.
No, I had to, the wind's not there. You're trying to catch your breath.
Is there a worse feeling than that?
Oh, it's like when I was in Little League in football and I got the wind knocked out.
All right, let's watch this right here. Here comes
breathe.
out of the gate from a different angle. And look right there. Now, bam, bam, and bam. Oh, my gosh.
Greg.
Mama's little milkshake was kicking.
Hey, Greg, when you went down, were the guys
watch right here.
telling you to get up, get up, get up?
I don't know. I don't know what.
Watch right here. Watch right there.
Oh, yeah, went to air.
The left back leg.
It hit the ground about the same time you did.
Look right here. Greg, you still have all your breath.
Look at my man there. Thank you.
Yeah. Man, I knocked the air out of him. I couldn't stay up. He broke, man. He broke.
Anybody you want
I
to
couldn't
thank?
keep going. Well, I got to thank my sponsors, Sarah Nissan, America's First, Federal Credit Union, the painting company, that's gregspainter.com. Without all y'all, I know I couldn't have done this. I didn't do very good. Speedy beat me. That's fine.
Oh, that's got to hurt.
I think my bull was meaner, but we're not going to go
I think so too, Greg.
But hey, not bad for the first time. I loved it. I want to do it again, buddy.
We're glad you're okay, buddy.
I want to do it again.
Glad you survived.
When you climb down that chute and he starts rearing up, woo.
Now, Greg, you said you don't remember how you got out of the arena.
No. I was getting up, getting out of there. I got the air. You know when the air's knocked over and you're trying to go and all that?
Yeah.
I need somebody to blow in my face so I quit crying.
Yeah. And so you don't remember getting up off the dirt and getting up.
I remember the ground was hard because I think I went the wrong way. I went in like to shoot where the bull was coming.
Oh, my God.
And I know Sam Foster had some footage that he took, and the bull wasn't. They tried to get him to go up, and he wouldn't go up. They run him around. He was trying to act a little
right.
But yeah, compared to what them guys ride, it's a joke. But for somebody like me and Speedy, the two we were on, my goodness.
Do you think, because it looked like to me, do you think when they're giving you all that advice, they're laughing amongst themselves? Because there's no way they can train you to be a bull rider in that amount of time.
No, I think
do you think they're doing it for laughing? Now, do this, do that.
Here's what I want to do. I want me and Speedy to go and train with Ryan a little bit.
Yeah.
And get some pointers.
That would
and
be
then
fun.
do it again.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, because I think, Rick, what they're trying to give you enough information to survive.
But do you think
that sounds funny, Speedy saying that with a boot on?
It does.
Where he's got a broken ankle.
Do you think, though, they're kind of messing with each other? Hey,
Probably.
Grip your legs.
Yeah. I think if we weren't looking, they'd slap each other in the chest. Go look at it.
All right, your phone calls.
of recap Bubba and Adler's adventure up to we talked to the president, if that all works out the way it should.
Yes.
Now, this is sound check here.
Yeah, this is about 11 o'clock
we're,
or something.
We're watching, and Bubba's on the stage, and this is where they're just telling you kind of how it's going to go.
And I look like I'm about 9 months pregnant right there.
By the way, a lot of people congratulating you on your twins, but
but that probably wasn't the best look for me.
Right. Well, it's so they're you're in the VBC.
Yeah, this is Kristen Davis. She's kind of running everything and setting it up right there, and very efficient young lady.
Yeah.
And those are the two young ladies that did the Pledge of Allegiance, and their mom, and they're all getting some pictures.
Sound check.
Check. Hello. How about it, Hudson? 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty.
Been good. And that's Luther Strange there. That
boy, the range that microphone had to be in.
You come right up to his shoulders.
There,
look at you.
There's Bubba with Lucius. And this guy brought it.
Yeah, Bob Smith.
Play ball.
I am officially on my way to photograph the President of the United States. I'm so sweaty right now. I'm so unbelievably sweaty. I just changed into my suit in that pizza shop over there. I'm kind of going for the Donald Trump Jr. look. Maybe Trump will adopt me. So sweaty right now.
Looking good. And there's Bubba in the uniform.
Hey, y'all doing? Hey, just fine. Good to see you. Good to meet you.
You didn't quite have the extender you were looking for, did you?
No, it worked out, luckily. But, I was worried it might, when I get to jumping around chanting, it'll fly off of there.
Right. Yeah.
They made you go up steps. They didn't have an elevator for you?
No, it's just, this was kind of for everybody coming in. We were just kind of sitting watching everything.
Got it.
Here's
behind. I see flags and a.
This is when we're.
What's POTUS?
Caitlin doesn't know what POTUS means.
Okay, so we're here to meet the
Donald Trump?
President of the United States.
There we go.
No, you're really.
That's what she said. It's time to go.
So
time to go.
So you're about to go on. This is the pregame thing where you're going to work it by into a frenzy. Is this where?
Do they know what's coming?
Well, they said, "Hey, you got it. Do what you want to do." I said, "Okay,
do what you want to do."
Yeah.
But boy, if only they knew what they were saying. If only they knew. You don't tell one of us go do what you want to do. You better tell us what our restraints are. We may disregard them, but at least tell us.
It was just a very electric atmosphere. It looked good.
Well, it's Trump Fest.
I'm Bill Bubba from this nationally syndicated Rick and Bubba show.
A lot of love in Huntsville.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Coming to you from the Rick and Bubba No Name Studio. Speedy Adler here with us. Greg and Helms will be back beginning tomorrow. Greg back on Wednesday, Lord willing, and Helmsy on Thursday. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for spending a few hours with us each and every day.
Herd Immunity comes to all streaming sources tomorrow.
Herd Immunity.
Pre-add it, pre-save it, or pre-order it, and be ready to go tomorrow. It'll already be there, and that's our brand new CD for those of you that are streaming only, and you haven't heard it yet. It will be available to you tomorrow. Bubba, we start this hour because, look.
How about some good news,
How about
Rick?
some good news?
How about some good news?
COVID update. How about some good news, Speedy? You all right with that?
I'm good.
Adler, you want some good news?
I'll take it.
Bubba, give us our COVID update.
Rick, COVID infections are down nationwide in the 7-day running average 47%.
There we go.
47%.
47% down.
The COVID spike with Omicron
I keep thinking that there's going to be a new term.
But it's not Arbitron. That's a rating service.
I'm a Tron.
Yeah, let me put a T in there.
I am Armatron.
The spike ends up being very close to what we saw in South Africa, as predicted. It did peak out. It looks like around the 15th. So down 47%, deaths down 38%. Which is all very good news. Other COVID news, Stephen A. Smith from ESPN says that he almost died over New Year's, said he was seriously ill and in the hospital with COVID. If he had not been vaccinated, he said doctors said he would not have made it. That story's out today. We have an MIT-educated doctor who is treating COVID patients with ivermectin and some hydroxychloroquine. Been a while since we said that.
Good job.
She's had her license suspended and must undergo psychiatric evaluation for spreading misinformation.
Oh, my God.
A psychiatric evaluation for ivermectin?
I know.
Come on,
Ivermectin, ivermectin.
I know someone
Here we go.
who had COVID.
Watch out. They're going to come drag them off and put them in jail and reprogram them.
Was treated with it, said their symptoms were 3 days, and then they felt much better.
Well, here's the thing that this is where all this gets.
And we don't know if it would have happened anyway. But
that was what I was about to say. Here's what we have to understand, guys. None of us know what we're talking about, and that includes me. We don't know what we're talking about. But
at least we're smart enough to say that.
We haven't got enough information yet. So somebody goes, I tell you what, Stephen A. Smith, if he hadn't had that vaccine, he'd have died. We don't know that.
Well, it's an anecdotal study. You don't have. You can't go back and not give him the vaccine and see if he lived or not.
Now, if you want to say, look, and look, if it was a treatment that the doctors think, I think fine, great. But I mean, like Greg was talking about, I can't think of this artist's name. It's some
Prince.
It's some pop artist.
Okay. Michael Jackson.
Because it's all like Billie Eilish. Is that the name? How you say it? Eyelash. Billie Eilish.
I know who you're talking about.
Speaking of that, Adler just hit himself in the eye.
By the way,
with his headphones.
I didn't know, and I know the engineers are in COVID protocol too, but I didn't know that Adler still didn't have his headphones right. I thought he was hearing like we do now.
Okay, Eilish. Billie Eilish.
Okay. So
and it's a female,
and she's like, what is she? 22, 23, somewhere in there?
She's pretty young.
Yeah. So Greg saw this, so his presentation was even better. And he said, I'm watching something has this artist on it. She goes, yeah, I did go ahead and I did catch COVID, even though I'm fully vaccinated, boosted, and have a star on my nose. But I just threw that in. And she says, and you know what? All I could think about, if it wasn't for that wonderful, wonderful, wonderful vaccine, I would have died. You're 23, 21, 20.
She's 20. Sorry, she's 20.
Listen,
I forget I have a microphone now.
Talk.
Yeah, she's 20 years old.
You can talk. Yeah, you guys just turn it on.
Yeah. For a minute, I got bad news for you. What you said in sign language right there is inappropriate. But let me say this. So here's a 20-year-old female, 20, perfectly healthy for all we know, and she tells everybody. Think about how many followers she's got. If it wasn't for that wonderful, 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 wonderful vaccine, that precious golden vaccine, I would have died at 20. Yeah. And also don't forget the strands we had. Now in this case, which I think, Bubba, Stephen A. Smith, and just in my anecdotal, which we all have, he probably got the stronger variant.
Yeah, probably had Delta.
He probably had Delta. And I'm glad that he's okay. And if the vaccine played a role in that, I think that's awesome. But I also can rail off a lot of people who either have had it or have never had it that are unvaccinated that got through it just fine or had a hard time with it. And they may come back and say, when they put me on ivermectin, that's what saved my life. And somebody would say, you're not allowed to say that. And you know what I would say? Because we just don't know. Would people who say, I tell you what, I took it ivermectin and my symptoms got less within 2-3 days, would that have happened anyway? We don't know.
Right.
Hey, if I hadn't been vaccinated, it'd been worse. Do we know that? It's so.
We just don't know. Early on with Alpha and all the way through Delta, I do think that the vaccine helped people.
Yes.
And maybe that's what
Stephen
A. Smith had.
Sure.
With Omicron on, it doesn't look like it matters at all.
Well, I think what y'all are hitting on is very important. Like with Stephen A. All right, let him tell a story, and if that's what he feels like,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
what the
fine.
doctor said,
That's
okay,
fine.
that's great.
Yeah.
But let somebody else tell their story
Absolutely.
on if they took ivermectin and they think it helped them, and that's what the doctor told them.
Here's what I think.
But it seems like only one's being able to be said.
Well, yeah, this is what I said this off on the break. I've been saying this all along. We really shouldn't be in these tribal deals about it. I don't think anybody should be forced to take the vaccine and told if they don't, they're going to die or they're killing people. I also don't think people should be told who think the vaccine is readily available, it's something they should do, that they're being told, well, that thing's going to kill you one day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that should be done either because here's we don't really know any of it because it's all novel. And is it looking like now we're getting to the point where people are just saying, hey, I'm sick and I'll be back in a few days? Man, praise God for that. And if some of the treatments have helped, praise God for that. If the vaccines help, praise God for that. But let's not turn it into if I said, hey, I don't think I'm going to take the vaccine, well, then now you are in this tribe, and here's all the things that are now assigned to you.
Right.
And then if you
you must say this, you must think this way.
Yeah. I think people should have the choice which one they want to do or not. Okay. Well, no, you can't do that. So if you didn't take the vaccine, you have to go out and tell everybody they shouldn't take it. No, I don't want to do that. Well, that's what you should do. And if you took it, you better tell everybody to take it, or you're not down with the cause, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a cause. We're talking about a pandemic we're all trying to get through.
Right.
Well,
this is not. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm not wearing a T-shirt. I mean, this is all of us should be going with our doctors and sitting down with our doctors and looking at our individual situation and making our best decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have,
the rest of this is just insane.
I have two friends that yesterday tested positive. One was fully vaccinated. One was vaccinated and boosted and tested positive. So.
Right.
And I hope they have mild cases, but it's
and likely right now they will, unless they've got some comorbidity that's severe.
And still,
now the comorbidity is a bad thing. You don't want those.
No,
and still with all that we have, we're still looking at 1% death rate or lower,
right?
Which is good
and way down
but
from what it was.
If you're one of those in the 1%, that's bad.
It's awful
because you've lost a lot.
I've gone to funerals for some 1%.
Several,
but when it comes to alpha, hey, you might have had something saying vaccination and all this kind of stuff. Now that we're down to the variant of Omicron, now it's like they're still pushing that narrative, it's like Hawaii, for instance. They just came out and said if you want to get in this country and you don't want to be quarantined, be boosted before you get here.
No, that state. They won't even let you in their state.
Yeah, what I say, country. I'm sorry,
but it's
state.
almost like
well, I didn't mean to say country.
No, well, it's fine.
But it's like they're still splitting the vaccinated and unvaccinated.
I know. It does.
When right now, current day, we're all getting it and spreading it, no matter the status.
Guys, the things that are going on airplanes. When I don't know if you've ever found. Of course, I'm sure it was done away with. When I don't know who he was was some high-ranking person at Southwest Airlines, and they're asking him, "Do you see a day when we don't have to wear masks anymore?" And he said, "I don't know why we're doing it now."
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "You realize every airplane was designed for people to get on it sick and not pass it to other people."
Yeah, it's got probably one of the best air filtration systems you can have.
He said, "We're recycling the air and getting rid of 97.7 all the allergens and whatever's in the air. I don't know why we're doing it now."
Do you know I need to go to Orlando in the upcoming weeks for a weekend? And I'm considering driving just because I cannot fly with that mask on. I just cannot do it.
Well, we're planning, a senior trip for Big Love for spring break, and we're trying every way in the world not to fly commercial. Now, it looks like we're not going to have a choice, because I don't have a boat.
Yeah, right.
But also, I was going to try to find a way to do it, even charter, but the charters just turned out to be too expensive. But because I don't want to go through all the ridiculous garbage we're going to have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's
about an 8 or 9 hour drive from here, but I'm like, well, let's just give it a shot. At least I won't have a mask on. I can breathe.
I talked to a buddy of mine that said, "Now be careful if you get one of these that likes this new president of the homeowners association status that flight attendants have now. Some of them think it's stupid, so they don't fool with it."
Right.
He goes, "Of course, I got one that literally watched me eat and drink the entire flight,
right,
and how long I have my mask down to
They
eat.
want you to pull it up between bites.
Right? Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Common sense, folks, has left the building. It's time for a change. I want to repeal and replace Obamacare.
My goodness, you're running for office.
He is.
The people who have it now
I can tell by the look on your face there's trouble coming.
Uh-huh.
This guy does have that look.
He does.
That blank stare.
Oh, here we go. Oh, my God. Y'all, he's got both hands in the air.
What did you do, Ray?
Did Auburn just score? Or you saying build that wall?
Wow.
Oh, this is Bob Smith.
My goodness.
Wow.
I didn't know Bubba
good.
could sing like that. What if that was Bubba? Hey, there's the Pledge of Allegiance, and that mom's real nervous. But,
They did so good.
And
Adler was looking sharp.
he really
Rick.
was. You were looking good. Had hair slicked back.
I felt very out of my element. I changed in a pizza shop just right across the Von Braun Center.
I tried to get him to come up to our room, but he was too busy shooting B-roll.
I was kind of just getting in my zone. Just
One shot
know.
at this. You got to get it all.
Yeah, just trying to get serious.
You change the same place homeless people do, but that's look. You got it done. So you just got your camera rolling. You think you're going to capture everything Bubba's doing,
Right, y'all.
including meeting the president.
We are in a tiny little holding room about to be ushered out to meet the president of the United States of America. Mm-hmm. It's very intense. And
So we're first up. The buses are because we're bees. And there comes the president.
Watch his first look at
way.
Bubba right there. All right, here's Adler's going to capture it.
Wow.
I mentioned your daddy's friend with Luke. I mentioned your daddy's friend. It's my wife, Betty, and daughter. So how do you see the We're in an all-out fight, but this is going to make it okay right here.
Oh, he goes, it's okay, thank you, I think he said, maybe.
In other words, turn it off. Is he saying turn that off?
When he put
okay,
his
thank
hand
you.
up like that,
You're fired.
there was about 6 Secret Service guys took a step toward him.
But this is going to make it okay right here.
That's enough.
Oh, that's the wrap it up.
That's the old
Thank you. And
wrap
then he's
it
like,
up.
thank you for moving away and acting like you stopped shooting.
I think so.
It's okay right here.
It's okay, thank you. Get out of my face. He took one look at me, y'all. He did not like the looks of me. The president of the United States did not like the looks of me.
like
And please look at Bubba's protesters.
Please look at Bubba's face like, oh no.
Well, see, Adler, you might look kind of threatening, but with me, he knows the worst thing. I'm going to invite him to lunch.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, if he's got a sandwich, you're an issue.
Yeah.
But I mean, but how about what's going on here is that I love the difference in the reaction Trump to Bubba versus Trump to Adler.
Yeah.
It was just a little different reaction there. Who's this character?
So, y'all, the
this
room
cat?
is so intense. There's, like Bubba said, like 7 or 8 Secret Service guys in the room
But
with us.
there better be. Pretty volatile times we're in right now.
Sure, and if the president clears his throat, everyone goes, you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone is that locked into what this man is doing, and it is so intense. I thought I was going to get tackled or something.
Look,
And
there's his face when he sees you.
I thought Adler's
there's
going to be
his
drug
face.
out, and I thought I'm going to spend most of the night trying to get him out of jail.
All right, look at that one right there. Look, that next one.
right there.
You have the president, leader of the free world.
Right.
You also have a sitting senator in that room. No. Oh, wait a minute. We have 2 sitting senators. Senator Richard Shelby is also in the room. You have Chief of Staff there, General, and a whole lot of other folks.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense room for
And
security.
Adler.
Yeah.
And then me.
And then Bubba.
And Bubba.
What are y'all doing there?
Y'all, what are we doing there?
And we had a little shuffle there to try to get everybody lined up for the picture.
So I was able to squeeze off a great picture of the bussies with Mr. President Trump here. I was proud of that.
President Trump.
Mr. President Trump.
Okay.
I was proud. I got a good shot.
That
You know,
is
that's
good.
what I
That's
was
really
supposed
good.
to do.
It's a good shot.
Thumbs up.
yeah,
Got
you
a
got
good
it done.
shot. Yeah, and
Got cold.
And as
yeah.
we're walking off, Caitlin runs over to me and puts her phone in front of my face, and it is a selfie of her and the president.
Oh,
and
my
I said,
gosh.
Caitlin, you did not ask the president of the
Oh,
United
he's
States
grinning.
for a selfie. She goes, he loved it. He loved it. She said, I asked him, can I take a selfie? And he goes, is it for Snapchat? And she goes, yes. She goes, he loved it. I said, sure.
Well, he
Look
loves
at
social
him.
media.
Look at him
He does.
grinning. Y'all.
He
He
loves.
does.
22 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio. Rick and Bubba show. Greg scheduled to be back with us tomorrow. Helmsy coming up on Thursday, barring any downturn of any kind. Both of them tested positive for COVID, and they have done fine. No problems. Thankful for that. Greg didn't feel good for a couple of days, but and really Helms has had. Helms is one of those, that has asthma and allergies, so he's like, I can't tell any difference in anything else I have this time of year. So anyway, it's but they should return. But what I was talking about, the hysteria of all this and the tribalism and the anger and the screaming and the shouting, is like we started drawing flack for sending them home and for 5 to 7 days. Are y'all giving in to it? No, I just if anybody here on the show was sick of anything, we would say go home till you feel better, and you won't get the rest of us sick.
Look, we have a fever rule here.
Yeah.
You have a fever, go home.
Y'all, it ain't nothing but a cold. I don't understand what y'all doing.
We've had that.
Y'all are just as strange as the ones that are screaming we're all going to die. Yeah, no, you don't go too far the other way.
Because let me tell you what we're trying to avoid. All of us being sick at one time.
Right.
That's what we're trying to avoid.
Selling out.
So far, so good this time, too.
You on social media, too. Thanks for sending that to me on your Apple phone.
Right.
But anyway.
Is that the voice they're using, though, when they're doing
That's
it?
the voice.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, let's just
Is that what you hear when you read the email?
Yeah, that's what I hear. I don't understand what y'all doing.
Oh, no, hold on now.
Well,
that's a confused American there.
People are sick, and we told them not to come to work. It's really not any bigger than that. But
we do the same thing if they had the flu, the whooping cough, anything else.
And plus, if you hear us on the air, we're kind of saying we believe it's all kind of moved into the I'm sick, okay, leave please, and come back when you feel better.
Right.
That's
a big difference.
We've been doing that.
Everything.
We've been doing that long before there was. Gain of function that got loose in Wuhan, which is, we all know that.
Rick, we all remember. It was about the third or fourth year we did the show. We called it the February of Death.
Oh, yeah.
And we did not have one show in February where every member was there because flu was running rampant.
And I hate to bring up what really happened to some of us during that year. Do you remember that? And I know it's going to launch.
Bubba's looking around.
I know what you're going to say.
But that'll launch everybody again.
That's when we got the flu shot.
Yeah, that was. We got.
I know.
Careful.
It was my worst flu season. The year I got the flu shot. I'm sorry, that's just true. Just for me as an individual, that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with getting a flu shot.
That's Rick and Bubba.
I'm just telling you.
I know.
Anti-vaxxer.
No, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm a responsible vaxxer. And if y'all don't like that, you can eat it.
If I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm not a good one because I've had people in my family vaccinated.
Oh, no.
He's killing people.
Oh, no.
No, he's not. He's a sellout. Well, I can't be both. I mean, it's like.
Wait a minute. Was that just two?
I was two confused Americans talking to each other.
I think that's the first time ever.
Yeah, well, there's more than one. I don't know if y'all
it's strange me not seeing them across the desk.
But you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I mean, we get accused of being on any extreme.
It can't be mutually exclusive.
You don't care about people. Oh, you terrified? What are you scared of?
Well, we have a staff of 6, and we're all in one room. Right. So we just have to be careful.
No, here's
to y'all's point.
We would like to on any given day have at least 3 here.
Can I ask y'all this honestly? Let's just say like the pandemic never happened.
Yeah.
Do y'all just let sick people stay at work with you?
No.
We usually tell them to go home.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, if you're
no
sick,
matter what they're sick of.
Yeah. If you are sick and at home because you caught it from somebody at work, it really doesn't matter what the name of it is because you're still sick.
Yeah.
Right. Sick is sick.
See how Bubba's changed? He's done bought into it.
Oh, man.
COVID ain't even happened. It's all made up.
It's more like
I wouldn't go that far.
And then you go the other way. He's going to kill all of us.
More like plandemic.
Yeah.
Well, and do I believe the somebody ate a bat sandwich, as Bubba says, in the market? That didn't happen. No, I don't believe that. Not because there's a conspiracy, because there's the evidence. I know y'all go, he's going to say Jon Stewart again. I am, because I don't think he and I agree on many things politically. Or maybe even, I don't know what his view of the world is, but the things I've heard from him, I would disagree on some stuff. But his point, I don't know that there's any greater point than his. It's on the sign.
Yeah,
I mean,
Rick,
this is where they're doing virus research. It says it on the sign.
Yeah.
Rick,
and that's where it started.
If you have an anecdotal evidence of something you've observed,
right.
You're kind of dog because it's anecdotal, which means we can't really accept it because it's not a double-blind test.
Right.
Do we have any documented case of any mass illness coming from somebody eating a bat sandwich ever?
Well, maybe. Well,
you think this was the first time ever we had a bat sandwich that caused a bunch of people to get sick?
Well,
I don't mean worldwide pandemic, but what about a local pandemic?
Right.
Down the old Wuhan street.
Right. And if it was a bat sandwich, as we said before, just common sense. The all-knowing she is not going to be down there in some surgical mask you can get at Walgreens.
Right.
I mean, that's not going to happen. Walking around trying to reassure people.
Yeah.
What?
Rick, you're making me a nervous right with that coffee.
But let me say this.
Yeah,
Let's just say this. Okay. Let's say this. Well, would it really be the end of time?
I like what you're thinking.
Gotta have it.
Oops, order a Wheatstone.
Well, he was doing Confused American and just spilt it.
All right, well, maybe this time let's order another one. But now let's go back to this.
Call it a Wheatstone spill.
Right. But like we said, and I don't know if we use this example. It sounds like us. We probably did. It would be like us going, "Hey, we got a problem right now. What? Man, there's donuts. There's donuts going out, and people are eating bad donuts." And I said, "Really? Where did it happen?" It was right next to a Dunkin' Donuts.
Right.
But we don't think they're involved.
Right.
I mean, we think it was something over in the food market. We think it was a bat.
It was a grocery store.
There's donuts on the sign.
No, a bat and a donut.
It says they make donuts right here. No, probably not them. That's conspiracy theory.
Have you ever wondered why they have it in English up there? Shouldn't it be in Chinese?
Yeah, I guess so. Fauci could find it. Thank you. That was a great setup for that line right there, buddy.
I would like confused Americans debating each other more.
All right, so you want to
anecdotal? Yeah, I need that with the voice change and everything. I need a lot of that.
All right, we'll be back.
Put the coffee down now.
Okay, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Social media.
That's so good.
Adler had already been escorted back out at that point to another room.
Screaming.
And I told him.
Did you scream, "I'm a Bubba"?
I'm with that guy.
I got his equipment, and I said, "They've got you on the list to get a picture. Just go back around and go through the line again."
So
without the camera.
Yeah, I'll hold the cameras and you go again.
What does the hair look like in person up close?
It looks phenomenal. It's a
Did
work
you get
of
caught
art.
up in it?
It's a work of art. Yes, you can get lost in it.
Right. You probably
It's
didn't think about
layers.
that. Did you? Didn't have time to think
No,
about that.
you really.
No.
It does. You don't even think about it. You don't even think about it. And he is very personable.
Oh yeah.
And everybody had told us that behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Boy, he likes to get fired up.
But
yes, he does.
I listened.
Yes, he does.
I listened to Bubba, and I worked up the bravery to get back in line.
Okay.
To meet the president.
And I saw you in the line through the door, and I thought, I don't know if he's going to make it, but he was on the list. So.
And I'm at the end of the line, so the president could walk away right now, or he could wait 10 more seconds and take a picture with me, y'all. And I'm like, and I just handed my phone to a Secret Service guy. I'm like, would you mind please doing this for me? And
that's what your face
looked like. And then I walk towards the president of the United States, guys. Just me. And I'm like, I'm wasting his time. I'm with the president. He should not be standing. He should not be standing next to me right now. This should not be happening. And so I'm just like, Mr. Pello. And he's like, all right, let's go. I'm not joking.
No, he
The
did not.
president was like, we got to go. Let's do this. I'm sick of this guy.
There it is.
Look at that face! Yo, I was
What kind of look is that on your face?
I was so scared. I was so scared. I panicked, okay? I panicked. All right? Why didn't you smile?
You look constipated.
You know what? The only thing worse than this,
You can't even put that up.
Look, the only thing worse than that on these one-shot deals, if you messed up your senior portrait.
Guys,
Edward, why didn't you smile?
Okay, so
You know, the president has that look like, hey, here's that guy again.
so
No wonder he was scared of you. Look at you.
y'all, at the very end, I had
You do
just
look like something's wrong with you.
I had just made the president mad with my camera, and then I got back in
Oh, it was
line.
Make-A-Wish.
And then I got.
Greg, you're so terrible. Oh my God. Oh,
that was bad.
This was scarier than my wedding day, and y'all saw my face on
Yes,
that
we
day.
did. Yes, we did.
So
Yeah.
this is
Similar
why
face.
I look the way I look.
Right.
It didn't end the same.
Was that the slightly off challenge?
Is that what you were doing? You were slightly off.
You don't do a slightly off with the president.
No. And then it was over, and he's like, "All right, I gotta get out of here.
I gotta get out of here.
It's not
Get
bad.
away from me, punk.
And then I go, "This is me." I go, "Thank you, sir."
That look on his face.
We will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you all
It's getting tighter, which is I think is good. I think you coming into town has helped tremendously. Well, here
Hey, Trump's on right now.
sir. There's a little bit of confusion too, because on another line we have the White House on hold. So I'm totally confused. I don't know if that's Trump or not. I think it is. It sounds just like it. But the White House is on the hotline. He claims he's calling in because he gets a better reception.
Wait a minute, he's calling the.
No, I don't think that was him. I think that Rick and Bubba show. Hello. I don't think that was him. It sounded just like him, President. This is Calvin again with the Rick and Bubba show. So you're saying the reason why the hotline, the reason the number you called directly was because of the better reception from your office? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rick wants to say hello to you just real quick. Hold on just a second.
President Rick Burgess, how are you today? Thanks for being on with us. Oh, perfect. And so it looked like you and Bubba had a great time Friday night. Y'all stirred it up. Yeah, we're coming out in 30 seconds. I'm about to come to you. All right, stand by. All right.
How about our TV channel Slam?
As promoted, and we're thankful to all who made this happen.
What if it's Frank Caliendo?
45th president.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Coming back to more Rick and Bubba. That you wear. It's not the ribbons in your hair. I don't mind you coming here and wasting all my time. So, goodrx.com/Bubba. A lot of prescriptions out there, and a lot of these you need to continue your life. But did you know that you may be paying as much as $100 more than you have to? There's that much range sometimes between pharmacies. And to find out where you stand, use this free service, goodrx.com/Bubba. Many times, even if you're insured, many times they can get you the prescription cheaper than even your copay. Yeah, they've got access to 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. The big names are there: CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart. They're all there. So this is for the insured or the uninsured. Now, this is not insurance, but it sometimes is better than even the copay. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. It's a free service for you to use. Goodrx.com/Bubba. They will take your prescription. They'll shop it around. They'll find all the discounts. Then they'll say, hey, how you like this price right here? How is it savings up to 80%? GoodRx.com/Bubba, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, let me see. I see in our stories today and our videos
We have an asteroid that may be coming near to Earth.
Yeah, it is. It's going to pass the Earth tonight, going 43,000 miles an hour.
Tonight.
And, Rick, how about this? It will be the closest asteroid to Earth since 1933. How about that?
How about that?
And it's going to come, they're saying 1.2 million miles away, or about 4 times
That's a long way.
the distance to the moon.
That's a long way.
But they've been watching this. It was discovered in 1994, and they knew it was out there. The planetary defense experts have been watching it for a while, and it's getting a little close, but we should be a safe distance.
I know.
We got video of it.
I know out there in the world of this stuff, this is a big deal. But I mean, I'm just a dude, and I hear 1.2 million miles from me, and I'm like,
So this rock,
that's a long way.
This rock that will be coming by is larger than any building on planet Earth. So there's your size of it.
What about how did everybody fare in 1933 when one got this close?
Well, they were fine. It came within 700,000 miles of Earth.
Oh,
so
see
it was,
there? Well,
it was a
come
lot
on.
closer. But being that this is the closest one since 1933, it's kind of a big deal.
No, I got you. Ain't nothing we can do about it now.
They're getting closer.
Hey, ain't nothing we can do about it now.
You just want that baby to fly on by.
Well, look, it's further away than 1933.
Yeah, it is, and that's good.
So,
That's good.
I mean, there you go.
You know what? I'm glad they're keeping up with these things. I mean, somebody needs to be on the watch for them.
It ain't going to affect me anyway. I'm vaccinated.
If one of these hit, it would not be good.
No, I know that.
Check out this star tracker or this asteroid tracker. I didn't realize the NASA has this, but how cool is this like interactive map that you can scrub around the galaxy?
How you like that, Bubba?
Ooh. That's so cool. So this blue ring right here is the rotation of Earth, and then I think this this white line coming in here is the thing that's going to come past us here.
You know, too, Rick.
Adam, you don't know.
A lot of people
That's a
don't
guess.
know. Like on this map, it shows our solar system in nice, neat rings. It's not really like that.
No,
you know,
a lot of people don't know that.
We're actually kind of going around our star in a more of a helical pattern.
Oh, watch out now.
Watch out there.
Out. Thank goodness you're wearing a hoodie.
All with a hoodie on.
I say, don't waste that hoodie.
Watch out now.
Yep.
Pretty is kind of closer, Rick.
I can't.
There it was.
Speedy, it ain't even as close as 1933.
Hey, go back out real quick.
I got to tell you, the
There we go.
1933
My
distance spooks me a little more than that because now you're getting into the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, getting a little closer.
Well, how about this? We
Look at that.
Through our view, hey, this thing's going.
Well, look,
it's not pretty. What's going to eventually happen?
We've had a lot of them hit the Earth in the past. Of course, some of them cause mass extinction. But look at the moon. The moon gets hammered with them.
Yeah,
and that's every one of those craters has been an asteroid that hit it,
Blame it
or
on
a
the moon.
meteor, and so a lot of it has gone on in our history, and there'll be some in the future.
Yep.
Cool.
Got one out there called Wormwood. It's going to be a dandy.
What's
it.
DART, Bubba? What is DART? I should know that, right?
What?
What is DART?
That's when there's not much light. Oh, I'm sorry, that's dark.
Dark.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't
know. In reference to what?
Oh, it's a double asteroid redirection
All right,
test.
family show.
Oh, it's a satellite. Oh, it's a satellite. Okay. All right,
We've
sorry.
been experimenting to see if we can move them. I think, don't we have one coming up? We're going to try to do that too.
Watch it.
Move it out of its orbit.
It will be the first attempt to change the course of an asteroid with a kinetic impact. That's what that is.
Yeah.
There's one that Bruce Willis and some buddies are going to run.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we're going to ram one, see if we move it out. I hope we don't just kick it into some oddball rotation or orbit that'll come back and hit us,
Yeah, or some other like future technology, aliens or something. You know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and
Sorry,
all that
aliens.
stuff. All that stuff.
Yeah. These aliens, they're really procrastinate, don't they?
Yes.
I mean, get on with it. I mean, it's coming down here, pick up a few farmers, go back.
Yeah.
I mean, do something. I mean, it's they're not doing a whole lot, are they?
Kind of been quiet.
Yeah. Fly by, everybody sees us.
Look at that. That's a lot out there.
No, it is. God, I got to ask y'all this, okay? Because it feels too good to be true.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that we love to do, and I'll admit that my wife Sherry loves to do it more than me. And it's kind of like the time that a buddy of mine got mad at me because he claimed I didn't love trees enough. Because he, and I do like to go outdoors. I guess I wasn't given enough enthusiasm.
Uh-huh.
But is this thing hogwash or is it straight up? It just seems too simple to be doing what it does.
What's that?
When you point your phone a star-filled night, and it shows you where
Oh,
all
yeah.
the.
It's
There
straight
ain't
up.
no way that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, it's straight up.
You just
Straight
point
up.
your phone up in the sky, and also it goes, "Hey, look right here."
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they could put anything on there. We wouldn't know.
No, it's right. It's right.
No way that's right.
It's right. The phone can detect which way it's being held, and then it just goes.
It's incredible the detail.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
Sherry's
I mean,
like
you
going
see
right,
a
now, right here's
star.
Venus, and I'm like,
Yeah.
sure, your phone can't see that.
You see a star, and you throw your phone up there, and it'll say Venus.
Hey,
or
there's Pegasus.
Jupiter or Saturn. You know.
I know,
Mars.
but I mean, it's showing the constellations where they
Oh,
are. And everything.
yeah.
Ain't no way.
Yeah.
But I mean,
we know where they are.
Not really. Not all of them.
Yeah, we do. We know because they were set
talking
up
about-
on Earth by
I'm not
people
talking about-
laying out in the field, looking up in the sky.
I'm not talking
Rick.
about those people. I'm talking about Larry Wayne's got his phone pointed at the sky. He don't know.
Yeah, it's-
I mean,
the
if-
app does it.
But if the app, I know the app does it, but is the app accurate? That's my
Yes.
question.
Yes, it is.
It
I
knows
think
where
most
you
of-
are, and it knows what direction
which
you're
way you're
pointing.
looking. Yeah.
That's as far as it knows. It knows where you're at, and it knows what direction.
And so
you're
it's saying
looking.
based on where you're looking, here's where these things should be.
Yes.
And at this time,
That's
it's
not
got
as
a
impressive.
database, and it can tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
You know, if you get one that's good,
By the way,
I mean, you put
it's
it up there,
amazing.
it'll show you
It's
exactly.
amazing.
Yes, it is.
We do that down at the farm
Yeah,
and
we
just
do
look at
too.
stars, and it's fantastic.
It's kinda fun.
I don't look up enough.
If
I
any-
realize that.
If anybody ever says, "Hey, what is that star there?" and everybody will get their phone out and start going,
Sure.
"Oh, that's Mars. That's Venus."
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Pretty fun though, playing with it.
I saw 2 or 3 spaceships when I held mine up.
I remember that.
You know what is cool is when you get them pretty close together, and you have like Jupiter and Saturn and Mars, you know, all in the same area in the sky. You go, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, this thing about this asteroid that's going to come by tonight, it's like they've waited too long. What can I do about it now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, look.
It's like Span telling me it's snowing, but he didn't tell me
if
before
the
I went to
road
bed.
if the road's iced over and I'm at home, I can't do much. I mean, at work, I can't do much about it.
So
I wonder what we don't know.
Oh,
you know what I'm
Steve.
saying? Like what
I
kind
would
of
say this,
what
the
kind of
more-
movie scenes going on behind the scenes right now? People like saving the world, and we have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
The more we know, the less we actually know because we have more questions.
Somebody said on behalf of Greg, do they have one that shows you where Uranus is?
Okay. I was waiting on that.
They do.
I think that's Uranus.
That's it.
All right.
That's a little tribute to Greg today. Who Bubba wants him to get on Zoom before the show's over.
Yeah, I mean,
your
Greg's coming
obsession with
back.
that, Bubba?
Well, I've enjoyed
Watch-
Greg being on Zoom. in
Watch
the
him
past.
struggle with Zoom and just didn't have a bad attitude
Get his
about Zoom.
Gamecock room up there, get ready to go.
And be sitting there all ill about it.
And look, he wanted to sleep late, and I understand that. But you know, if we got him during 9 o'clock hour, I mean, he's going to have to get back on schedule if he's coming to work tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy.
Huh?
I'm gonna tell you what. I know you did it for a while, Bubba. They just ain't. That's a long way to come at the time of day. I don't know.
I don't see how he does
And I
it.
know
I
people.
don't see how he
I know people commute all the time. I got all that, but
I did it for a year and a half, and I that's it. Out.
That's when you were going. Hey, I'm staying where I'm at. Build my
didn't
dream
work.
house.
That didn't work.
That was a nice house, and you did have it.
Yeah,
like
I
you
did.
liked it.
I did. We put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that.
Just in time to sell it a few months after. you
Yeah,
did it.
I know. 2 years.
Is that what you got out of it? Well, at least that's.
I
more,
love that
That's
house.
more than we got out of Mappin. You know. As far as live shows, you know it.
Well,
in the truck.
We had the capability if needed. That
No,
was important.
and we use the equipment. And it's a nice billboard, and it needs to be redone, and we'll get to that at some point.
Yeah, when it warms up.
That's right. It's just 15 minutes to
Pretty
the top.
chilly out there today.
Yeah, but she's home though.
She's ready.
Mm-hmm.
She can go if she needs
You
to.
can actually see her now. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
United States of America. Donald Trump is standing by. President, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, thank you both very much. I got to meet Bubba the other night. We had, I guess, a record-setting rally. It couldn't have been one that was more crowded than that. It was a great evening.
If things don't go the way that you're hoping they'll go concerning the Senate race, you can blame that on Bubba.
Well, I'm going to. I expect to. You know, Luther, who's a really great guy. He's a fantastic guy. Whereas, you know, Ray's going to have a hard time. You know that. It's going to be a hard race. You've seen those races go very bad. This is an important one, so I want to make it 6-0.
President, you said, you know, obviously, and it was Roy Moore. I know you were saying Ray, but Roy Moore. And but I wanted to clarify that for the audience who you were talking about. Obviously, this would not be somebody that, you know, we would, you know, be against as far as who he is. But when you're talking about the strategy, and I think you're right, if Luther
doesn't win this, there's a shot that, he's kind of, Roy's done a great job as a judge, but when it comes to a senator and some of the things he's been part of, whether it's right or not, the Democrats are going to try to turn this into something they think they have hope in.
I don't know Roy Moore at all.
Right.
And I think it's perhaps indicative when somebody doesn't even know his name. That's not a good sign for him. Both of you and I and everybody listening, and I do hear you have the biggest show in Alabama, so we'll have to see, right? We'll see how Luther does. So if basically, so if we don't win, I can blame you guys and your shows. I'll say, well, not enough people listen to that show.
Thank you.
But that's okay.
It won't be the first time.
Well, I know we need to get to quickly because I know we need to get to a break. Unless we have another segment with you, which I assume we don't. But it's not every day you get 2 segments out of the president. But
I think it's the first radio show. Honestly, I think this is the first radio show I've done as president, if you want to know the truth.
Well,
that's okay. That's
we
a
appreciate
great compliment to you, and I thought you were great the other night when I met you, too.
Well,
thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. You don't ask the president for a liner.
Ask him, Rick.
Yeah, you stop the bed and ask him for a liner.
All right, President
Mr.
Trump,
President.
what I'm about to do right now, if it's not classy, just say, Burgess, I can't do that for you. But if we could have you say, this is Donald Trump, President of the United States, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba show, we would appreciate it. But if you don't think you should do that, we understand.
I will. I should definitely not do it, but I will do it. Are you ready?
Yes. Yeah.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States. I love the state of Alabama, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba show, and enjoy it. And if they ever switch allegiance, please do not run this, whatever it is.
Thank you, Mr. President, so much.
Okay, fellas.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, both, and good luck to Luther. Luther he will make a great, great senator. I hope the folks in Alabama agree, and I love the folks in Alabama. So just have a good time, have a good day, and I appreciate it. Good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much.
Praying for you,
there
sir.
There he goes.
Yep.
The President of the United States, Donald Trump. We'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Rick and Bubba.
Wow. There we go. I was going to let him say Ray once, but when he said Ray twice, I thought, I got to get in there.
And I didn't give the president much on hold because I thought it was somebody playing a joke on me. Oh, there you go. How about that?
You be Trump. You be Trump.
Yeah. Golly, I wasn't ready. So we're going to kind of recap Bubba and Adler's adventure up to we talked to the president, if that all works out the way it should.
Yes.
Now, this is sound check here.
Yeah, this is about 11 o'clock or something.
We're watching, and Bubba's on the stage, and this is where they're just telling you kind of how it's going to go.
And I look like I'm about 9 months pregnant there.
By the way, a lot of people congratulating you and your twins, but
but that probably wasn't the best look for me.
Right. Well, it's so they're you're in the VBC.
Yeah, this is Kristen Davis. She's kind of running everything and setting it up right there, and very efficient young lady.
Yeah.
And those are the 2 young ladies that did the Pledge of Allegiance, and their mom, and they're all getting some pictures.
Sound check.
Check. Hello. How about it, Hudson? 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this earth a new nation, conceived in liberty.
Been good. And that's Luther Strange there. That
boy, the range that microphone had to be in.
You come right up to his shoulders.
There,
look at you.
There's Bubba with Luther. And this guy brought it.
Yeah, Bob Smith.
Play
ball.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at
We're back. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so other stories that are out there for us today that we will jump into, and then we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up the top, or 6 minutes past the next hour. Don't forget Herd Immunity, available on all the streaming sources tomorrow. That's our new Rick and Bubba Best Of CD. and it is available, and you can go ahead and pre-save it, pre-add it, or pre-order it if you'd like to, and then tomorrow when it releases, it's right there on your device ready to go. Or if you want to wait, you can do it tomorrow when it releases, whichever is most convenient for you. But it's kind of cool with some of the options now. You can just go ahead and say, I'll go ahead and be ready for that, and then
have it come right to you.
Clickety-click, and bam. So that will happen tomorrow. So the GMAX, trial and what can we find out this weird world of GMAX and what was the guy who somehow
Epstein?
Epstein. He killed himself, on a bizarre security guards taking a break and all this kind of stuff. Still weird. But anyway, everybody's saying what we need to know from GMAX, we got to know these 8 John Does and our court documents that remain anonymous, and we need you to tell us who these people are. And by all assessments, that the court is going to decide whether the name should be unsealed, but GMAX is not going to give them up. Is that kind of the nutshell of this update?
Well, there's how many John Does are there in this? 8.
Yeah.
There's 8 people pretty nervous right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I don't think this will reflect probably positively on them. There's speculation who they're going to be.
Yeah, you see some other conversations.
And will they unseal it? Will they even let us know?
See, there's some people out there, of course, and the reason why this is so awful and bad, I mean, it's bad just on the surface, but when you dig deeper, you realize they're recruiting underage girls for all these horrible things. It's bad enough when people are making their own decisions, but some of the horrible things that were said and the age of some of the girls, it's just a wicked setup, and so you really don't want to be associated with it. Now, I know that we've had some Prince Andrew trouble over in
he's
in Great
got
Britain,
all kind of trouble,
and I think the Queen took some title from him. That'll show him. You know what I mean? And
bad boy.
That'll straighten him out. But there's some murmur. Could one of the 8 be Donald Trump? And I think, Speedy, I tend to agree with you. If it was Donald Trump, we would know.
I think it would. Yeah, I think it would.
There's no way they would keep that secret.
Yeah, somebody's. I know it's sealed, but somebody's got eyes on it, and they would have already let it out. Here is the question: could there be a Donald Trump? Could there be a Bill Clinton?
Mm-hmm.
Could there be who else?
John Roberts.
We've always wondered, what did the Democrats have on John Roberts? Could this be it?
It may be.
And
we're just speculating, everyone.
Wasn't there a John Roberts on one of the manifest logs for them traveling, and they don't know if it's the same one, obviously.
Right, that's it.
That's the trouble with having a pretty well-known name, and also having a name that people use a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But that can also be good. You go, well, that's not me. It's like John Roberts. Are you
kidding me?
Yeah. But anyway, so GMAX was found guilty on transporting a minor with an intent to engage in criminal activity, and also 3 counts of conspiracy. Of course, there'll always be an appeal, but so it's. I guess the court's going to let us. I'm looking at some of the things in here, people that are covering this, and it said 2 of the unidentified people, John Doe's 53 and 54, do not oppose and do not generally object to their names being unsealed. So that means now there's down to 6 that don't want their name to be.
I don't. Do they get to vote on this? I don't think they get a vote.
I don't
this
either. I don't.
Look, they're teasing us.
Is that thing? Hey man, I don't care.
Yeah. I don't care as long as it ain't out there.
You're right. I don't care.
Yeah. They're teasing us like they always do. Like somebody's gonna, be punished, and then they won't. They'll keep them sealed.
Well, I will tell you this: if Billy C is in there in a way, now we already know that he, certainly went to the island, and we know that Trump certainly was at parties and stuff with Epstein. That we know. Pictures tell us that, and like I say, some of the paperwork tells us that about Clinton. But into this world here, where I guess they're talking about the more heinous participation, that's what we're talking about, and they're talking about John Doe's 17, 53, 54, 55. 78, 93, and 151. But they say 53 and 54 don't care. Everybody else does. So, I don't
Who's
know.
53 and 54? You think?
I don't know. I have no.
Well, who
idea.
were some of the other people that were on those logs and who were videoed before? I mean, there's pictures of a lot of them on the plane.
Right.
Bill Clinton being one of them.
Yeah. Bill Gates.
Gates was one of them.
Kevin Spacey, Chris Rock, or not Chris Rock. Chris Tucker.
Mm-hmm. Boy, he's really glad that you corrected that.
My bad, Chris Rock. Sorry, buddy. When we were mentioning earlier, Speedy and I were talking in the kickoff hour how, there are those pictures of Trump at a party with Epstein.
Yeah.
A lot of people sent us an email talking about how there was supposedly this time where Epstein did something inappropriate while he was at Mar-a-Lago and Trump kicked him out or whatever. And I am seeing some court documents that report that, but don't confirm that. But a lot of people say that that's evidence that Trump doesn't have anything to hide. And the fact that it hasn't been leaked yet, it wasn't leaked during his presidency, people point to that too.
Yeah, I tend to. I don't know the thing about him finally being done with the guy, but I think the other one is even more obvious. If Donald Trump was tied to this in a way that people could prove, you would know.
Yeah, I think so too. It would already be out there.
Well, you wouldn't be making up the dossier, and you wouldn't be claiming that happened. You'd have all you needed. And
I just remembered that interview that Trump gave in some random magazine before all this broke out, and Epstein came up in during the interview, and Trump was like, "Oh yeah, Epstein likes the women." Some of them quite young, in fact, almost as if he was trying to out Epstein. I just remembered that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. If Hillary runs in 2024, they'll keep Bill Clinton out of this for sure.
Yeah,
I think this is one of those Hillary Clinton test balloons where they put that up just to see if there's anybody interested in taking, on that.
Right.
I think that would be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, I think that all of us,
matter of fact, the guy they got running is going to be an absolute disaster. So I don't know which disaster you want to pick.
I'm not saying it's the right thing, Bubba, but you have given up on ever seeing the Minnesota Vikings win a Super Bowl in your life.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I've kind of given up on the Clintons are ever going to get in trouble. It's like I just don't think that's ever going to happen.
You think when you're looking at your long-term life plans, does ever retiring, taking it to the house, ever come up in their conversation?
No. Why should they? They get to do it.
Oh, I got to run again. I mean, look, you serve the public. Isn't it time to go to the house?
Yeah.
When
we come back, we'll go phone calls next on any topic you want to talk about.
And Rick, a little later, G5 technology with cell phones in the news. It's about to roll out, and there's some people worried.
Yep. All that's still to come up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I am officially on my way to photograph the President of the United States. I'm so sweaty right now.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, of the two of you, who's the boss?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's our wives.
Yeah. Hey, at the beginning of the day, so.
Good to
How are
see
you?
you. You can do all the smacking you want to do today
I
with
will.
our cookie.
I didn't know if they needed one for my beard. My beard actually rode up here in its own car.
We have a 2X.
Does it have to be buttoned?
You're all right. That's good.
What about the other guy?
Is that one of the greatest smells in the
It
world?
really is. You know, on certain days when we're doing vanilla wafers and we walk out, I mean, that's one of those days. Even the Regions people will pull in and say, can we get some of those cookies? Since y'all have been here, you know, of course, we're still doing all the tours. We got people coming in butter cookies. We're running butter cookies right.
Can you eat that part right there?
You can eat it if you want to try. I don't know if it tastes as good as some of them does, but chocolate and vanilla with cream in it.
I was going to say something.
I'll be having sweet dreams tonight.
This is going to be a combo cookie, vanilla chocolate inside, right? Should I try one of these, see if it's okay?
I'm all looking at it. You need it right there. I think you pull one off there. You can pull one off this side. It catches up on the other side.
Real hot.
Real hot!
Where you go? Right off the line.
That's what's slipping.
Thank y'all for all that you do.
That's enough to make it to make it out. This
And bring those in under our label. We don't. All we manufacture is cookies. And so the fruit bars, the sugar wafers. But again, for a small distributor that's working, we're the only people that they actually make them for, as a matter of fact. And then we got into these smaller packs too this year for convenience. You know, little bags. That's good. Shut you down, didn't it?
Oh,
You ever tried some of that low-fat stuff? It'll kill you.
It is bad.
We're wrapping up here. We've been at this is a cookie company called Bud's Best Cookies, and it's one of the things that in our business it's not easy to have to go to a cookie company and have to go through the factory and eat fresh cookies. But in order for us to talk about a product, we have to be able to try it. So I appreciate you struggling today and putting in that day's work at the cookie place.
You know, if my wife's watching this, boy, that sure was tough not sampling any of those.
Well, it's almost like they made us eat the cookies, and they were delicious. They were fresh. Anybody that says you go into a cookie company, smell the cookies, and don't eat them, there's something wrong with you. So,
but if I had have tried some, that new orange pineapple filling looks like it would have been real good. Kind of like.
My mouth is screaming, "Thank you." Well, time to go home.
To view the cookie.
Pretty. You got to go home and do a little research.
I've had some table salt and a salt lick. I'm back.
Remember, if you have Bud's Best Cookies and you've tried them before, we're the taste testers. It's out now. Look, everybody knows this. We all vote. You better look.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, your phone calls will start the hour. 866 We Be Big. Speedy Adler here. Greg Helmsy out. Greg should return tomorrow. Helmsy the day after. Both are doing fine, not having any big issues with this latest round of COVID. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
And you can join us right here on these phones. I mean, I'm pointing right there. 10 lines blazing.
Come on.
And you can get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any comment, question you want to talk about, and we'll chat with you. Let's start with Denise. Denise, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What is on your mind today?
Hey, thanks from Lexington and Green Acres.
Oh, okay. What was the first one she said there? Could you hear what she said?
I couldn't hear it. I heard Green Acres.
What's that again?
Alabama.
Okay, just go ahead. All right, what's your question?
Okay. I have a question. So I don't have YouTube, but last Friday I was at my daughter's and turned it on. Of course, Rick and Bubba Show. I mean, what else is there to watch?
Amen.
It was y'all from a long time ago, and I recognized Speedy's voice, and he was going to get $60. And the next thing I knew, there was the whitest body I've ever seen running naked across the grass.
Yeah.
I mean, and I just was wondering, did he get his $60, and would he do that again today for money?
He did get his $60, and then
it was for charity.
It was for charity, and yeah, in the breaks now they're showing some old Rick and Bubba moments, and that was way on back. Speedy is helping with the phone calls right now. I don't know that he hears what I'm saying, but
he was so white. Oh my goodness.
Yes, he was.
Part of it.
He's very, very pale. Some of it whiter than the rest of him.
What are you saying?
She asked, "Would you do?
One color.
Would you do that again?
Do what again?
For money? Streak again for money?
For the right amount of money.
Boy, that's a tough question there, Rick.
I know. How much money are we talking about here, Denise?
Oh, well, I'm cheap. I'd say $100.
Yeah, no
way for 100. You did it for 60. Then
I wouldn't take my shoes off for $100.
Okay.
Denise, what are you getting at?
That's what G-Max said.
Huh?
Well, I'm not going to pay, but the listeners might want to pledge the money. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sounds like you're kind of excited about seeing it happen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Hey, it's too wide. I'm
sorry. That's funny right there. So, yeah, it was one color. Let's go to
Rick Burgess.
Well, that's what she said. I didn't say that. She said.
I mean, you could only see so much from that far away.
She said your body was all one color. Sometimes when people can tan, their gluteus maximus might be wider than the rest of the body.
I think Speedy was wider in some areas. If you look at that.
I tried not to look very long.
I was running camera on that, so I couldn't help but see it.
And I know that the TV station wished they had not put it in slow motion.
Right.
You might want to run that one time before you do it. Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Yeah. When y'all do decide on the studio name, are y'all going to have like 4 or 6 different names and have people vote on them? Or how are y'all going to decide on a name like that?
Probably just based on kind of the current atmosphere. It probably won't go to a vote.
Yeah.
We'll probably just say this is what we've decided. This is what the personality of this place seems to be like, and then it'll be so let it be written, so let it be done.
Yeah. I've had several favorites along the way. I'm kind of leaning toward the Cats Are Back studio.
Let's go to
complete
Brett.
with a banner.
Yeah, Brett's out of Montgomery, I-92. Brett, go ahead.
Hey guys, have y'all heard of the Apophis comet supposed to come in like 8 years?
Yes, we talked about that on the show one day.
What's it called?
I can't say the name of it.
I think the Netflix movie Don't Look Up was based on that. A lot of people seem to think that NASA's just trying to make us feel better and tell us it's not going to hit us.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that show. It was very funny, part of it. I don't remember how dirty it was, but Rick, it's basically these people who've discovered an asteroid that is going to hit the Earth, and they can't get anybody to believe them or take it serious. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, maybe
Jennifer Lawrence is Jennifer Lawrence and
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leonardo, right?
And
right.
I think a lot of it is like a illustration for global warming too.
Right.
So it's a little bit.
Sure.
It has a hint of that.
You're talking about
kind
like
of an overtone.
Every single movie that's on right now.
Right.
And here's that Apophis comment, Bubba. You mentioned that it was going to come by in 2029, and it looks like it's going to be of a distance less than 20,000 miles from the Earth's surface, which is pretty crazy. Oh, I got the wrong picture up. Sorry.
That's a smoker.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, it's still a long way out, so maybe it'll adjust.
How close
a
is the
little further.
moon?
240,000.
Okay, so it'll be within inside the moon.
Oh yeah, which will be real close.
Yeah, Jason,
that one may be a good one to try out. One of those kinetic bombs on.
Yeah, Jason, go ahead.
Hey guys, what's up?
You, buddy.
Hunting season is winding down. I just had a quick question. I was listening to Steve Ranella, the meat eater guy, podcast yesterday, and they're talking about a lot of places out west are outlawing game cameras for use during the hunting season. Just talking about how game cameras have changed the way hunting happens, and they're outlawing drones for use in hunting out west, which is big country out there. You can use drones a little bit better than in the southeast. But just wondering what you guys thought about, game cameras, how to change hunting, and why would they be outlawing them if it was?
Well, this is all that fair chase thing, and this is where somebody is saying that somehow game cameras give you so much information that you're taking away the fair chance for the wild animal. My experience with the cameras, I mean, you certainly can figure out some things about what you have near you or according to how big your place is or on the land. I've never really, other than one time, ever seen them set up a routine that I could count on, and that was one individual deer.
Well,
many times, all the information I have, I go out there and I still don't see anything.
Yeah, I think the game cams are valuable information, not only for hunting, but for health of the herd, for doing a census, for figuring out your buck-to-doe ratio. Predators, all that stuff. I think it would be crazy to do away with that. I don't think it gives you that big of a hunting advantage. I think it's much more useful in overall herd management or looking for poachers.
Yeah,
which is I thought something that we ought to be doing.
I haven't seen them make the kind of impact that you would outlaw them because now the deer have no chance.
Yeah,
that's doesn't.
And I'm not aware of anywhere that the deer population is suffering because of overhunting.
No,
as a matter of fact, it's probably going the other way.
Well, I will say, especially if you've been at
based on the side of the road lately.
Yeah, as long as you and I've been hunting, we also most people. I know there's exceptions, there really are. But you can tell because of what Bubba said about the herd and the size of the herd. Most hunters I know, they're so selective, it's almost like they rarely get around to ever shoot one.
Yeah.
I mean, we look at them a lot, but it's not like we go and – I mean, I can't – it's just – I know there's exceptions. There's some people that fire it up, but I don't think there's enough of them to make an impact.
Yeah, no one cares for my property more than me.
Right.
So, I think that's crazy. I haven't heard that going on. I don't doubt what you're saying, sir, but I don't think in our part of the world that anybody would
Somebody
ever
brought
take
it up,
that
I think,
real.
when we were over at Cousins.
Really?
Yeah. Ronnie and Selma. Ronnie, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Ronnie.
Hey, I was just wondering which best of CD has the time where you were pranking your boss at the car wash on it.
That would be, Hey Buddy, You're Broadcasting. That's the CD it's on.
That's got them two hard-working guys on the front.
Yeah, it's got Bubba and I and Tanks and Hard Hats on. It's an old one. It goes way back, but it's on iTunes and all the different places you can find it.
Yeah, we actually shot that picture out in my yard.
Yeah, there's no hard copies of it left anymore, but you can get it on.
That's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where we're putting a lot of marketing, a lot of money in our graphics and everything.
Yep.
Yep. So there
we had a tripod, and there it was.
So best of 2000,
Volume 1.
Let's go to Ronnie. Yeah, Ronnie. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Yeah. This is another Ronnie, I guess.
Yeah, there's Ronnies everywhere. Here, Ronnie. There, Ronnie. Over there, Ronnie.
Fire it up, Ronnie.
Ronnie and Gadsden, is that who you're wanting?
Yep, that's the one.
That's you, buddy.
That's you.
Okay. I used to work at Matago Dairy.
Mm-hmm.
And I met Kelly Benelli.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering if y'all ever heard from him again.
We do.
Yeah, we see him online quite a bit. He's I think he's living in Jordan.
Yeah, he emails us pretty regularly, and he seems to be doing great. Clyde and Jackson.
Better known on the show as the Palestinian Elvis.
That is correct. Clyde and Jackson. Clyde, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Hey, real quick, this is not what I reached the call for, but on the game cameras out west in the BLM land, they having a problem with everybody just being wrapped up over the water source. I mean, there may be 100 cameras on one water source, and that's causing big conflict out west. Now, here in Alabama, I don't know what the problem might be, but that's why Arizona pulled them.
Why would it? I still don't understand.
They're too clustered, and they fighting each other, and they cause a conflict. Everybody's trying to shoot the same deer in the same area.
So is this like public land you're talking about?
Yeah, public land.
Okay.
Bureau of Land Management. But, hey, really what I called about Rick and Bubba, Rick, when is the documentary coming out behind the music or the breaking of the band of Mr. Lucky? When's that coming out? I mean, I got my DVR set. I'm waiting on it.
That's a great, Adler, I mean, he needs to really think about that, putting together a full-blown behind the music, Mr. Lucky. The world's greatest garage band, the rise and fall of Mr. Lucky. And
when we come back.
And go and gather everybody, have those individual interviews. Well, when I first joined the band, all of that, and do a full-blown behind the music, put it on the YouTube channel.
Behind the Biscuit.
Behind the Biscuit. The making of Fat Chance.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The little cookie with a big taste.
Mm-hmm. As promised, Colt Ford has made his way into the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and teleport. The man that many have told us is trying to make a run to snatch our crown as the sexiest fat man alive. Colt, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing, buddy?
Thank y'all for having me. How y'all doing?
You know what? We've been anticipating this.
We've been looking forward to it.
Anybody who will sit down and devote a song to chicken and biscuits is all right with us.
I'm trying to tell you, man. If Fat Boys got to stick together, son.
I'm telling you.
And
now,
you don't know what a fan I have been. I cheered for you when you were quarterback at Texas.
I'm telling you,
I loved you.
You know what?
I've changed a lot since then, but
kind of
let
yourself go. Let yourself go.
100 pounds.
Well, the move to quarterback to tackle, it happens.
Yeah. One shoulder injury, and before you know it, you're 290 pounds.
There you go. It just happens. I quit working out, and that's what happened.
And when I look at you, the first thing I think of is golf pro.
Is that right?
I believe that you used to be a golf pro.
I did used to be that. That was about my sixth grader son ago. About his size, about 125 pounds ago.
So now, how in the world did you go through all that and end up standing here today, doing what you're doing?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. I've been really blessed. I've done music. I've fooled with it my whole life, and I was lucky enough to marry a pretty amazing woman that told me, why don't you go back and try it one more time at, 30-something years old. And I was like, you sure you want me to do that? And the whole time when I was doing this thing, and, there's a lot of people that said, man, you're crazy and you shouldn't do this and it'll never work. And, you're really good looking, but you're probably a little overweight.
Right. We know how that feels.
So it just kind of, luckily she pushed me and it worked out all right. And here I am right here, Rick and Bubba. Now it's the three sexiest fat guys in the world.
You better believe it. On a pretty decent tour, too, the Rowdy Friends Tour, and you guys are rolling through Birmingham, which is why you were able to find your way here today with Hank Jr., Jamie Johnson. You'll be there and some others. So, we're anxiously awaiting. Why don't you introduce who's with you today, and then let's go and we'll kick it.
Great. I got a band with me that's been with me most of the time since I've been out here. We play a lot of shows. Lindsay Hager right here.
Hey, Lindsay.
Good morning.
Most guys are a big fan of her, which I am too. It makes people take the focus off me and shift it over that way. It works out good. Tyler Farr right here from Southern Missouri. Both of them have their own individual record deals, by the way.
All right.
So they both got records coming out right here. My band leader, Jason Chance.
How about Jason?
What's up, buddy? The fiddle queen back here, Suzanne Roar.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Make them roar.
And our rock star right here,
there
Rick
he is.
Brothers.
There he is, always the drummer.
And the Paul Chapman, we call him Creeper over there on the bass guitar.
How about a creeper? Well, look, let's don't even put it off any longer. Put your hands together at the Rick and Bubba Studios. Here's Colt Ford.
This will be dedicated just to you big boys. For all them good-looking country girls out there. Lord of mercy, here she comes. behind the wheel of a pickup truck. Mud slanging, she's singing, country girl just doing her thing. And ain't nothing like my backwoods baby. Drive my tractor, drive me crazy. Likes hunting, loves fishing. She can hold her own in the kitchen. And by the way, boys, did I mention she's pretty as a field of daisies? She's sweeter than a watermelon wine. Way hotter than that Alabama asphalt. When I get her in these arms of mine, ooh, y'all have mercy. I love her kisses. Ooh, I just can't get enough. Kinda like chicken and biscuits. But she can rock them high heel shoes, but she'd rather wear cowboy boots, cut off jeans, and a baseball hat. Them city girls can't do it like that. Off the chain on a Friday night, dancing and drinking, ain't scared to fight. But Sunday morning come rolling round, singing in the choirs where she's found. Y'all, I'm so proud, 'cause there ain't no doubt. She's pretty as a field of daisies. She's sweeter than a watermelon wine. Way hotter than that Alabama asphalt. When I get her in Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
All righty, 23 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us. And we'll get more of your phone calls coming up. I know some of you are still on hold, and we got other things to cover, but we'll get to that. And one of them is Bubba G5.
G5. We've heard a lot about the G5 rollout.
Yes, I love technology.
G5 me.
But not as much as you see. But I still love technology. Always and forever.
Talk a little G5.
Rick, major airline CEOs warn of catastrophic aviation crisis when the delayed 5G rollout finally begins on Wednesday. The FAA warns 100,000 passengers could face delays or cancellations, and some planes could be grounded permanently. And, of course, they're talking about excuse me.
Sorry, that sounds like any day right now trying to fly commercial. That sounds like every single day you go.
They're talking about the new 5G cell service. And what it really boils down to is they're concerned about the frequency and how close they are together. The cell phone systems are going to be in the 3.7 to 3.98 gigahertz range. The airplanes' automatic the radar that they use for ground to plane and all that is in the 4.2 to 4.4 gigahertz. So they're saying that's awful close together. And will these signals interfere with the planes? Now, the FCC that has studied this said no. The airline people are more concerned. So, what will it be? I don't think there's going to be a problem. I appreciate their concern. But, Rick, here's the thing. These airplanes that have all this high-tech radar and communication gear on it, they don't interfere with each other on the runway.
Right.
So why would a cell tower interfere with it? They're close, but they're not that close. I think, you always err to safety, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. And I hope not, certainly.
Well, don't you think they have they've looked at this?
Well, you would think, because this 5G has been planned for 10 years. So you think all of that would have been worked out and tested prior to all this, wouldn't you? Because the phone companies have spent billions of dollars buying this spectrum or renting it from the government. So you think that would have been tested prior to this?
Yeah, don't you think? Somebody said, now look, before we roll this out, that we've done all the research on whether we're going to shut down the whole commercial airline industry. Yeah, we've looked at it. I think we're good. And don't you think? And
aviation would get priority if there's a problem. But the cell phone companies, AT&T and Verizon, have spent billions of dollars building this G5 network. Now, we've had other G5 controversies. We think some people have said that it, is resonant with the human body and it's going to cause problems and cancers and all this other stuff. But there just really hasn't been any sound science on that at this point. And, any RF signal, you don't want to be too close to it.
Right.
But it, boy, if I say this, y'all going to get on me. The inverse square law.
Here we go.
Every time you
here we go.
You double the distance, the signal goes down to 25% of what it was.
Here we go.
You don't want to stand in front of a radar dish while it's transmitting, but in this case, due to the low power, I think we're okay. Look, we already got a lot of RF bouncing around, okay? Especially if you worked at an AM tower site like I did. So if it was going to do damage, we would know. And, you always want to be careful. I'm not one of these that go, naysayer, just be careful, but I don't see it being a problem. I think you would more likely have a problem if you had something down about 1 gigahertz that had a third harmonic problem. Radio waves, they're stronger on their harmonics sometimes than others. The third and the fifth are always stronger. So that's what you use in mixers. That's how you get up to certain frequencies or go down to certain frequencies. So I know that's a little tech heavy, but the bottom line is the airline industry is very concerned about the 5G rollout. And I'm like, wow, this has been coming for 10 years. Surely we should have been concerned at a different time, but I think we're okay.
Morgan in Dothan, former airline pilot, what do you say?
Yeah, man, I think the biggest problem that they're looking at is the way that the automation in the new airplanes are tied to the radar altimeters that are in the airplane, such as getting into inclement weather. Certain aircraft need the radar altimeters in order to land in certain weather conditions.
Right.
And if there is an interference during the critical phase of flight, which is the landing and rollout, then they'll have to go around. They'll have to go missed. They'll have to go to a different airport because they're not allowed to then use the numbers that the radar altimeter would allow them to use. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, and understood. But the problem is they're not on the same frequency. Their bands are close, but they're not on top of each other.
Right.
So, I don't think that's going to be a problem. The equipment in the airplane is very good, and it's got good selectivity and sensitivity and design for that. It's like saying a radio station on one end of the dial is going to stop me from listening to a radio station on the other end of the dial. It probably is not going to interfere, but you know what? I would hope that they would test that real good before they ever roll it out.
Sounds like another excuse they can add to the list on why your plane's not leaving on time.
Yeah, it does.
Well, guys, we got a pilot on here that just went over their time. Got to find you a new pilot. It's not that we're not on time or we're not doing a good job. There's some things y'all don't know. Just sit tight. 5G.
Everybody hang on.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kinda like chicken and biscuits. Hey, sweet thing, let me hold you close. There's something that you need to know. When it comes to loving you, ain't nothing that I'd rather do. Kinda like chicken and biscuits.
How about on Coke? How about on Coke for a little chicken and biscuit? I'm hungry.
I know that song now. My stomach's growling.
We got food over in the kitchen. Don't worry.
Country folks eat biscuits called cat heads, barbecue, baked beans, sweet tea, and white bread. We like to fish and hunt, ain't scared of a fight. Love the good Lord and believe in doing right. Got four-wheel drive, some got mud on them. You keep your Rolls Royce, cause baby, we don't want them. Now you all know exactly who I am, and if you don't like Rick and Bubba, we don't give it a...
Now before I pack my things and leave, there's something these y'all to understand. Seen a lot of things in my lifetime, so I walk in line, just a simple man. Now I done the things that cheap thrills out on my scars here. Don't you ever cry for me, I ain't ashamed where I'm from.
Yeah, so let's do our old Hank Williams. Is that all right?
Yeah, you're fine.
Should we do it now?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, let's go. Come on.
All right, we got the band. All right, choir back there, come on.
Golden tickets participate.
I wandered so aimless, like there was sin. I wouldn't let my dear Savior in.
Come on.
Then like a stranger, a thief in the night. Praise the Lord, I saw the light, I saw the light. I saw the light. I saw the light. I saw the light. And no more darkness. No more in darkness. No more night. No more night. And now I'm so happy. No sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Just like a blind and I wandered alone. Fear and doubt I had claimed for my own. Then like a blind man, God gave back his sight. Praise the Lord, I saw the light, I saw the light. I saw the light. I saw the light. I saw the light. No more in darkness. No more in darkness. No more night. And I'm so happy. No sorrow inside. Praise the Lord. I saw the light. Isn't that nice?
Oh, my goodness.
Just like a fool, I wandered astray. The straight is the gate and the narrow's the way. I gladly traded a wrong for the right. Praise the Lord, I saw the light, I saw the light, I saw the light, I saw the light, I saw the light. No more in darkness, no more in darkness, no more in night, no more in night. And I'm so happy, no sorrow. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. I saw the light. No more in darkness. No more in darkness. No more in night. No more night. And I'm so happy. No sorrow inside. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. I saw the light. Praise the Lord. I saw the light. Praise the Lord.
So we're back. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Chord Buddy teaming up with the Rick and Bubba show, and I've even had somebody suggest an email that every time that we talk about Chord Buddy, or when somebody wins it on the wheel, that Adler should provide free metal with a Chord Buddy on his guitar. So that's I mean, is it a step down though to be so? I mean, a musician who knows what he's doing to put a Chord Buddy on a guitar even for effect.
They're a little bit like training wheels.
I got you, but I mean,
guitar.
yeah, right. But would you do it just for free metal if somebody won one on the wheel?
Oh yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. Would you right now though? It'd probably be harder for you to remember what button to push than just do the chord yourself, wouldn't it?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I do know how to play it by myself.
We got it. We got it.
Not trying to brag. That's just the truth.
That's the reason why I was cautious about going there. But Chord Buddy right now, go to chordbuddy.com for less than $50. If you love to play music or know someone who does and who really, really wants to learn to play the guitar, the first day they have the Chord Buddy and their guitar, they're playing. Unlike the old way. So this just attaches to the neck of the guitar, and as Adler just pointed out, like training wheels on a bicycle, you press a button and it holds the chord and you strum and you play. It's that simple. And then, of course, as you're learning them, you take the buttons off and you learn how to hold the chords yourself. Or I don't know that there's any rule against you just being a Chord Buddy player for the rest of your life if you want to be. So anyway, go to chordbuddy.com. That's chordbuddy.com. And you can find all the information there. We also have a link at rickandbubba.com, and be paying attention for Good Old Boy Theater or the Wonderful Wheel of Meat for opportunities to win a Chord Buddy of your very own right here from the show. All right, so Bubba, I got an email, and we'll go through a couple of things here. I got an email from Jackie. Jackie says, I'm not sure what this says about you guys or the book, but I was actually in an antique store, and I went to the restroom, and I saw this in the restroom. And I want you to see what it is. Look right there.
There it is.
There is one of the Rick and Bubba.
Great bathrooms everywhere.
And it looks like a pretty well-kept version of the Rick and Bubba code. This, if I remember, Bubba, correct me if I'm wrong, this was book 2 in a series that we did with what used to be Thomas Nelson. It's now HarperCollins. Mm-hmm. But that publishing company out of Nashville, and they did a multi-book deal with us, and I think this was our second book.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah.
And it was having a little fun with the Da Vinci Code.
With the Da Vinci Code. Now, if you look at this, by the way, for some reason, my wife hates this cover, but I love it. She said, the Mona Lisa with a mullet and a dip is, I just got a hard time with that. But that's hilarious to me, especially with all the Da Vinci Code that was going on. Yeah. But the thing that I love the most, if you'll look between Code and the Two Sexiest Fat Men Alive, can't see it so much because of this photo that's sent to us. You can on the book. That is Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s car back in the background. You can barely It's like
Big three.
It's like a hidden bonus.
That's so funny.
Well, I mean, let's face it. I guess does this mean we're becoming antiques? I don't know, but it was there in the antique store's restroom.
Well, it lives on, Rick. That's the way I'm looking at it.
All right, so we did the expert guide to God, country, family, and anything else we can think of.
You're not going to quiz me on the book.
That's number one. Number 2 was the Rick and Bubba Code. After that, it falls apart from me.
Yeah, I'd have to go.
Was it the
Wikipedia and look?
Would it be the guide to the nearly almost perfect marriage?
Yeah,
in the 3 slot.
There was a hunting book after that, maybe.
Then there was a food book.
Yeah,
is that it?
Oh, Rick.
Oh, and then We Be Big. That's the one that ended the series. Remember We Be?
I have to look.
Yeah. So anyway, it was. I just remember that old project. How those and anybody who's ever written a book, and us using the term writing a book, we're using that term loosely. But the
guys, I don't know what's going on here, but when I Google search for y'all's books, it looks pretty normal. Here, you got the Rick and Bubba Code, you got the Big Honkin' Book of Grub,
right.
Expert Guide to God, Family, Country, We Be Big. But then,
what is that doing in there?
the night Dad went to jail.
Oh my gosh, what's that doing in there?
What to expect when someone you love goes to jail? Well, I mean, I'm glad they have that book out there, but I don't know why it's in the lineup.
Why's it in there with us?
I guess they thought it fit in the lineup.
I think we forgot one. It had Rick and Bubba Code. The Big Honking Book of Grub, the Big Honking Book of Hunting, We Be Big, the Mostly True Stories of Rick and Bubba, God, Country, Family, which is actually the first one.
Yeah.
The Guide to the Almost Perfect Marriage.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba for President.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah.
I think that was book 3, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think the marriage one was book 4.
And then when did y'all write The Night Dad Went to Jail?
Well,
that was a little bit later.
That's actually one Greg wrote.
Good.
And I guess that's why they lumped that in.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, that was one he wrote to Chandler and Taylor. But anyway, it was. So yeah, that is weird. That's just. It is funny if you Google the show, the things that they'll throw in there with it. I mean, you just never know. But anyway,
those crazy search engines.
So thank you for that. And don't forget the new CD will actually be coming out tomorrow on all the streaming. I know we had the hard copies, but tomorrow all the streaming. Yeah, I got some other stuff here. Here's another guy on the 5G stuff, Bubba, out
like
of
a 5G.
Yeah, out of ARAM. All right, so Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I was watching ABC News, one of those fake news channels, and they were talking about this, and they said in France, the towers are put back further. The reason being so the signal is strong. When they come in, they've got them put back far enough where an airplane has like 1 minute and 20 seconds for their systems to work. And in the U.S., the towers are so close for the signals, they only have like 20 seconds for those systems. They're talking about landing systems.
Well, again, I understand. There's trust me, there's always a difference in the European standard and the U.S. standard and a lot of things. But again, they're not on the same frequency. They're just close to each other on the big band plan, if you will. They shouldn't interfere with each other under a normal circumstance.
Yeah.
I mean, they shouldn't.
Well, I go back to this. Surely we're not going out here and say, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, the engineers in charge of this project have been working on this for a decade. So you think somewhere along the line somebody crossed the path and went, we're on the same frequency as the big airliners trying to land, and that ought to be a problem.
Right. And this, the only thing I got is from a pilot who said the only concern that some of us have is, and I'm paraphrasing, but, in the past when they told you not to turn your cell phone on till we're on the ground,
right.
If you did, But if it gets close like this, that might be more important as you listen to everybody telling you not to put your cell phone on.
Well, again, they're not on the same frequency.
Right.
So
Are they on the same frequency?
No, they're not, Rick.
Okay.
So
because that's
they're close.
They're acting like they are.
Yeah, they're not all on channel 19. Okay,
Right.
let's just.
So what about the same frequency?
Not on it.
Okay.
Not on it.
What would it be like? Me thinking.
Well, they're not on it, Rick.
Right.
That's the bottom line.
Okay.
And they're showing all kind of beam tilt and stuff here on the.
No, don't even look at it. I'll just upset you.
All cell towers, I hate to tell y'all, even though this drawing doesn't show it, has a downward beam tilt of some degree.
Mhm.
So do TV stations and a lot of radio stations.
Are they on the same frequency?
They are not on the same frequency, Rick. They're close. They're in the same neighborhood,
right.
but they're not on
Too
the
close?
Same. I don't think so. Not at that frequency. At that frequency, you have to have high gain antennas, directional antennas sending this signal. And if you're outside the beam width of that antenna, you can't even hear it on the same frequency. So it's I think somebody might have bad information on this.
What about Kenneth?
I hope it is a bunch of nothing.
What about Kenneth?
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
Right.
That's what I want to know.
Cass, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I've been a listener for a little over 20 years. And in
Thank
this
you.
20-year time,
Thank you.
I just keep hearing this bit, but I've only heard it a few times, and all this talk about the new studio name reminded me of this.
Okay.
It was DJ Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm nowhere near suggesting a name, but it just popped in my head, you guys opening up every day and playing that bit, calling it like, the Playhouse or whatever.
Speedy, are you calling in? Is that you, Speedy, calling in?
So you're just saying you just like to hear DJ Bubba just to start the show?
Oh, yeah, man.
Oh, it's a classic. Yeah.
Coming to the Playhouse. Playhouse. That's right, coming to the Playhouse for one time only. You know him, you love him. He's coming to the Playhouse. He brings his mastery of the airwaves straight to the Playhouse. It's DJ Bubba.
This is DJ Bubba. I'm all up in the house.
He brings his special brand of heavy scratching and rapping to the Playhouse.
Wave your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't. Hey, where'd you get that sandwich at?
Don't miss this command performance by DJ Bubba.
Here, kitty.
Remember, it's 18 to party and 21 to eat at the buffet. Ham radio operators with a valid amateur radio license get in a half price from 1900 to 2100 Zulu.
That's so good. That ham
I had a lot of fun with that.
That's a doozy. All right, we'll come back. So what about the frequencies? I'm worried about that.
Rick, the frequencies are not the same.
Right.
Okay, I want to be clear. Not the same.
Should I fly tomorrow?
Again, I really think somebody probably has worked through this prior to this, maybe 10 years ago.
Right.
I would hope so.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. They're rolling into their seats. The mics are hot. They're holding guitars and sitting on a box that sounds like drums. Put your hands together for December Radio back in the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza. Josh, Eric, Boone, and Brian are here. How about it, Josh? How y'all been?
We're great, man.
Now, y'all came in looking a little fresh. Did you say y'all just came off a working vacation?
Yeah, we did. No, we just came off vacation.
No
so,
working.
No working.
Just.
So where did you go?
I went to Myrtle Beach and played a few rounds of golf, and I stink. So that was all right. That was it was fun for a second. And then I just started hitting my balls all over the sand and the water. Hit them in the woods, and kind of stopped being fun after a while. Then I went to the beach.
Yeah, well,
walking around looking for a ball. It's not,
zero.
No,
it's not vacation.
It's no fun.
It's not vacation. You guys got just released the new CD live, and of course the DVD as well. We're about to hear right out of the gate to get warmed up. The new single just went out this week called "Love Can," and the new fall tour called "Live Tour." You guys have been playing for our troops, which we thank you for that, by the way. Also, awesome. Mission trips to Guatemala. Been helping out the folks in Nashville who were totally ignored by the mainstream media during their flood, and donated a Love Can song for the Healing for Haiti CD to raise money for them also. So you guys have been out there doing a little kingdom work.
Yes, sir.
That's why to get after it.
That's right, man. It's been great. Went to Guatemala and were able to we did a lot of just construction type work at this church, and got alongside these folks at this church and just saw their heart. They had fabricated everything. They were using like their tools. They had actually made those themselves. They you don't have Home Depot over there.
I mean, we get spoiled, don't we? Just run down, pick up something.
I was looking around going, is there a drill or something here? I mean,
is there something with a battery we can charge?
Right.
Y'all have a Sawzall?
I've never made an arrowhead.
Yeah.
It's really amazing what all you can do with a Sawzall. You can even drive nails with a battery in it if you know how to do it.
Yeah,
we were cutting rebar with a hammer and a chisel.
Oh my goodness!
That's the long road home, my friend.
Yeah. Yes, it is, and it was cool to see their hearts, man. And just it was an awesome trip, and we partnered with Compassion. We're Compassion artists, so they were there alongside us. And
good people.
Ended up doing a show in Guatemala. Our sponsored child Edgar ended up jumping up on the stage during the show, and he don't know a word of English, but he knew every word to the December Radio song. I'm not sure he knew what those words were or what they meant, but he got up there and grabbed the mic, man, and he just went to town. So it was just really cool just to see those folks again. And
we'll talk more about what you guys have got going on right now, but without further ado, let's go ahead and get one done. This is the new single off the live DVD and CD. It's called "Love Can." Here's December Radio.
1, 2. What can move a mountain from the place where it stands? What can calm the greatest fear with a touch from its hand? What can turn an enemy to a brother and a friend? There's only one thing I know. Love can. Love can, yeah. What can bring a miracle in a moment of need? What can reach a fallen soul and put him back on his feet? What can say that nothing is behind its end. There's only one thing I know. Yes, I know that only love can heal your broken heart. When it's all said and done, and you've had enough, and only love can bring you off of your knees and back on your feet. And love is all you need. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, love you, yeah.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. Greg and Helms out, not having any issues. Greg should return tomorrow, and Helmsy the day after. So hopefully we'll all get back together, and if anybody else has a run-in with COVID, we'll continue to move through it to get to the other side. The good news is, and we gave you this story earlier in the program, national cases right now down by 47%, and it looks like it is on the way down. But as you ascend Mount Everest, you still got to watch what you're doing on the way down so you don't get hurt on the way down. So anyway, just continue to work through it, and we'll try to get to the other side of it sooner than later. Now, I don't really know how this is about to go because in our list of videos today, Adler said this was no audio, but there's a Chilean comedian that is doing a visual bit that if you're not watching us on YouTube, we'll have to kind of tell you about, but we've done that before. And I guess through the visuals, I will watch her show us the difference between people born in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Do I have that right?
That's correct. That's
So
correct.
We have a funny video with no audio.
Yes.
Right, yeah. And I can tell Adler he's somewhat confident in it, but he's not completely sold out on it.
Yeah, so this video is making the rounds everywhere. Some big name conservatives are putting it out, and
Okay.
I love it. I agree with it. And I didn't know who this guy was. And then on, I guess it was Clay Travis's Twitter, he was like, "Hey, that's me, this Chilean comedian dude." And so then I went and tracked down the original video, and he actually has the words that you're going to see on the screen here. In his original video, it's in Spanish. So this video initially went viral in Chile, and then some people put English subtitles on there. And so now it's going viral.
Is that what we'll see?
We're going to see the English version.
Yeah. So because we don't have Helmsy here to translate.
Right.
So we're gonna show us the difference, and it's gonna say something about the difference.
Yes.
70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
Yes, and the guy's going to kind of repeat the same process and show how a person would react differently if they were born in those different decades. So here you go.
Here we go.
So born in the
1970.
1970s doesn't phase them.
No.
Right.
Born in the 80s, get a little bit upset.
Yeah.
But then you keep on walking.
All right, this is all about you hitting your shoulder on the door.
Born in the 90s,
Yeah.
hey, that hurt, but then you just roll your eyes and keep going. Now,
Okay.
born in the 2000s.
Okay.
It's knocked him down, and he has to take a selfie.
Then he has to take a look. Wall hater. Why is this their victim of all this stuff?
No, that's good.
Homes without walls. Do something.
Hashtag do something.
Oh, that's so true.
So I thought that was pretty great.
That's ugly but true.
Yeah.
man.
It's. I mean,
Nothing's ever been more true. We have a story today that a woman took selfies while her car was sinking when she crashed through a frozen river.
Did you see this? Was also another one we have today.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think
it's kind of like
get out of the river.
Well,
first,
you remember the
wouldn't you?
tsunami thing that
Yeah.
we saw yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
The tsunami thing, and people had the selfie sticks trying to hold them up out of the water as the water was sweeping them away to try to get footage of it.
Yeah.
All right, so look, Bubba, look at this one.
It's a Canadian driver was saved by rescue workers after she drove on an iced over river and broke through into the water. And rescuers weren't happy because while they were trying to rescue her, she was taking selfies.
She's taking selfies while they're trying to rescue her out of the freezing water.
Yeah. They weren't too happy that the woman was not only taking the situation lightly, but literally taking selfies during the entire rescue.
I just saw a yellow car go straight. Here we go.
Look, there's
the photo of her taking the pictures.
So she's standing on top of her sinking car.
Sinking car.
She's not even
selfies.
rescued yet.
No.
She's not rescued yet.
And she's taking a selfie instead of trying to save her car or herself.
Yeah.
Right.
I
don't know about that.
I had to, and I know what I'm about to say now, because here's what I'm worried about. So, based on what we just saw from the comedian, what we just saw there. So, when we're all who were born in the 60s, in the 70s, and then lived, in the 70s, 80s, what's going to happen to society when all that's left are people that were born in the 2000s? I mean, how would they even function? Because right now we're having to kind of make sure that they don't do things that are, to keep things going on behalf of them.
Out for them.
Yeah.
But it's just like and I know this is going to sound like a crotchety old man, and I got that. Let me just say this too: I'm not a person out to get cell phones. I like the things we can do. I like being able to get updated. I like to be able to put in where I'm going and get there. I like to be able to, stay on top of my email, whatever the case may be. I like being able to put things and promote things. Wow. So I'm not anti this, but this, I've noticed it because I think there is, I've seen documentaries, there's an addictive property to this, and I think we just saw it in this video. And we've all seen it. So Sherry and I were having dinner the other night, and I look, and there was a young couple. They were young, and they sat down at their, and I know we've talked about this before, but I took it a step further. They sat down at the table to have dinner together, got their phones out, and never looked at each other, and both of them just stared at their phones the entire time that they were waiting on their food to arrive from the time they sat down. So in my mind, I said, well, I've been at a restaurant before where I said, hey, I think I just got a text from either work or one of the kids. I'm going to look at it. Or, hey, let me see if I can find that for us, like something in the conversation, So I thought, well, maybe they're looking at something. They're trying to figure something out. I'm going to give them benefit of that.
Research.
Maybe they're looking at the menu, or maybe they're looking at ratings for different dishes. Who knows?
But can I tell you? This?
I'm just trying to come up with something that makes sense.
On behalf of everybody, I said I'm going to go walk by and look down and see what's on their phone.
You did.
Well, I just like, I have to know. I mean, maybe it's something important. And when I went by, it wasn't. All they were doing was just surfing around and looking at pictures and scrolling and checking. It was just meaningless. I mean, there was no search for something that needed to be dealt with right then.
Yeah.
I mean, so my concern is when we're all gone, if the Lord allows the world to continue to the point that we're all gone, can they interact? Can they sit down and talk? I mean, do they know what to do? I mean,
yeah. What if the phone tower goes away? What happens?
Right, because I mean, if you're gonna go, because all you're doing if you do that, if you've decided just to take a meal somewhere else by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the whole thing. Like I love to go out and eat, because part of the going out and eat is sitting there talking and catching up.
But it's bad. It's a habit to look at your phone, and we have to do that sometimes. Go, look, we're sitting down to eat. Let's put our phone away.
Sure.
I mean, if you have kids, you want to be able for them to get in touch with you, but everything else can pretty much wait.
Yeah. Well, we've all talked about this. The kids sitting at the beach with the sun setting, and they're staring at their phone, and the sun is setting right there.
Look at what you're missing.
Just look up.
There it is.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Off of your
So find out more by going to rickandbubba.com and to get all the information about December Radio. They're here with us. And, Bubba, we were talking in the break. Super Tom, the engineer, is getting the mix like he likes it on December Radio. Thank him for his efforts today. And they said they wanted to play a song that has never been heard before on this program.
Never before.
And now, we're huge proponents for the joys of marriage. And you guys wrote this song for your wives. Do I have that right?
We did. We wrote this little tune. It's one of those, you're driving down the road with your beautiful wife on a summer day. The sun's shining. And,
yeah, man.
And one of the, you can't beat that going and have a little picnic down by the river.
Come on.
That's what we like to do in
text her
our
a
spare
message.
time.
Yeah, send her a text. And
That's it, yeah.
Unfortunately, it go to one of your friends. But yes.
Sure.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. So what's the name of the song?
This song is called "You Give Me Wings."
Oh.
Kind of like Red Bull, but
Kind of like Red Bull. That's good.
Go. Ready?
Yep. Here we
go. 1, 2, 3. Y'all put your hands together. Oh yeah. Sun is shining. It's a good day for flying. Let's hop in that old truck. Let's fire that thing up. Go rocking down the dirt road. Hands out the windows. Drumming on the dash, driving on the wheel. Baby, you make me feel just like a bird on a summer breeze. Flying high and feeling free. Girl, I love what you do to me. You're the only one that makes my heart sing. Baby, baby, you give me wings. Laying on the creek bank, girl, you know what I think. Kicking off a flip-flops, swimming in a cutoffs. Out and down the tailgate, you grab the paper plates. Barbecue chicken, jug of sweet tea, baby, that's all I need. Just like a bird on a summer breeze. Flying high and feeling free. Girl, I love what you do to me. You're the only one that makes my heart sing. Baby, baby, you give me wings. Lying in the shade of a sycamore tree, K-I-S-S-I-N-G. Just like a bird on a summer breeze, yeah. Flying high and feeling free. Girl, I love what you do to me. Give me wings, yeah.
There it is. December Radio. December Radio. Never before. For Rick and Bubba exclusive.
Never before.
Now, with the release of Live, is it what it sounds like? I mean, is it live?
Yes, it is.
The name says it all.
So this is a
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Come on. From the No Name Studio, settling in, Speedy, Adler, and Bubba and I as we roll. Smelling like a rose. As we make our way back, welcome. Here comes Bill Bubba Bussey with more Rick and Bubba. Bubba, welcome. How you doing today, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Somebody say it. Okay, so I'm not familiar with or even remotely how to pronounce the name of the billionaire CEO of Social Capital and part owner of Golden State, the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I can't tackle that.
I wouldn't even know how to where to begin. But, now it's one of those things where, everybody here a podcast, there a podcast, over here a podcast, right there, watch that podcast. But I have to let everybody know on these podcasts, people actually may find them and listen to what you're saying. I mean, especially if you're someone who may establish some sort of following. So this kind of, it really does open up our eyes, and there's clarity about what we've said on the show many times, the fake world in which we live. So a lot of people have been talking about how the NBA will talk about the plight of people and how, of course, Black Lives Matter, and of course they do, but in the message here is we cannot stand around and let any people be oppressed.
Right.
By law enforcement, by the powers that be. Now, Adler made a tremendous point in the break that somehow it is kind of odd for us to follow that people who take on that sentiment, which is a wonderful sentiment, that people should be free and they should not be oppressed, are big government people, and they say people who want to oppress people are people who actually believe in smaller government. Because there's no a bigger oppressor on the planet than governments out of control. And one of those great examples would be Red China. So in Red China, there are a group of people called is it Weathers?
Uyghur.
The Uyghurs. And they are a group of Muslims that have basically been captured by the Chinese government and put in concentration camps, and they work as slaves. Now, the uncomfortable part for that is for the host here that I can't pronounce his name. Adler, can you pronounce his name?
Chamath something.
Yeah.
Chamath.
But he's a billionaire CEO of Social Capital and is part owner of the Golden State Warriors. And when he's discussing the fact that a lot of the shoes that the NBA players are promoting and that they're cutting the deals for them and the money they get from the audience and from the Chinese government, that really that's more important than Uyghurs, is that right?
Uyghurs.
Yeah. And when I first started, I thought they were saying meager, like meager people, but Uyghurs.
If he said that, that's probably not very wise. I mean, he may feel that way, but you probably don't need to say it.
Well, he's about to say it. And what he's going to say is, I'm going to tell you a very hard, ugly truth. Of all things I care about, I don't really care about these people. And he says, and nobody else really does either. Because what we're doing in the NBA is more important than these people. I'm putting that part in, but I don't know what other conclusion I'm supposed to come to when you hear him say what he's about to say. And here it is. Here he is in his own words.
Nobody cares about. Let's be honest. Nobody cares about what's happening to the Uyghurs. Okay, you bring it up because you really care, and I think that's nice that you care. The rest of us don't care. I'm just telling you a very hard.
Wait, you're saying you personally don't care?
I'm telling you a very hard, ugly truth. Okay, of all the things that I care about, yes, it is below my line. Okay, of all the things that I care about, it is below my line.
Okay. When this person brings up, are you concerned that these shoes are being made by people who are enslaved by the Chinese government? He says, not really. It's really below my line of things I care about. Now, keep in mind.
Watch out.
Maybe I'm off here, but
they'll be calling him. Well, I don't know. The NBA, not they probably agree with it.
Well, apparently, by the way they act, because that's the only thing that's really true is what we actually do.
Right.
But I'm going back with this again. I think I have my history right. Weren't there a lot of black people that were captured against their will and made slaves all over the world? And of course, a lot of racial people that happened too. But didn't that happen in Europe and in America? That's something that happened, right?
Yeah.
And last time I checked, that was declared, and of course, Great Britain, because of Wilberforce, was the first country to actually outlaw slavery. And it seemed like we all said that was a real evil thing. And even today, especially in the NBA, we still hear that black people are still oppressed, and that they're deemed of no value. I'm not sure I agree with that modern day, but certainly that has been the case. But isn't that exactly
not
what
for you, but just
I'm talking. Yeah, there has been a time when there were evil, wicked people that said that black people were not worth anything.
Right.
Okay, that did happen.
Yeah, it's historic. Yeah.
And it's happened to races of people throughout time, but that did happen to black people, and it seems like that probably our country, and especially the NBA, would be extremely sensitive to any other group of people that are being treated the same way. Right. Mm-hmm. But he says, honestly, we don't care, or I don't. I mean, I'm part owner of the Warriors, and the way these shoes are made and where they come from, honestly, I don't care about that. He doesn't care about the plight of these people. But
again, he may feel that way.
He's being honest.
Probably not smart to say it, but again, the NBA seems to be unfazed by all of this criticism of China and their marketing with the Chi-Coms and everything. So maybe they don't care.
So what I hear him saying is, now we're all on board and we're going to cater to Black Lives Matter, even though what Black Lives Matter says is going on in modern day to the severity is debatable, okay? But there's no debating what's going on with these people.
Right.
Okay, so he's saying, "Well, I'm on board for something that may or may not be as severe as we're saying it is, but I got no interest in a place where I know something's going on that actually went on with people in this country of color, and I honestly I don't care about that. So now that makes me wonder if you really even care about Black Lives Matter, right? So what you're saying is, I'm not really forced to care about this, so I don't. The other I'm forced to care about, so I pretend I do.
You're just saying there's a hypocrisy
can you make
in
that case?
position. Yeah.
Because if you don't care about this, you probably don't care about the other, right?
Yeah.
What he's saying is they don't really have a voice to make me uncomfortable. What are they going to do to the NBA? Do I care whether these people don't like the NBA or won't support the NBA? I really don't. I like the Chinese audience. I like the money we're getting from the Chinese government. It isn't business productive for me to care about this. It is for me to care about the other.
Yeah, and also that the money that China poses for the NBA, the market share, all that they can bring to the table is more important than this group.
Oh, their audience exceeds what the NBA has in this country. Just because there's so many people.
Right.
Like you can go back and say, I have a small percentage of a bigger number. It's actually bigger than a larger percentage of a smaller number.
Right.
As far as numbers.
What do they say? What is the population of China now?
A bunch.
Oh, wow.
What is it, 7 billion, 8, something like that? No, 3 billion? I forget. Let me look it up.
Because
I heard 2 something, but
we got 350 million here.
Oh, they're 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's it's roughly 4 to 5 times bigger than the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's is it Uyghur? Is that
Uyghur?
Uyghur. They are to y'all's point here. Let me just tell you what they've been put through: slave labor, forced sterilizations, rape, other terrible, terrible things, and no one cares, according to him.
Yeah, they're saying the treatment of the Chinese government to these people is everything that we needed to correct, and China is still doing it. And, it goes back to what Dennis Prager said one time. He said, you got to come off this thing of demonizing nations who once had slavery. Mm-hmm. He said, because then you would have to go all over the world and say, well, there's nobody, because all nations to some level had slavery going on at some point.
Right.
He said, the list you look to are the ones who did away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
because everybody participated in to some level.
Mm-hmm.
Look for the nations that said we will not do this anymore. They corrected it.
Right.
Well, China hadn't corrected it, and the NBA, one of their part owners, is saying, honestly, I don't care about that.
Of course, the team was quick to issue a statement.
Well, I hope so.
As a limited investor who has no day-to-day operation functions with the Warriors, he does not speak on behalf of our franchise.
Yeah, part owner.
They claim he's a minority owner.
Yeah, but he's in there.
Hey, Rick, they're quick to just to let you know how little he owns.
Right. Well, he's still in there.
He's still in that owner's box.
He's still in there. He's still hearing the deals that are going down. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This weird name, December Radio, and all y'all could come up with for your live CD was to call it live.
Yeah, exactly.
It was creativity.
That doesn't seem like y'all.
Yeah, we were done with it. It was like, you know what? It's live. Let's just call it live.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg! The owner, what's his name? He's under the #1 contender. How do you make that bigger?
What's he going by?
Pinch it, Rick. I've done it.
What's his name?
Oh my gosh, Greg.
Rick, don't scare the heat mama.
What did you talking about?
Is Twig like cool with you or just anybody? No. Okay, cool.
I got to see this.
Sweeties. Yeah, they're going to make me put it on my shoulder during the segment. Is that okay?
Okay.
Well, now, how do you get a squirrel at you, man?
You might want to get on your head, but you don't have any hair.
You're bald. I meant like ugly. Well, good job. Does it know I'm scared right now?
Who looks? Look at that. There you go, buddy. I've got cold little feet. Who hadn't always wanted a pet squirrel? Everybody's always wanted. I always wanted a pet squirrel. Always.
Get. Please look. We'll put him back on there. Look. It won't come off. It won't come off. It won't come off.
That's Crippy's afraid of me. Look. Get it backing up.
There it is. Hey, look at your shirt! It's in your shirt! It's in your shirt! It's in your shirt!
Are you serious?
Yes! Yes! There it is!
It is 7 minutes past the hour.
I'll admit I'm telling you, but I'll be not.
It is 7 minutes past the hour.
All over that.
There she is. Did you get her autograph?
So, how's Dog the Bounty Hunter doing? Just wondering if you could talk to him.
There was a lot going on. It was kind of nutty. I think, no squirrel pun intended. I thought the squirrels made the day, frankly. I think the squirrels set the precedent. This is going to be a huge event. Dan Mocher's already told me that whatever I want to do is fine, and that
Next year I'll have my own booth, Rick, and you can come by and see it.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and
Bubba. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. So, as Bubba said in the break, the NBA can distance themselves from this guy all they want to, but their biggest problem is they continue to deal with China as well. So that action in and of itself, he may be the only one that said it, but they all are acting like they too feel the same way.
I tell you what I think is the most damning evidence against the NBA right now is that when the guy from the Celtics spoke up against them, okay, and pointed out what was going on, China refused to air any Celtic games.
Right.
And that's when the NBA should say, wait just a minute.
No Celtics for you.
You're not going to edit our schedule who you're going to show everybody, or we're not going to do it. That's what they should have said.
Not gonna do that.
And you know what they did? They went right along with it. Thank you, may I have another.
Right. The only people more afraid of China than the NBA is the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
All right, so let's continue with and here comes some New York drama. New York Democrat Governor Kathy, you think Hochul?
I'm not comfortable with her name yet, so I'm not going to say it.
Now this is the left, and they don't mind overplaying their hand and making outlandish comparisons. Now, first of all, I'm still waiting on someone to explain to me how voter laws that make you ID that you are who you are before you vote are somehow racist. Now, when you hear what it's going to be compared to now, you're not going to believe it. So at first, I still haven't understood that by my pursuit of identification is racially unequal. I don't.
Well,
I don't,
and the whole push we've seen, especially
I don't understand that.
On Monday, trying to tie this to, the Jim Crow laws and not having the right to vote to begin with. All we're asking is that legal voters cast legal ballots, and you have to prove who you are. If not, you open it up for cheating. It's that simple.
Now, here's where it would be.
We want everybody to vote legally.
Here's where it would be Jim Crow-like. Only people of color have to be identified.
Right.
White people can come and go as they want.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, see,
and they know that.
But if everybody's having to do it, then where do you get off saying you don't have to?
But it's a good soundbite, Rick, if you're trying to federalize all state elections so you can have full control of it. And I don't even think the Democrats are thinking this through.
They don't believe this.
Because they think in their mind that they would win a lot more elections if people could just come up to the ballot box and dump in ballots.
Right.
Well, you may think that now, but what if and what happens when the next Republican's in charge?
Right.
And then they run the election. I guarantee you they'll be screaming, hey, this needs to be handled locally.
Well, if you remember, the Democrats were all about voter integrity, and we got to look into this when Trump won.
Right.
Now, when he lost, everything was straight up.
Yeah, it seems like it flip-flops everybody.
But let's go back to this. Here comes a comparison. Now, this is an ID. You need an ID to vote. We will now hear the New York Democrat governor compare this to the hundreds of thousands of people that have been killed by COVID-19. I don't know how we get there, but let's listen.
And one of the issues that we must galvanize behind is recognizing that, yes, we've come through a difficult time with this virus known as COVID, but there's an insidious virus that's attacking our very core of our democracy, and that's known as voter suppression. We must link arms together to fight against what's going on, not in our state, thank God, but all across America.
Now, remember, not in her state.
Right.
In her state, the way they do it is straight up.
Yeah, right.
Okay. It's just,
So she's saying voter suppression is a virus.
well, she's also asking for an ID, voter suppression, so don't miss
Right,
that.
right.
Not sure how that's suppressing anybody's vote. It's,
We don't- when they
because
ask
are they suppressing mine out in Shelby
Yeah,
County?
I don't.
Because they keep asking me to
Yeah,
identify
yeah,
myself.
right. Well,
when you
and the
have
hotel's
to-
suppressing me.
Yeah,
and-
we got a lot of
yeah,
people suppressing. The bank suppressed me yesterday.
I've never heard of check suppression.
Right.
What about hotel suppression?
I had a friend of mine saying he just got back from D.C. and Caitlin might be able to speak to this. Some of the others. He said in Washington D.C. I have to produce more identification to eat than I would to vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
How dare them?
Yeah,
That's
trying
true.
to get a reservation, whatever. So anyway, so that, and now she says we have to understand, even though we're coming through the pandemic, there's another pandemic out here that's going to be it's just as deadly,
Mm-hmm.
and that is voter suppression, which means some states want you to identify that you are who you are. Okay, so boy, I tell you, they are a dramatic bunch, aren't they? And then we just first of all remember, I just now declare it voter depression. Yeah, can you tell me how we're suppressing anybody's vote? Well, I'll tell you how you're making them identify themselves. Yeah, but everybody has to, not just some people. Everybody does.
Rick, it's just a soundbite that sounds good.
Yeah, this is one of those things where white people are enraged on behalf of black people, but black people don't even feel this way. 75% of black people agree with voter ID laws, and 75% of black people do not agree with defund the police. So this is once again white people defending,
air
why? Quotes, black people.
You know why? Because white people, in general, there are exceptions, they're not affected by it. See, white people aren't affected in suburbia about the police being defunded in inner cities.
Right.
But white people, remember, we're at a point right now where white people have decided that they will speak on the behalf and be bothered on behalf of black people, and biological males will decide they'll be better women than biological women.
Sounds like a little confusion.
Doesn't it seem like we're kind of going backward here? I mean, the backward just doesn't feel like we're moving forward, does it? By the way, did you see Michael Phelps trying to talk about the transgender thing? He didn't know what to say. He's like, hey, we got a mess here.
Well, he made a good point. You want the competition to be fair, and this is not fair, what we're seeing
Well,
right
now, wait a minute. It's fair if you can find another transgender to go against.
Well, I mean fair for the girls.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you, I mean, can't I just declare I'm a girl? So that's what the world says.
Where they're saying girls.
That's what your country says. So, but yeah, hey, good news. Good news.
Identify.
A biological male was finally beaten in women's sport by who? Well, another biological male who declared they were also a woman. Yeah.
And both of them ran away from the field.
I think probably it's okay if we can all be grown-ups here. That if human beings want to pretend they're another gender in their private life, and more power to them, and let's not. We probably don't have the right to come in there and tell them what to do. But then we have to tell them in the adult world. But when you come out in public, we're going to go back to biological because that's the only thing that works.
How about when you're competing against other biological females?
Yeah.
That's a good time.
Yeah, what would be wrong just saying, well, there's going to be some ground rules. You can live that in your own life if you want to.
They're not happy
But
with that.
we're going to have some ground rules. Yeah. See, this is that thing where I don't just want to believe this. You have to believe it, too, or you're bad.
Right. What's funny to me, people who have absolutely been in support of Title IX for a decade or two is now supporting this.
I don't
and you're tearing down Title IX.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay. Anything else? She goes, anything else? I said, I just don't understand that. Okay, you don't understand it. So, of course, we all know if I'm going to get to sit down, if you throw out first available, we all know the table that comes open is the one you want to sit at the least.
Oh, yeah.
Every
Well, of
time.
course
Right by
so.
the bathroom.
Yeah, or the bar.
Or it's real tight.
So anyway, they go.
Or the kitchen door
I
sits
look,
flinging open as they bring everybody's food out.
Yeah, Greg, I look and here it comes. You know,
better that than the bathroom.
Hey, your table's ready. You're minutes away from queso. You know, so I'm like, all right. So we walk up, and so I know at this point I'm not sitting inside. I know I'm going out. And so anyway, so they start walking us out, and I'm thinking that's all right. It's not that bad. You know, maybe we can get a shady spot. And they're walking. I'm hungry too. Big Papa's hungry.
At least it wasn't hot.
Yeah. It was only 1,000 degrees or so with a thunderstorm coming through at any moment. So we walk out, and and I hear it for the first time. And I was like,
"It's not true."
I looked at Sherry. I said, "Is that a dog?
Not true.
Is that a dog?" She looks at me and she goes, "Look, I think it is." And I said, "Well, maybe because we were at a
restaurant,
a shopping area." I said, "Well, maybe it's somebody walking around here shopping."
Oh.
And I looked to my right, and Sherry hears me. I lay, and she goes, "What?" And I said, "Look." So I look, and there's a dog sitting in one of the chairs like he's part of the family, sitting there with them.
Has he got that service vest on?
No. And then I noticed that the dog keeps barking, which is always fun, at another dog sitting at another table.
and you had two?
You got a dog bark off?
It was another completely different group. And
that's what I'm saying, though. What's the odds of that?
Apparently, at this place, you can eat with your dog outside at a restaurant where humans are and food.
Is there anything that bothers you more?
Oh, Sherry was like, Sherry was so funny because I pictured y'all. Sherry goes, "Okay, now I realize this is the worst case scenario for you.
Yes.
But
it's first available.
Hey, this is the life of first available.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's just eat and quit looking at the dog like that.
You couldn't quit staring at it.
No. And she said, before we eat, let's get it out of your system. Okay, are you ready? And go. And I said, who in the world brings a dog to eat with humans at a restaurant? Okay, anymore? That's what this is, a one-timer.
Yeah.
We're going to monologue it, and then we're not going to talk about this the whole thing. I said, do you hear him barking? I do hear him barking. Talk to me how that bothers you. I said, you talking about sitting here listening to somebody bark? I'd rather hear somebody's kid screaming. I said, at least that's a human.
Right.
I said, human consumption. There's nasty dogs sitting at people's tables. Okay, anything else? She goes, anything else? I said, I just don't understand that. Okay, you don't understand it. Walk that out for me. Like that. And I said, who would do that? Okay, go ahead. Are you almost done? She goes, because really, just do one time. Get it all out.
Right.
Who would do it? She goes, all right, you want to say who would do it one more time? I started laughing at this point. She goes, you want one more? Who would do it? Who would? She goes, go ahead, make the face, do the whole thing. I don't understand that. Doesn't make any sense, does it? It doesn't. Would you ever take a dog to Rick? Never. Never take a dog to eat. The dog. She said, do you want to do the thing where the dog didn't want to be here? Can I? Go right ahead.
But you got to cover that.
The dog doesn't even want to be here. What's barking? The dog wishes you. The dogs don't need chips and salsa.
Did it ever hush?
They bark back and forth throughout the whole meal.
Oh no!
Rick and Bubba.
The new single is called "Cowboys and Angels." It's doing quite well, and
it really is, yeah.
And Justin and of course alongside him singing backup and playing guitar, Tony Pierce are going to perform that for us now. So here's the first single from Dustin Lynch, "Cowboys and Angels" on the Rick and Bubba Show.
There's a want, there's a need. There's a history between girls like her and guys like me. Cowboys and angels. I've got boots, she's got wings. I'm hell on wheels and she's heavenly. I die for her and she lives for me. Cowboys and angels. We ride side by side. A cloud of dust, a red light.
Dang it.
My touch is her temptation. Her kiss is
All right, so we're back 35 minutes past the hour. We'll get to some of your phone calls shortly at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So if you want to join us, you can. We'll have Meat back in play this week. Hasn't spun yet. Could happen anytime this week. But 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get the phone calls here shortly. If you've ever wanted to lock arms with the Rick and Bubba Show, maybe do a national sponsorship with us and maybe be on all of our platforms associated with the show, me talking about you, Bubba talking about you like we are right now. Well, you could contact us, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com, and let our team put together a marketing plan where your product and our platforms team up together to, get that phone ringing, get that website popping, having some response. So we'll put together a plan for you, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. Also go to contact at rickandbubba.com. You can find it there as well. All right, so Bubba, we first of all, we got more in the electric car world. Is this a zero emission electric something? What is this?
Is it a car, Adler?
It's a craft of some kind. Yeah, it's some kind of flying thing.
Yeah, it's like you're almost in the Superman position when you fly with it. Here, let me see what you guys think of this. Right? Yeah.
I don't know, Bubba. What? Wait a minute. That's like a satellite dish.
Gus is going to tell us about the flight plan for the initial flight.
So this is like a promo video from the company.
I got you. So is that I'm on the other side of that?
You're inside it. You're inside.
I'm in that?
Yes.
And I'm going to fly?
Like Superman.
Okay. So, Bubba, I don't know. Would you get in that?
Like he's in a giant frisbee with propellers on the back.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the guy.
There he is.
Well, let's launch it.
It's not a pretty cool helmet he's got on. Yeah. Looks like we're out at somebody's neighborhood.
I do like the fact that the spinning propellers. I'm at least inside a cage.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these, these hovercrafts they're just the propellers are spinning by your leg there. This one, you're at least got a cage around
This
you.
has all that. I'm going to be the new supervillain.
Judging by the music, I think he's about to take off. Here we go.
Judging by the music. There it goes. Now, where am I going? What kind of distance?
Anywhere you want to go. You're going to have to get a little higher.
Anywhere the dubstep takes you.
Yeah. Well, what's he doing here?
I guess he's going back for a landing. That was it. That might have been it.
That's all there is to that?
I don't know.
I could have done that.
Well, it's a first flight, Rick.
There you go. He's going again. He's going again.
But eventually, you kind of lean forward and you fly like in a Superman position if you get enough speed.
Is all that out there supposed to protect me, Bubba? How's that on aerodynamic? It's like I'm stopping a lot of wind.
Well, like Adler said, I think if you go fast, it tilts over. It's more like a frisbee.
Yeah.
Now it's like a plate that's being in a holder.
I'm not crazy about the design. I mean,
I think it's got potential. Like Adler says, at least you ain't out there. So if you sneeze, you fall into a blade.
Yeah, no, I got you there. That seemed a little. I don't know. It didn't do much for me.
Well, I'd like to get with one in a field like they're doing and play with it.
I almost feel like I've seen further advancements than that.
How far will it go, though?
Does it say, Adler, how far to go?
I don't know. Let me check.
Okay.
I tell you, the one that looked really cool was what they were using to jump on those between those ships.
Yeah,
the guy had the jet props on his hands.
Yeah,
and he was flying like Iron Man.
Yeah.
Now that was cool.
I looked at that, but I don't think we can get in that. This thing we just watched. I think like a plate.
Well, ours will be a fatter plate.
Okay. I wouldn't mind laying it down and maybe getting some breakfast off of it.
So
I think it's got potential.
They say once they get all the kinks worked out, it's going to have a 50-mile range, and you can go up to 160 miles per hour, all for the measly price of $250,000.
No, how about that?
How about that? Wow.
Well, Rick, think about this. If you've got it down like a frisbee and you're flying and you have a problem, you could just, do a skidding landing.
I got you.
Like a frisbee.
I don't know. It just didn't hit me right. I mean, I've seen some things I thought were really cool looking. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Drew out of Alexandria. You can join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Drew, go ahead.
Flying and you have a problem.
Hey, Drew.
Drew, turn your radio down.
Turn your radio down. Turn your phone volume up. Drew, go ahead.
Sorry, sir. I was just wondering, is it on the same frequency or it is not on the same frequency?
That's good. Now, is it,
it took a little time to get to it, but that was good.
Yeah,
your delivery was good.
See, Drew, you should have been ready to go, and then when we came to you,
if you'd have just said that without all the,
you would have owned the room. You might have been. You wouldn't have been listener of the week because somebody's got to knock off, Richard. But
that's going to be hard to do.
It is. Let's go to Jeff in Tuscaloosa. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Jeff.
And roll tide.
And a roll tide.
And roll tide, yes. I've been listening to you fellas for about 20 years.
Thank you.
And when you made the transition from the one station that you were at to the one you're at now, something happened to your signal. I have lost the signal in my truck completely. There's 2 stations bleeding over onto you so bad they're stomping you.
No, where are you located, sir?
Huh?
Where are you located?
Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, you're on the fringe a little bit there.
Well, what it is, we changed studios. We didn't change actual stations. But what's happening, if you think about it, the weather changed too. It was rather warm when we first came over here, and it turned cold real quick. And FM signals have an effect that like that, a ducking effect they call it this time of year.
But see, there's another station, 104.4 or 104 something, and 105.9 is stomping the heck out of you guys. I had to turn the sound system off in my living room because I couldn't even get you. The one in the bedroom, I can get you, but the static is so bad.
Yes, that's something to do with
and I lost you in my truck completely.
Yeah, it's an atmosphere thing right now. It'll clear up. It'll clear up shortly.
Yeah, you know what I thought he was saying it for first, and because he used the wrong terminology. I thought he's been struggling with this for 14 years. Because I thought he was talking about us leaving 94.5. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then we used to be on in Tuscaloosa on the station there too. So, all right.
Yeah, it'll get better. It'll get better.
Let's go to
it warms up a little bit.
Let's go to Chris in Mississippi. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, am I the right caller?
No, you are not.
I was watching the 12 working days of Christmas at work on YouTube, and I had to pause it because I got tied up, and I was just checking to see if y'all are already given the prize.
Yeah, we did.
You really had it on pause a while.
Yeah, we really. You've been pausing as long as that guy's been listening to us on 104.7. Let's go to David in Hoover. David, go ahead.
Man, I've heard that COVID's changed Bubba's stance so much that the real reason he sold that hunting lands, he's bought him a house on Lake Burton down there next to Nick Saban.
What was he saying? Switching teams or?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't follow it.
Yeah. Let's go to Landon, Alabama. Landon, go ahead.
Speedy says he's got it.
What's up, big fellas?
Hey, buddy.
I think y'all can agree with me. I get perfect signal over here in Auburn. I don't know about the guy up in Tuscaloosa, but you don't think it has anything to do with the loss of Alabama football, do you?
There we go. Everything turns into that's 2 in a row. That's tied to the rivalry.
That's funny. Oh no, it's science. That's all.
Let's go to Rush. Chris and Hoover.
Hey guys,
Hey.
I just wanted, y'all may have already talked about it, but did y'all hear about the Russian farmer that's putting virtual reality cows to try to reduce their anxiety and produce more milk?
He's doing what?
You heard me. He's putting virtual reality headsets.
On his cows.
Okay, that
No,
dropped.
I
That
have
dropped.
not.
Yeah,
I have not.
yeah, that dropped out. I'm sorry.
What are they? I wonder what they're showing the cows.
Probably this show. No. All right. So if you want them to produce more, you'd show them something that would fire them up as cows.
I mean, what else does a cow want to look at other than a pasture? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the cows.
No,
look at it with a headset on.
There it is. I'll tell you what you don't show them. You don't show them the meat department.
No, you don't see that.
Man.
You know what's funny, too, about animals responding to things? Like one of our dogs. You can have a dog on TV. It will pay it no attention. Let that dog bark, and it goes on full alert. You know, you think it would see the dog,
Yeah,
too,
but
but
no,
it doesn't see it.
No, it's just like visually, it doesn't do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
But you hear a bark. Hey, I'm on full alert.
Jason in Montgomery, I-92. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, look here, man. First of all, I want to say I love y'all's show. I absolutely love listening to y'all every morning on the way to work.
Thank you.
But earlier you was talking about, you know, how white folks had to turn in and start taking up colored folks and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden you said white men have to start turning into women just to feel good about themselves. Please, I cracked up so bad. I wish you'd explain that.
Well, first of all, that's not what I said. What I said was we're living in a time where white people think that they have to be upset about things on behalf of black people or people of color,
And now males,
Absolutely.
and now males have actually said, who keep declaring themselves women, and we keep going along with it. Now men are even saying they can be better women than women can.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm married to a beautiful, wonderful Christian woman. I tell you, if I walked into the house and baby, I think I need to be a woman today. I think she'd beat me with a broom.
Well, that's probably so. Yeah, probably so.
That could be one of the responses.
Yeah, it could be. All right, we'll come back. More of your phone calls coming up, and any headlines,
especially if you try to bar her clothes.
Yes. Yeah. That's. I don't understand the desire to wear heels. That should be something that we got to avoid, and we should be thankful for it.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My touch is her temptation, her kiss is my salvation. She's sweet, I'm wild, we're dangerous. Cowboys and angels. There's a want and there's a need, and there's a history between, and girls like you and guys like me, cowboys and angels, cowboys and angels.
Cowboys and Angels from Dustin Lynch.
Thank you.
Man.
He's like an assassin. He's going to grab his other sleeve. Whoop.
Oh, no.
And then wham!
Rick.
When you believe in things that you don't understand, you are the best thing ever happened.
Girls hit you hallelujah, girls hit you hallelujah. Saturday night and we in the spot.
Now this is a story all about how
At last, my love has come along.
I guess you'd say
To the left,
down, down, do your dance, do your dance. I'll be gone in a day or two. I wanna put on my boogie shoes. Well, you ain't never caught a rapper and you ain't no friend.
'cause the player's gonna play. I'm just gonna shake. Left a big job in the city, and we're rolling on a river. Sweet home Alabama. And now since I see you, and it's
Here
on,
I am, baby. Oh, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Tell up your boys are gonna dance. I'm addicted to you, don't you know?
all the single ladies,
All the single ladies.
all the single ladies, you put your hands up. Why don't you come on over? Why don't you come on over?
Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel.
Let's it, and the oh say won't let go. Could I had it all?
I remember when I lost mine.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T, find out what it means to me.
My baby don't mess around because she loved me so, and this I know for sure.
Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now, and don't you know that there ain't no mountain
I held her first, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
I don't even know what to call that. I don't know what to call that.
I don't think you call it a medley.
I don't know what that was.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
I'm Rick and Bubba. We're back. Don't forget, Herd Immunity, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, available on all streaming sources tomorrow. Would you like to go ahead and pre-save it, pre-add it, or pre-buy it? You can. Go look at all the Rick and Bubba social media platforms. You'll see all those links. You can probably find them on your own by simply searching Herd Immunity, Rick and Bubba. It'll be ready to go on all streaming platforms tomorrow. Bubba, some headlines before the hour ends.
Rick, COVID test vending machines are popping up across colleges across the U.S. after the last Omicron outbreak. Omicron. Some U.S. colleges were taking advantage of the convenience of vending machines, supplying them with COVID-19 home tests instead of snacks, as the infectious Omicron variant spread across the country.
So where did they get them? I thought we had a supply problem.
I don't know. There's one just full of them, though. You know, I'd still like to see an old Three Musketeer in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yes, you too can have a home test that may or may not be accurate, especially if it's performed by a college student.
You all right over there?
No, just the water went the wrong way. And then tell me about this sushi woman.
Okay, so, Rick, I know this is shocking. We have a woman who ate 32 sushi rolls at an all-you-can-eat buffet, and she had to be rushed to the hospital.
Well, yeah, if you ate 32 of anything.
Yeah.
32
I can't
sushi
believe somebody
rolls?
would eat to the point they had to go to the hospital.
Well,
That's
you imagine
ridiculous.
the mercury she's got in her body right now. Bubba, you know, that one's kind of a twofer for us.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody removed for an all-you-can-eat buffet and had to be hospitalized.
Yeah,
we kind of
relate to that.
Those two hit a little close to home.
The place it happened was called Sushi 85 in Mountain
Say it
View.
again.
Sushi 85.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess it's on Highway 85 somewhere.
Yeah, probably so.
It's a restaurant in Mountain View, California. Last month, after indulging a little too much, including 32 rolls of sushi, her uncooked delights left her feeling a bit raw inside.
So all of them were uncooked?
Look,
gosh.
Look the picture over in the hospital.
How can she eat 32? Was it a dare or something? Why would you do that? That's
Well-
not enjoying food to me. That's
Following the binge, she was rushed to the emergency room with severe stomach pains.
I bet.
That's where she was diagnosed with basically acid reflux disease.
What?
That's what they said. Well, there's no room for the stomach.
Well, they
acid
said
in
also,
there.
and they said she's got gills now. You hear about that?
Yeah. She documented her experience in a TikTok video on December the 23rd, which shows off the mountains of food she consumed in one sitting and the trip to the hospital that left her with IVs in her arm.
The world's gone crazy. I lived in a world where women didn't want you to know how much they ate.
I know.
Who
That's
documents that? Who says, hey, watch me gorge myself? It's on TikTok. Had to be hospitalized. Straight
I know
up.
it was more likely that when you were going out on a date with somebody, they would eat less.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
which I didn't understand. If you're hungry, eat.
Right. But I mean, now even women want to show how much they can eat. All right. To the phones we go. Let's go to Chester out of Missouri. Chester, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Chester.
Me?
Is your name Chester?
Yeah, it is, but I'm from Mississippi.
That's what I just said. Chester from Mississippi.
Oh, I heard Missouri. I apologize. Anyway, wanted to talk about how the SEC is reorganizing
the divisions or whatever, instead of having two divisions, the East and West, they're thinking about going to pods, which will make it a lot easier for teams like Ole Miss, who I'm a fan of, to get into that championship maybe.
So you think East and West is too difficult for Ole Miss, which, by the way, they had a 10-win season.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily difficult, but I think when you've got to play teams like Texas A&M who can do anything at any moment, you have to play LSU who can do anything at any moment, Auburn and Bama. I mean, that's pretty difficult, way more difficult than any other team has to deal with. That's for sure, and that goes for all the teams, not just Ole Miss.
Well, the SEC West is the toughest division in the country. There's no doubt about it, because if you look at the number of national champions that have come out of that division the last 10 years, it's by far and away more than anybody else. And Georgia was down for a while. They're back now, so the East is a little bit stronger. But look, it's a tough road over there. I give you that. And I think Ole Miss is the only school that has not been to the SEC championship game, because I know State went.
They did. We had Dak Prescott.
Has A&M been? I don't think A&M's been, have they?
I don't know.
But it's tough, and I don't know what the pods would look like.
Yeah.
Do you know what the
I do
pod
not know
format looks like?
I don't know the
Is
pod.
Is it not geographically laid out or something?
I don't know. I said he was from Missouri. I don't know. Which I may have. I don't remember.
You know, I think Ole Miss is in pretty good shape right now. Really, if they had beat Alabama this year, they would have gone to the SEC championship game probably. Who all did they lose to? They lost to Auburn, and that was a mild upset. Who else did they lose to? Alabama?
Mm-hmm. Alabama.
But that was it, right? Were they 10-2? Mm-hmm. Something like that?
Yeah, the first 10 wins season in a while.
Yeah.
Let's go to George. George?
Hey, guys.
How about it, George?
Yes. Hey, if I were to go to the Rick and Bubba website and click on your sponsors button, am I hashtagging?
That's very good.
That is. The delivery was there, too.
Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead. Anonymous in Alabama. Talking about the
so anonymous, they're not going to go on.
Extremely upset. Let's go to Albertville. Jason, go.
Good morning, Lucky Grass, Green Acres.
Thank you, sir. Buddy. I appreciate the call very much. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm a trucker. I'm riding down the road, and I would love for y'all to play more of the big boy going down the interstate playing the Burt Reynolds song.
Eastbound and down, baby.
My day.
Yeah, you want a little more of that.
That's a catchy little song, isn't it?
Especially when you're behind the wheel of 18-wheeler.
How do you like Convoy?
Let me tell you this. Do what now?
How do you like the song Convoy?
Oh, I love it. That's my best song ever. I drive from Aberville to Childersburg 3 times a day down 431 and 77. I tell you what, they need to retest these good ones out here that's driving up and down this road.
Oh, I'm telling you.
God bless you.
Well,
ain't no telling what you gonna say.
Can you imagine 3 times a day you got to make that trip?
Oh, Rick.
Huh?
No.
Thanks for being with us.
Stop the madness.
If you leave us, have a great day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.